Chapter 634. At the same time that Brando finished off the first Cerberus, the second Cerberus had just arrived. The fact that the former had cleanly killed one of its kind had obviously startled it. Although the Cerberus did not have much intelligence, it was still a little smarter than the imps. When it saw Brando moving forward with a bloody sword, it immediately retreated in fear. Unfortunately, Brando did not give it the chance to do so. He leaped forward and slashed his sword at its forehead. Brando had already activated the charge skill, and the Cerberus had no room to dodge at all. In addition, it already had the intention to retreat, so it was no longer appropriate for it to turn back. Unable to advance or retreat, it was hit squarely in the forehead by Brando's sword. With a whoosh, Brando's sword, which carried the power of the charge, immediately smashed half of the Cerberus body to the ground. The terrible power of the gold peak elemental manifestation completely tore its body apart in an instant, exploding into minced meat and bones. A Cerberus died just like that. Brando landed on the ground and took a deep breath. Although his gold peak elemental manifestation could be said to be stronger than the Cerberus, monsters were monsters after all. Moreover, it was not easy to deal with this thing without using magic and trying to conserve as much energy as possible. He could only rely on his experience to take advantage of it. He looked back. Nicholas and the Holy Cathedral Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire had just killed a Cerberus each. There were not many Cerberus to begin with, and now more than half of them were gone. However, this did not mean that the pressure on them had lessened. The remaining knights were already struggling to deal with the hellhounds, let alone the Cerberus. In fact, it was already very difficult for them to deal with being surrounded by the imps. As soon as the hellhounds joined in, the Knights of Anthony immediately suffered heavy casualties. One after another, 4 or 5 knights were dragged off their horses by the hellhounds that had suddenly barged in. The others were too busy to save their own lives and had no time to save them. It was easy to imagine what would happen to them. The remaining knights had no choice but to gather around Dilfary and Her Royal Highness. If it weren't for the old White Lion Lighter taking care of them, they would have been drowned by the imps in the blink of an eye. If this continued, they would not be able to advance. Brando could not help but frown and look up. The current situation was a little beyond his expectations. How could the demon react so quickly? This was completely different from the monsters in Jorgendy Ridge that he remembered. He looked at the portal in the distance. It was still more than 200 meters away. However, these 200 meters were like a natural moat to them. "Mr. Brando, we have to find a way to kill our way out." Nicholas had obviously noticed the same problem, and could not help but say loudly. "Yes, but what should he do now?" Brando looked around. They were surrounded by enemies. A clamor of screams shrouded each of them, and all he could see were fangs and claws. He felt that his heart had never beat so fast before, and his blood flowed faster just to make his mind clearer. Fortunately, he had found a way out in this desperate situation. He first considered Garlock, but then he shook his head. Although a high-ranking mage like him could find a way to connect to the laws of space, all spatial spells required a huge amount of power to maintain. There was only one chance, and Brando would rather leave it until the end. Wind Empress. Saint Tassol was obviously aware of his situation and immediately responded. Although she said that she would ignore him for the day, when it came to real danger, she still could not relax. This was the second time. "Is there any skill that has a teleportation effect?" Skill? Teleportation? Brando realized that he had spilled the beans in a moment of desperation, and quickly corrected himself. Is there any sword skill that can send me to the teleportation gate? I know a few sword skills that have the same effect as a knight's charge. That's a sword skill from the future, right? The Wind Empress was slightly taken aback. "I've never heard of such a sword skill." "There's nothing similar." "There's nothing similar. Then is there any similar spell that can do it?" "Similar spells are all spatial spells. With your mediocre elementalist level, don't even think about it." Saint Tassol sighed. "The heavens want me dead." Brando could not help but exclaim. However, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but shout, "No, I remember now. There is such a sword technique. Flame King Gretel's flash strike sword art. Isn't it? You're crazy, the Wind Empress was shocked. You don't want to learn that guy's sword skill, do you? I'll tell you first, I don't know that sword skill. I know. Brando's gaze fell on the Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It's fine as long as someone knows it. He could not help but lower his head, but is it okay? Can I learn the flash strike sword art at the same time? I'm not that kind of stubborn old woman, the Wind Empress sighed, but I have to remind you in advance, in addition to my 9 luminary sword art, Gretel's flash strike sword art and Eleranta's mountains and rivers and Earth's cry, one inherited from the Dragon clan and the other from the Golden Mountain giants, are all true ancient sword skills. No one has ever been able to learn these 3 sword skills at the same time. Don't worry, I just want to learn a little bit. Getting started is the most difficult part. However, the elf seemed to suddenly remember the scene when Brando learned the 9 luminary sword art and suddenly stopped. You don't want to learn it now, do you? She asked in disbelief. I want to use it now. Brando had no time to explain. He cut down the hellhound in front of him with his sword. He pulled Amandina towards the Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and shouted, Mr. Stephen. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral had not spoken much since he joined their team, but he did not say anything when the Shire made a joke about the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Overall, he left a good impression on Brando. Moreover, as a cruise man, the fact that he could fight for Erewhon at this time was enough to make up for the mistakes of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but it was enough to be admired. Moreover, Brando knew that the other party was different from him. This Knight of the Holy Cathedral was the kind of person who truly pursued his beliefs and ideals. Therefore, his tone was unconsciously much more polite, even if he did not have a good impression of the crew's people. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral was also dealing with a hellhound and looked back at Brando with a slightly startled expression. He did not have a bad impression of the young lord, at least the actions of the Knight Brando were enough to make him have a good impression of him. The key was that he and Wood did not participate in William's attack on the princess party, otherwise, he would have held a grudge against Brando. He could not help but look at the young man with some curiosity. He did not speak, but his light blue eyes expressed enough obvious meaning. What's the matter? As you can see, we are ready to kill our way to the portal, but it seems very difficult now. Mr. Garlock has to be sold at the end, so I need your help. Brando did not have time to be polite and went straight to the point. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral nodded, meaning, please say it. At this time, more demons rushed up, and Brando had to fight and retreat with the Knight of the Holy Cathedral. At the same time, he asked loudly, trying to suppress the screams of the damned imps, I remember that any member who becomes a Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire will be taught the most basic flash strike sword art, right? That is the sword art of the Flame King Gretel. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral paused and was almost injured. But he took a step back and stared at Brando warily. Don't get me wrong, I hope you can teach me this sword art. Amandina, who was holding Brando's hand tightly and leaning against Brando's side, could not help but let out an ah when she heard this. Of course, she knew what flash strike sword art was, but Brando actually made this request at this time and asked the other party not to misunderstand. At that moment, even she could not help but stare at Brando a little strangely. If this was not her lord and in front of outsiders, she would definitely be the first to ask what it meant. But the Knight of the Holy Cathedral did not seem to be surprised, and he pierced the heart of the imp who rushed towards him with his sword. At the same time, he took another step back, and for the first time, he replied with a somewhat flat voice, It seems that the Lord should also know the secret of flash strike sword art, but do you want to use flash strike sword art to teleport to the portal? Brando nodded. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral was slightly stunned and looked at him as if he was crazy, but Lord, have you ever thought that flash strike sword art is not so easy to learn? Besides, you don't have the time to learn a new sword art now, do you? Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the case. Brando could not help but want to scratch his head. If he could, he would never act like a fraud in front of normal people. But the problem was that it seemed that it was not up to him to choose now. In comparison, being a fraud was always better than being a cold corpse. It doesn't matter. Mr. Stephen, this. You know, My talent in swordsmanship has been outstanding since I was a child. Why don't you tell me the main points of flash strike sword art, just to satisfy my last curiosity? Brando could not help but sigh. This was simply outrageous, but the Knight of the Holy Cathedral believed it. He suddenly remembered Brando's identity, the grandson of Sword Saint Darius. The name of Sword Saint Darius was not only famous in the small kingdom of Erewhon. As the Marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire Coalition forces, there were also many admirers of the Earth Sword Saint in Cruz. But at that time, Cruz and Erewhon were in their final honeymoon period. After that, the relationship between the two countries turned cold, and finally, the Earth Sword Saint inexplicably went into seclusion. For ordinary people, this was just a period of change in national politics, but as a senior figure of the Holy Cathedral, he knew some inside stories. But since he was the descendant of the Earth Sword Saint, it was understandable that he was curious about flash strike sword art. As a swordsman, he understood this feeling very well. In his opinion, Brando's request could indeed be said to be his last request. What's more, he did not believe Brando's nonsense about outstanding swordsmanship at all. Maybe the descendant of the Earth Sword Saint had a certain talent in swordsmanship, which was not surprising. But to say that he learned flash strike sword art, Stephen felt that this joke was not as funny as Brando simply saying that he was the Flame King. So you agree? Brando saw the Knight of the Holy Cathedral hesitate and quickly asked. In fact, Stephen did not understand that Brando did not even need him to tell him the main points. He only needed him to say that he agreed to teach flash strike sword art to him. He had no choice. He also felt that this thing was simply a bug. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral finally nodded. Okay. At that moment, Brando heard a prompt that was like the sound of nature. P.S. A heavenly prompt. Hello, the new month has arrived, please vote, thank you for your cooperation. Although it's a little late, sob sob. I'll update earlier tomorrow. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 635. Detected skill can be obtained - skill type, general. Swordsmanship classification, law, dragon, space. Flash strike sword art level 0, basic, ancient dragon. A special skill allows your blade to deflect dimensions. Every attack can ignore a certain distance in space, 5 m. Other bonuses, basic, none, ancient trait, cannot be learned as a normal skill. Experience requirement increased. In the eyes of the Cathedral Knight and Amandina, Brando was slightly stunned after listening to the description. But what they could not see was what was happening at the level of thought. Brando's thoughts were rapidly communicating with Saint Ossoul's thoughts. This swordsmanship seems to be more complicated than the 9 luminaries sword art. Oh. Why do you say that? My swordsmanship is not inferior to Gretel's at all. If your answer is not satisfactory, no matter how dangerous the situation is now, I will teach you a lesson. The Wind Empress' smile was full of danger. Brando smiled bitterly. Didn't you already give me the answer? He glanced at the number 4120 behind the learning experience. He clearly remembered that the requirement for the 9 luminaries sword art was 3550, but he still smiled bitterly and replied, complicated doesn't necessarily mean better. In comparison, your swordsmanship is much more refined. After fooling around with that princess for a while, your mouth has become much sweeter. But from the perspective of a younger brother, if your mouth is sweeter, your sister will be happier. The Wind Empress smiled ambiguously. It made people feel that the other 3 legendary figures who went on adventures with her must have been devastated as well. The reason why the Flame King was able to save the world was definitely related to her supervision. But even if you say it explicitly, I won't be angry. After all, Gretel's swordsmanship is an inheritance of the Dragon clan. The 9 luminaries sword art was not tempered by time in my era. This was probably one of the reasons. Although Saint Ossoul did not say it explicitly, it also proved that in some aspects, the flash strike sword art was better than the 9 luminaries sword art. However, as she had said, it was an honor to be able to improve a swordsmanship that was on par with the swordsmanship that the Dragon King had given to the mortals. However, Brando would never easily believe the Fairy Queen's nonsense of "even if you say it out loud, I won't be angry," and so on. He dared to bet that if he really dared to say it out loud, the Fairy Queen would definitely teach him a lesson. This was something that history had proven: a woman's words were absolutely not trustworthy. But with your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to learn it, right? Saint Tassel seemed to be still brooding over Brando's rapid progress in learning her swordsmanship. She had been hailed as the most outstanding genius of the Mist Elves in the past 1,000 years since she was a child. She began to learn this ancient skill at the age of 35 and had completely mastered it by the time she reached adulthood. In the middle of the War of the Holy Saints, he personally improved the Moonlight Sword and turned it into a magic sword technique. Later on, it became known as the 9 Luminaries sword art. However, she was dismayed to find that compared to Brando, she, who could be called a monster, seemed to be just at the level of an ordinary person. "Maybe I can give it a try," Brando replied. "Maybe you can give it a try." The Fairy Queen snorted softly. Although the more outstanding the inheritor was, the more relieved she would be, but sometimes being too outstanding would also make others jealous. For Brando, the experience from the Book of Mavacart had basically been exhausted, but the remaining bits were enough to learn the basics of flash strike sword art. The speed of the communication of thoughts was not limited by the general sense of time, and the conversation between the two was completed in an instant. He came back to his senses, and the pale green panel opened in his vision. Time seemed to have slowed down, and the demons behind the transparent interface were rushing towards him. He took the opportunity to block the other party's path. The last line of prompt on the retina had just unfolded: detected that the skill can be obtained. Do you want to pass? Pass. Brando blocked the little demon's claws with his sword, causing the other party to lose its balance and fall to the ground. He then turned the Halran Gaia and stabbed it into the other party's back, and purple-black blood splashed all over his arm. Beginning to copy the information and related knowledge of flash strike sword art. Warning: a similar conflicting skill has been detected. Skill name: Erewhon Military Swordsmanship. Skill type: General. Swordsmanship classification: Iron. Ha! As soon as this prompt appeared, Brando's hand trembled and he almost threw the Halran Gaia away. How could flash strike sword art conflict with Erewhon military swordsmanship? Military swordsmanship was a basic swordsmanship, and only one skill would conflict with it, and that was another more advanced basic swordsmanship that covered it. As everyone knew, Erewhon military swordsmanship was created by combining the military swordsmanship of the Crew's people and the swordsmanship of the Wind Elves. At that moment, Brendel suddenly thought of a possibility that he did not dare to believe. Flash strike sword art was a basic swordsmanship, and Erewhon military swordsmanship itself had its shadow. Wait, flash strike sword art is a swordsmanship, not a move? You don't know? Hearing his strange cry, Saint Tassel felt a little strange. Flash strike sword art was originally a swordsmanship skill, and so was the moon sword of the Mist Elves. You don't think it's a special skill like 9 Luminaries sword of the Wind Elves, do you? Damn, Brando suddenly screamed in his heart. How would he know? This was an ancient skill, not a cabbage that could be found on the streets. Even in another world, he had only heard of it. Who would casually show off after learning an ancient skill? Is it okay? Saint Tassel also realized the problem. She frowned and suddenly realized that she seemed to be blindly optimistic about Brando. Basic swordsmanship was different from special swordsmanship. For example, people with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship like 9 Luminaries sword art could indeed learn at least a superficial set in a short time. But flash strike sword art was different. Basic swordsmanship was a swordsmanship skill. Without decades of hard work, it was difficult to achieve anything in it. And to be able to master it in one go was a fantasy. But the problem now was that Brando didn't seem to have a choice. Mr. Brando, flash strike sword art is the swordsmanship of the late king after all. In the thousands of years of history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, no one has really learned it except for the Flame King. Actually, you don't have to force yourself. Stephen saw the change in Brendel's expression and thought that he would back down, so he hurriedly comforted him. Let Master Garlock prepare, we will make the final assault. In this situation, even if we can close a portal, it would be good. Who knew that before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Brando in front of him had already swung his sword forward. As part of this entire attack, he and Amandina disappeared together. Stephen realized what had happened in an instant. He looked up in disbelief. It was only a moment of difference, but he had already missed the most important scene. He only saw Brendel's sword swinging down, and a large hellhound's head flew high into the air. But the hellhound was clearly a long distance away from them just a moment ago. This was impossible. Stephen himself also knew flash strike sword art. Although it was just a little bit, as part of this swordsmanship, he could make his blade cross the limits of space in a very short distance. In fact, most of the Holy Cathedral Knight knew this move, but they only used it in the last part of the sword's journey. In the eyes of others, it was as if the Holy Cathedral Knight's attack was 1 or 2 times faster than others of the same level. But compared to Brendel's performance, he felt like he could just bang his head against a wall and die. He repeatedly confirmed that he had only said a few words to the other party a dozen seconds ago. If he could, Stephen really wanted to slap himself and tell himself that it was all just a dream. But someone was more surprised than him. "Brando, what are you doing?" The Wind Empress screamed without reservation. "Testing the sword." Brando replied matter-of-factly. He raised his head. The previous sword had advanced 5 meters and was about 300 meters away from the portal. From afar, the gathering of imps on the other side looked like a group of ants. Indeed, whether it was the basic swordsmanship or the special swordsmanship, there was a big difference for ordinary people. But it didn't mean anything to him. It was just a matter of how much experience he had to spend. Brando tried it. The previous sword did not consume much stamina, but it consumed a part of his mana. It seemed that the ancient swordsmanship was the same. They all required a certain amount of mana to support it, but the flash strike sword art required much less mana than the 9 luminary sword art. If he really wanted to compare, it was less than 1/10. After all, the latter was a genuine magic swordsmanship. But to say whether there was a difference between the basic swordsmanship and the special swordsmanship to him, there was actually a difference. He wasn't the only one who noticed this difference. Sonorso, the Wind Empress, also noticed it immediately. "What's with the afterimage you left at the last moment?" The Wind Empress asked with some excitement. That was not an illusion. But at this moment, Brando was actually very excited, because the previous sword had confirmed his guess from the beginning. As everyone knew, the basic swordsmanship in the amber sword could provide bonuses to the special swordsmanship. So, as the basic swordsmanship, could the flash strike sword art provide bonuses to the 9 luminary sword art? He immediately had the answer. He hugged Amandina tightly and drew his sword forward at the same time. His figure disappeared and reappeared again and again. Every time he disappeared, he would move forward a certain distance, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Every time he flashed, there would inevitably be an additional shadow of Brando on the battlefield, attacking the enemies around him. The two swordsmanship that had shown for a time in history, at this moment, finally merged perfectly. "Wait for my good news." Brando roared in the middle of the battlefield. His whole body rose from the ground, and like a continuous afterimage, he quickly passed through the group of imps. Almost everyone on the battlefield saw this scene. The young lord suddenly began to accelerate, and the monsters from Jorgendy Ridge quickly found that they could not stop him at all. On the contrary, their attacks often missed and landed on the opponent's afterimage. But the problem was that it was not a real afterimage. The imps were stunned to see that the afterimages on the battlefield all began to do the same thing. They raised their swords and then slashed forward with all their strength. Piercing strike. The huge sword pressure instantly penetrated a range of more than 30 meters, eliminating all obstacles. Whether it was the imps or the hellhounds, the terrifying storm instantly tore them into pieces. Wherever Brando went, it was like a storm had passed through, and it was already a mess. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, a path had been opened. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 636. Brando understood that his goal was to use the special effect of the flash strike sword art to produce a displacement effect, not to kill the enemy. Therefore, he was very purposeful and often aimed at those opponents who did not have much combat power. He locked onto the imps in the demon army from 20 to 30 meters away and beheaded them with a flash of his sword. At the same time, he used the 9 luminaries sword art to leave behind a phantom to perform a piercing attack. The demons soon became chaotic. Not all of them were inferior imps who lacked intelligence. The higher demons judged Brando's route of advance. They did not even need to judge the problem with their knees to realize that the damned human was going straight for the portal. They must not let him get what he wanted. The longhorn demons at the back were the first to scream, calling their companions to stop Brando in the harsh language of the abyss. Unfortunately, the effect was very limited. In the words of the Lord of Hell, Lomoka, those imps were worse than a pile of dog shit. This sentence was vulgar, but quite appropriate. They could be confused by the orders of their own people and could not do anything to a swordsman who could teleport. However, as soon as the demons turned around, the pressure on the Knights of Lantern Island was lifted. Most of them had time to see what was happening on the battlefield. The knights soon saw Brando's feat and could not help but take the time to cheer in unison. Baba though was not surprised by Brando's performance, but she could not help but feel proud. It wasn't because she was proud of the dark dragon, but because of her own foresight. Although there were many powerful witches in the Winter Country and none of the 12 pure-blooded witches had anything to do with her, who else would have the same foresight as her? The old witch did not even consider that the dark dragon would fail. It was just a group of lame-footed demons. She laughed shrilly like an imp and grabbed it, making it deaf and blind. The knight took the opportunity to pin it to the ground. Humans probably would not talk about night spirit with demons. However, Baba Shah didn't expect that Brando wasn't having a good time at the moment. Although the portal was right in front of him, he felt that his stamina and mana were decreasing rapidly. Using Piercing Strike, 9 Luminary Sword Art, and Flash Strike Sword Art, at the same time was a huge burden on his body. After leaping forward about 2/3 of the distance, Brando noticed that his muscles and movements were gradually becoming stiff, and his mental power was also unstable. He had to shake his head, trying to shake off the dizziness. After appearing above the demon army for the 10th time, Brando slashed down with Halran Gaia. The poor wretch below was still holding onto a bloody human calf. The pale skin was covered with bite marks, making Brando feel disgusted. But that thought only lasted for a split second, and Halran Gaia had already slashed towards the opponent's shoulder. The heavy blade cut into the rough purplish-red skin and muscles, and got stuck in the spine with a click. The poor wretch was directly pressed to the ground and snapped into two. Even the bones directly cracked and pierced out from under the skin, turning it into a mess of flesh and blood. This scene looked spectacular, but it made Brando's heart tighten. In theory, this slash should have cut off the opponent's muscles and bones, beheading it cleanly, just like before. This was not a coincidence, and it was not that these imps had become stronger, but that his stamina had begun to decline. "Amandina, are you hurt?" he gasped. "No." Amandina was hugged by Brando with one hand. For a moment, she didn't know if she was afraid or nervous. In fact, it wasn't that she hadn't imagined such a scene when she was alone, but it was definitely not like now. Being in the middle of the demon army, the noble lady had no time to daydream, and she didn't even dare to look at the situation outside. Because she was afraid of seeing Brando fail, she was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. She probably had the mentality of, if we're going to die, then we'll die together. No, at least I'll be at ease if I die in front of that person. She huddled tightly in Brando's arms. When Brendel asked her, her mind was in a mess and she shook her head. "That's good." Brando also breathed a sigh of relief. In his imagination, advancing courageously and unstoppably in the face of thousands of enemies would be incomparably heroic, but when it really came down to it, he realized that it wasn't the case at all. There was no pleasure in being surrounded by enemies at all, only a cold sweat dripping from nervousness. His palms were already wet, and the pressure of impending death was like a dense forest of swords and thorns. The slightest mistake would result in eternal damnation. What would happen after death? Brando had thought about this question when he was still a teenager in the other world, but most mortals would only come to the conclusion that it was a fruitless endeavor. Only when the aura of the Grim Reaper truly approached did he truly feel the bone-chilling coldness of the other world. There was no point in discussing the topic of death, because after death, there was only nothingness. Brando knew that he wasn't sure if he had the time to regret it before he died. But at least he still wanted to live. The desire to live made his senses 1,000 times sharper. He swung his sword at the corpse that was like a piece of rotten meat, and the attacks of the surrounding demons became traceable in his eyes. Brando raised his head, and his gaze swept across the other side of the battlefield, where he found a guy who was retreating. "It's you. Brando, be careful." Amandina closed her eyes, completely unable to judge the situation around her. The one who spoke was naturally the Wind Empress, Saint Tassol. The Wind Empress reminded him, "Be careful of the warlocks over there." Brando turned his head, and he also saw that the warlocks were standing by the teleportation gate casting spells at him. To be honest, he was not a wizard, and he knew little about the world of mages. But fortunately, he was at least a player. There was a joke: if players represented a world, then wizards represented at least half of the world. As an enemy of half of the world, Brando couldn't distinguish every spell's hand gestures and incantations, but the desire to live seemed to sharpen his memory at this moment. Dimensional anchor. Brando felt the hair on his back stand up, like a cat arching its body. His eyes were frighteningly bright at that moment. Brando didn't have time to explore whether the Flash Strike Sword Art's ability to distort dimensions could avoid the judgment of Dimensional Anchor's ability to block all teleportation effects. He wasn't a research maniac, and reality didn't allow him to have a second chance. He immediately activated his charge skill without any hesitation. Just as the circle of white light appeared above his head, he stepped on a few imps and rose up from the demon army. Like a beautiful turning line, he pierced through all the spell effects. The warlock's attempt was completely futile. The eyes of the witches who were lucky enough to see this scene were frighteningly bright. Other than the rebirth of the Darkness Dragon, which other 20-year-old young man had such terrifying combat experience? This was not a duel between swordsmen, but a perfect example of using swordsmanship to break spells. Not everyone had such experience. Not to mention the witches, even the curious Garlock couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. At least Brando's actions had proved that he fully understood the opponent's spells and intentions. Even the great wizard mentor from Cypher couldn't tell how he did it. Disassembling spells was Garlock's specialty, and he spent most of his life on it, but he didn't dare to say that he knew every spell. And to be able to find the hidden spells behind the secret casting gestures was an extremely difficult and professional knowledge. Garlock even had an illusion at that moment: perhaps this young man had a better future as a wizard than as a swordsman. He had completely forgotten that even in terms of swordsmanship, Brando was also a genius. After Brando penetrated the range of Dimensional Anchor with charge, he once again performed Flash Strike Sword Art in midair. Flash Strike Sword Art had completely absorbed the experience of Erwin's military swordsmanship and had risen to level 4. Flash Strike Sword Art 4+1, Beginner, Ancient Dragon. A special skill allows your blade to deflect dimensions. Each attack can ignore a certain distance in space, 60 m. At this level, it was already beyond the reach of the average temple knight. Stephen seemed to have only just realized what he had seen. If someone had told him before that a person could immediately master a swordsmanship after understanding a little bit of the trick, he would have thought that the person would be crazy. Then he must have thought that the person was a lunatic, or he must have treated him as a fool. But now, he felt that he might as well have been a fool. He even stood there in a daze. If it weren't for the imps in front of him foolishly following the Longhorn Demon's order to turn around and attack Brando, he would have been swarmed and chopped into meat paste. Fortunately, a knight behind him saw that something was wrong with this lord and pulled him back, saving the Holy Cathedral of Fire from the tragedy of losing another high-ranking member here today. This is impossible. Stephen seemed to have just reacted and shouted, "Martha above, the fragment of the flaming blade must be on him." So that's how it is. The chosen one is him. The poor knight seemed to have suddenly come to his senses and shouted nonsense. Brando turned back in mid-air and locked onto his next target. He raised the Halran Gaia in his hand and the blade flashed with white light. "Wait," the Wind Empress called out to him, "Brando, you can now flash about 60 meters with one sword. You need to use it at least twice to reach the door. Have you thought about it?" Brando was shocked. He had been staring at the status interface. His mana and stamina were almost depleted, but he could still barely use Flash Strike Sword Art twice. But the Wind Empress' next sentence completely dispelled this idea. "Since I can judge your flash distance, then they can do the same." He actually thought of this problem in an instant. If he was locked by the other party with Dimensional Anchor again, he could still use the 9 Luminary Sword Art to escape, but what about after that? Would he still have the energy to use Flash Strike Sword Art again? The status clearly stated that Brando could not conjure stamina and mana out of thin air unless he could take a breath. But where would the opportunity come from on this battlefield? Fortunately, he hadn't made a move yet. Brando couldn't help but rejoice that he had the Wind Empress with him. She was indeed a sage from the War of the Holy Saints. She had considered all aspects in an instant. At this moment, his charge skill had reached its peak. Brando felt his body begin to fall. But it was actually very simple for him to find a solution. He called out the skill bar as fast as he could and threw all the remaining experience of Mavicard into it. Flash Strike Sword Art leveled up again in an instant. Flash Strike Sword Art 5+1, Entry, Ancient Dragon. A special skill allows your blade to deflect dimensions. Each attack can ignore a certain distance in space, 100 m. After Flash Strike Sword Art reached level 5, its name immediately became gray. This was the same as his White Raven Sword Art. Brando knew that this was because the Flash Strike Sword Art published by the Holy Cathedral was originally incomplete, so he didn't think much about it and directly swung his sword forward. With one swing, he appeared directly next to the huge portal. There were no imps near the portal, only 3 tall Longhorn Devils. Brando suddenly flashed above the middle Longhorn Devil and slashed down with his sword. But the Longhorn Devil seemed to have a premonition. Its huge jackal-like head suddenly lifted up and raised its hand into the void. With a sharp sound like metal clashing, Brando felt that he had cut a steel pipe. But he didn't dare to stay for a moment and immediately rolled back. He landed steadily not far from the 3 Longhorn Devils. He raised his head subconsciously. Standing next to the huge portal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, he and the devils were as small as ants. He didn't feel this way when he was further away, but now that he was so close, the huge oppressive feeling of the Door of Flame immediately hit him in the face. What was even more suffocating was the sulfur river that was gradually becoming more and more real behind the Door of Flame. Brando couldn't help but spit. The shock just now had already made his gums bleed. But he wiped the corner of his mouth and immediately let go of the noble lady and said, "Amandina, are you okay?" "Yes. I'll find a way to help you lure them away." "How much time do you need?" I don't know, I'll try my best." Amandina frowned as she stared at the huge portal. It was a semi-magical device in itself. But it was not a complete magical device. The best way was to find a wizard to work with her, but she obviously didn't have this condition at the moment. "I'll give you 5 minutes." Brando glanced back and saw that the imps were turning around. Although those idiots were in a mess, a few minutes was enough for them to turn around. The Knight of Anthony was obviously not enough to stop this army. Amandina nodded with a pale face. "P.S. After a few days of exhaustion, I finally feel like I'm out of it today. Sigh, it's so hard. Please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 637. Brando raised his sword's Longhorn demons were one of the few high-level melee demons in the Sulphur River with extremely high intelligence. They looked a bit like naked gnolls, but their bodies were far larger than the latter. No one knew the specific origins of the Longhorn demons. The earliest Longhorn demons appeared in the Bloodfire grounds at the lower level of the Sulphur River. It was said that they had evolved from imps who had experienced hundreds of battles there to their current form. Some of the characteristics of the Longhorn demons did indeed have traces of imps, whether it was the same purplish-red skin or the sharp fangs and claws. In fact, it looked just like an imp that had been magnified several times, except for the fact that its fleshy wings had degenerated and its tail had become thick and long to maintain its balance. More importantly, every Longhorn demon was proven to have rich combat experience. There were almost no Longhorn demons in the juvenile state. Every Longhorn demon discovered by the Holy Cathedral of Fire before and after this was at least an adult individual, and an adult Longhorn demon had strength almost equivalent to elemental activation. In other words, Brando had to deal with 3 elemental activation monsters at the same time. Before he had time to think, the 3 Longhorn demons had already rushed up in large strides. Brando pulled out King Buni's concealment cloak from the dimensional space and handed it to Amandina. The concealment cloak only lasted for about 4 minutes a day. It was most suitable to give it to Amandina at this time so that she could find the portal's node as soon as possible without any worries. Amandina took the cloak and bit her lip as she glanced at Brando. Since she already knew how to use the cloak, she did not need Brendel to explain anything. She paused for a moment and covered herself completely, and in the next moment, she disappeared into thin air in front of everyone's eyes. Brando was the only one left by the portal. Amandina, hurry up! Brando shouted into the air. He didn't know if Amandina heard him, but he hoped she did. Amandina seemed to have completely disappeared under the cover of omnipresent, which made Brando feel uncertain. But at this point, he could only choose to believe in the noble girl from the Braggs. A claw came out of nowhere and interrupted Brando. 3 Longhorn demons were already in front of him. To be precise, the first to arrive was their merciless attack. At least one of the 3 Longhorn demons was a flame-related elemental because Brando saw its snow-white claws dragging 3 long flame trails in the air. This was the power of elemental energy. Brando's eyes even reflected the golden lines of law that extended after this claw, and a heat wave assaulted his face. However, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He leaned back, and the scorching hot air brushed past his forehead. The brown hair on his forehead immediately dried up and curled up. After one claw. It was the tail. As expected, Brando subconsciously captured the movements of the Longhorn demons' tails. When he saw them turn sideways, a whip tail had already swept over. He was already prepared and rolled forward under the other party's tail. At the same time, when he got up, he smoothly stabbed the Longhorn demon in the back. But unfortunately, this sword only left a shallow wound on the Longhorn demon's body. Its defense was very high, and its attack was very high, but its movements were slightly slow, exactly the same as Brando remembered. Of course, slow movements were relatively speaking. For ordinary people, it was the same category that couldn't be seen clearly. 2 rounds of attacks missed at the same time. The 3 Longhorn demons were also taken aback. Although they had never fought with humans, Brando's reaction was obviously beyond the concept of ordinary speed. With their intelligence, they faintly felt that something was wrong. It was as if they were facing an enemy for the first time, but it was as if they were facing a familiar old opponent. The Longhorn demons turned around. Brando had already rolled to the other side and stood out of their melee attack range, and then immediately launched an attack. At the same time, he glanced in the direction of the portal. He didn't know where Amandina was, but he didn't dare to let these demons leave. After all, the concealment cloak was just a cover. It didn't really mean that he was no longer in the prime material plane. He had to find a way to attract the attention of these monsters. It wasn't an easy job, but Brando still immediately found a way. He targeted a Longhorn demon on the left and rushed up from the side. This way, there was at least a time difference between the other 2 demons to surround him. He clenched the Halran Gaia in his hand and slashed at the demon's horns. This was the source of the Longhorn demon's power. The Longhorn demon hurriedly tilted its head to avoid Brando's sword, and at the same time stretched out its hand to block. But Brando let out a roar, and the Halran Gaia in his hand was like a black light. The blade disappeared in front of the Longhorn Demon's arm, and the next moment, it hit the Longhorn Demon's shoulder. With a loud bang, the demon was directly sent flying and collided with its companion. But Brando immediately saw it get up. There was a deep wound on its shoulder that showed the bone, but other than that, it didn't seem to be a big problem. Demons had 3 hearts and 4 lungs. Their bodily functions were not on the same level as humans. Such a wound would be at least a serious injury on a human, but it wasn't even a minor injury to it. Brando frowned and hurriedly retreated. Because at this time, the remaining demon had already swept its claws over. He raised his head at the last moment to avoid it, but his cheek was inevitably cut by the wind pressure brought by the sharp blade, and it was burning with pain. He wiped it gently, and his face was full of blood. The smell of blood seemed to spread, making the 3 Longhorn demons a little restless. Brando pursed his lips. In fact, he knew that the smell of blood would make demons excited beyond control. Even a high-grade demon like the Longhorn demon couldn't avoid it. Demons in a frenzied state were more difficult to deal with than usual, but at least it ensured that their way of thinking would not be dominated by reason again and go back to find trouble with Amandina. Brando carefully calculated the situation as he retreated. Now, everything was still under control, but there were still unstable factors. He gritted his teeth and decided to light a fire for the other party to completely eliminate all future troubles. A big lizard that shed its skin, is that all you've got? He mocked in a contemptuous tone. This sentence was actually a line that the dark elves of the underground world often used to ridicule the Longhorn demons. Ever since they lost the tip of Ashes, the dark elves and demons had been irreconcilable enemies for a long time, and the conversation between them was naturally not friendly. If one had to rank the 10 most hateful taunts of the Longhorn demons, then they would definitely hate whoever called them a big lizard that shed its skin the most. Although they did look a little like some kind of food for the dark elves. As soon as Brando said this, the 3 Longhorn demons immediately let out vicious curses. In fact, they originally wanted to kill Brando first, and now they were even more relentless. As soon as the 3 demons rushed up, Brando naturally wouldn't foolishly go up and meet them head-on. Instead, he retreated with the help of the terrain near the portal. In fact, the Longhorn demons were a little faster than him, but unfortunately, sometimes speed was not enough to catch up. Especially to Brando, who was used to intercepting from which direction when they turned around. If it was in the amber sword, the superb kiting technique he displayed at this moment would definitely be enough to attract most people's attention. Of course, that gain and loss was long before the 4th update of the game. Because after that, the players had already thoroughly grasped the demons, and high-level footmen like the Longhorn demons were really not difficult at all. Brando even later saw a video of someone kiting a Longhorn demon over level 10, and he didn't know which god Smuff it was. In fact, everything he was doing now was the crystallization of the wisdom of countless players. However, reality and the game were still slightly different after all, and each of these differences was a bloody wound on Brando's body. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been torn to shreds by the other party several times. To be honest, not to mention the cards of fate, if he had any one of fanaticism, 9 luminary sword art, or flash strike sword art, he was confident that he could take on one of the Longhorn demons without breaking a sweat. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage even in the face of 3 demons. But unfortunately, he had nothing now, and even his physical strength quickly entered a state of fatigue. Fortunately, he still had the unyielding talent, otherwise, the negative effects of the fatigue state alone would be enough to make him regret it immediately. Brando began to circle the portal 3 times, his left arm was clawed, his back was hit, and his whole body was covered in blood. However, he also tried to fight back a few times, but unfortunately, the Longhorn demon's skin was too thick. He estimated according to the method in the game, at most, he took off less than 1/3 of the opponent's HP. Besides, the demon's self-recovery was extremely strong, and they might have recovered quite a bit by now. In less than a minute, Brendel began to feel the pressure on him increasing exponentially. There was still no news from Amandina's side, and on the other side, Nicholas didn't seem to be able to get close for a while. He estimated that he would have to hold on for at least another minute. But this minute was enough to kill him. He couldn't go on like this. Brando suddenly turned his head and stood by the portal. The longhorn demons pouncing from behind hurriedly stopped. High intelligence also had this disadvantage, they at least knew what they couldn't hit. Although the portal wasn't so easy to break, who could guarantee it? If it was a hellhound with low intelligence, it might have pounced and directly knocked Brando into the portal. But unfortunately, the longhorn demons didn't have the courage. If it weren't for the portal, Brando would have been dismembered dozens of times. He took a step back and subconsciously searched his chest to see if there was anything he could find to save him. But this search only made him feel a dagger. He was slightly startled before remembering that this thing was something he practiced alchemy with. To be honest, it really wasn't of much use on such a battlefield. But Brando still took it out and threw it at the demon. The longhorn demon couldn't help but be startled when it suddenly saw Brando make a move. It hurriedly dodged to the side, but then it saw that it was just an ordinary dagger. It couldn't help but scream in anger. On the other side, Brando laughed. He didn't expect this stroke of genius to unexpectedly help him. Once again, the demons pounced on him. Brando retreated again and rolled backward. Another dagger was thrown at the longhorn demon. This time, the demon didn't fall for it no matter what. It blocked with its hand and directly sent the dagger flying without even breaking its skin. Brando immediately threw out a third dagger. He had made a lot of daggers like this when he practiced. Of course, the materials used in the later works were more ordinary, and even far less powerful than the first one. This way, the dagger he threw was no threat to the demons, and it was purely a naked mockery. In just a moment, the longhorn demons were so angry that they almost went crazy. They were only a few feet away from Brando. Two longhorn demons had even circled around to one side, ready to block Brando's retreat, and the remaining one had already pounced with a roar. Brando threw the dagger again. The dagger hit the demon's chest. It didn't even look at it before it was ready to knock the thing away. To be honest, this thing was similar to a child throwing a handful of sand at it. As long as it didn't hit its eyes, it was worthless no matter where it was thrown. But this time, it just touched the dagger and felt that something was wrong. First of all, the touch was slightly different. It subconsciously lowered its head and was surprised to see that Brando didn't throw a dagger at all, but some kind of deformed cone-shaped object. Although the longhorn demon had extremely high intelligence, it couldn't figure out what it was for a while. But it didn't need to figure it out. Because in the next moment, a terrible pain came from its chest. The longhorn demon saw the magic power disintegrate on its body, and its huge body shattered as if it had collapsed. The dark magic power surged out and directly formed a black hole. In an instant, it screamed and completely pulled it back. It was pulled back to the underground of the Sulphur River. For a time, only the last scream of the demon was left in the heavy rain. Even Brando was shocked. What he threw was naturally the terrifying god-slaying magic breaking all. But he didn't expect that for the existence of the demon's projection on the main material plane, this thing would not only directly disintegrate its power, but it even negated its existence. Brando, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, looked up, dumbfounded. For the first time, he understood why this thing was called a nuclear weapon by the players at that time. The guy holding this thing did have the potential to be a terrorist. But there were two more. Brando subconsciously wanted to get up from the ground. But the bones in his body hurt as if they had fallen apart. Even he didn't know if the other party would give him a chance. Probably not, the longhorn demons weren't fools. P.S. I'll continue to beg for monthly votes. I'll roll and kneel and beg everyone to spend all kinds of votes. Spend as much as you want. Spend as much as you want. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 638. It was raining heavily, and the black hole dragged the longhorn devil that had pounced on Brando back into the Sulphur River before turning into a line and completely closing the portal. The remaining two longhorn devils struggled to get up from the ground, and Brando also stood up from the mud. At this moment, Amandina's shout was suddenly heard. "My lord, the first node is directly above the portal, and the other two are on the pedestal." The noble lady was a little excited. Brando's heart settled. Amandina's speed was far beyond his expectations, faster than he had expected. He immediately ordered the Shire through telepathy. The Shire, the connection points of the portal and the law of space are directly above the portal and on the pedestal on both sides. "I got it." The Shire turned back and relayed the order to Garlock, who was beside him. The Lantern Island Knight immediately surrounded them, and the two mages, one old and one young, raised their hands at the same time. Two beams of cyan light pierced through the rain, crossing the entire battlefield and hitting the portal. It was like two dazzling spears, and where the spears hit, the portal's halo immediately emitted the most dazzling light. The light rippled like ripples in water, and the golden-red portal trembled, and the light immediately dimmed. Just a little more. The two Longhorn Devils were shocked. If even one of the portals was destroyed by these humans, who knew how much time it would take for the rest of the army to arrive at this port. They could completely imagine their souls being extracted by their lord and tortured for eternity because of their dereliction of duty. Devils took pleasure in causing pain, but this pain was not so wonderful when it came to themselves. The Longhorn Devils were completely awake, as if the smell of blood on Brando's body was no longer so attractive to them. They immediately turned around and pounced on the Lantern Island Knight. 300 or 400 meters on the battlefield was just a blink of an eye for these elemental-activated monsters, and there were no countless imps and hellhounds in front to stop them. If they wanted to, they would definitely be able to stop the Shire and Garlock before they released their next spell. But how could Brando let them do as they wished? He had been trembling here for half a day just to buy time. He immediately activated charge and shot towards one of the Longhorn Devils like an arrow released from a bow. Brando aimed at the guy's back and slashed straight. The devil did not dare to take it head-on and had to turn around and sweep the blade in Brando's hand away with its claw. But with this stop, it was completely entangled with Brando. Brando's long, and Garlock, took a few steps forward and slammed the devil with the hilt of his sword. The Longhorn Devil snorted and took a step back. Brendel closed in step by step, pulling back his sword and slashing horizontally at the other party's lower abdomen. It Garlock, Garlock locks back, as if it Garlock, it's Garlock, Garlock lock, as if it Garlock, it of the lock. Its claw was aimed straight at Brando's heart. In its opinion, if the other party did not retreat, he would die, and it would at most be seriously injured. However, it felt that Brando was probably not that stupid. After fighting with this human for more than a dozen rounds, Brando left it with the impression that although he was weak, he was very cunning. And what made it even more fearful was the other party's secret weapon, the thing that could banish them back to the Sulphur River. Although demons would not die, they would not be completely unharmed after being banished. They would fall into a long period of weakness, and once they were discovered by other demons at this time, they would definitely be devoured. So for demons, being injured and banished was no different from dying. It did not want to fight Brando head-on, it only hoped to force the other party to retreat. But the Longhorn Devil would never have dreamed that Brendel would not even take a step back and take its attack head-on. It clearly felt the feeling of its claws piercing into the other party's body, the sharp claws splitting the flesh of a creature, which was a wonderful feeling for a demon. But at this moment, the Longhorn Devil only felt fear. Because Brando had obviously taken the initiative and avoided the position of the heart, the claw only pierced the other party's lung lobes. With its intelligence, it would never think that Brando had accidentally bumped into the muzzle of its gun. The other party had obviously planned this. In fact, it was the same, but the reward came faster than it had expected. It felt that its claw had at least seriously injured the human. The next moment, a golden flame burst out from Brando's body. Amidst the rain, the flames looked more like splattered blood. Blood of the sun. This Templar Knight's damage reflection skill immediately let the Longhorn Devil see how powerful it was. The golden blood splashed on its face and instantly burned. Even the claws it retracted were plated with a layer of golden fire. These flames were obviously not just for show. The intense pain immediately made the demon scream. Brando also felt a piercing pain. But he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Taking advantage of the Longhorn Devil's screams, he pounced on it like a beast, raised the Halran Gaia, and stabbed it into the other party's throat. The demon's screams suddenly stopped. Then another black hole appeared in front of Brando. This black hole also dragged the demon's body back, then turned into a line and completely closed. Brando knelt on the ground as if he had lost all his strength, as if the pain had just returned to him. The rain washed his open wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Amandina hurried to his side and hurriedly put the giant king's cloak on him. "My lord." "Well done, Amandina." The corners of Brendel's mouth twitched as he replied. Even so, he did not forget to reach out and pick up a relic left behind by the Longhorn Devil before it fell into the rain. It was a silver cylindrical object, and Brando did not recognize it for a moment. But it was a demon's relic after all. If the Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire saw it later, it would not be so easy to take it for himself. After all, carrying a demon's relic was a bad reputation. Brando did not want this detail to attract attention. To be honest, he already had a lot of bad reputations. Wood even specifically asked him about the Heaven's armor before. To be honest, the Wind Spirit spiders were not Heaven's armor at all, but the Holy Sword technique itself was ambiguous. But he did not expect to pull on his wound when he grabbed it. He almost screamed, and did not get that thing. Instead, Amandina picked it up. "Let me help you with this kind of thing. You should at least pay attention to your own body," Amandina said a little angrily. Brendel glanced at her and suddenly realized something. His heart skipped a beat. On the other side, the only surviving Longhorn Devil was not so lucky. In fact, it had just rushed out 2 steps when a flame suddenly rolled in front of it. Its own element was fire, but it couldn't help but scream when it saw the golden flame coming at it. One was the fire of elemental activation, and the other was the golden flame of elemental enlightenment. The difference between the two was not too big. The flames separated the countless little demons and completely devoured them. It was in front of it in an instant. It immediately wanted to turn around and run, but it was too late. A long sword stretched out from the flame and stabbed straight at its throat. The Longhorn Devil desperately mobilized the lines of law around it to stop it, but in a confrontation above the elemental level, the most powerful element was actually the element of the same attribute but at different levels. The fire element of the demons was generally magma, and Nicholas' element happened to be the fire element that was almost similar to the Flame King Gretel's. As soon as the two flames touched, the Longhorn Devil's claws were instantly burned to ashes. Then, in an instant, the golden sword burned a hole in its throat. A third black hole appeared in the heavy rain. At this time, the Shire and Garlock were ready to cast the next spell. Another beam of light pierced through the long night. This time, the beam of light hit right above the already dim teleportation gate, and a dazzling golden halo instantly exploded on the teleportation gate. Almost all the creatures in the surrounding area witnessed this scene. In the hills near the coast, the animals hiding in the bushes stared at the golden halo in the sky in horror. It seemed to spread out in an instant, sweeping across half the sky and then disappearing into nothingness. It was not just in the area of Ampere Seal. Even on the battlefield near Fort Bunuo, some people noticed the explosion. The golden light that lit up half the sky could not escape people's observation. The soldiers on the battlefield only froze for a moment before realizing what had happened, because everyone knew what they were fighting for this time. Even in such a fierce battle, the cheers could not help but resound through the sky for a moment. Medusa Lasmika and the Tauran Lord Stark beside her turned their heads at the same time to the north of Ampere Seal. The light from the explosion made their faces look pale. Behind them, the 3 huge heads of Messica, the King of Chaos, showed dissatisfaction at the same time. The head on the far left, which looked like a goat's head, sniffed the air with its nose. There was a hint of blood in the rain. The space is shaking violently. There is one less portal in the north. The humans are attacking us from behind. Is this how Valabar treats the Lord's trust? The 3 heads spoke at the same time. The head that looked like a lizard was more calm, the goat head looked very shrewd, and only the human head had a tyrannical look on its face. Messica, the king of chaos, was a famous lord in hell, but his biggest enemy was the dark elves. Compared to them, Valabar, the king of cunning, had done more research on humans. Almost all the demons sent to deal with the human warlocks belonged to him. However, few demons liked the lord, who was as weak as a wizard. Legend has it that he was a human when he was alive. Unlike Messica, Messica was born in the Sulphur River tens of thousands of years ago and had chaotic blood flowing in his body. Medusa Lasmika did not dare to answer. Messica was not in the mood to listen to their answers. In fact, the behemoth suddenly moved, and its whole body became translucent. In the next moment, it had completely disappeared. He went over. Lasmika was relieved. Should we go and take a look? The Tower-and Lord still looked frightened. Lasmika gave him a cold look. Idiot, our mission is here. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 639. As soon as the Longhorn demon died, the unrestrained imps immediately scattered in front of the blazing sacred swordsman Nicholas. This was not beyond Brando's expectations. The demons from the Sulphur River underground were not a qualified army to begin with. They were chaotic, selfish, bloodthirsty, and cruel. They were not necessarily willing to fight for the benefit of the whole. Compared to them, the imps, in particular, would rather slaughter unarmed civilians. At this time, the Knights of Lantern Island finally fought their way out and joined up with Brando. The knights suffered heavy casualties, almost everyone was injured, and more than half of them were lost. In this state, they did not collapse. It was purely Brando's godlike attack that injected a strong dose of confidence into everyone. However, casualties were expected. What really excited them was the door of flame that turned into countless sparks and scattered in the heavy rain. No one could believe that they did it. In fact, it was Brando who did it. Nicholas stepped forward and pulled Brando up from the ground. At this time, Brando's injuries had mostly recovered with the help of the holy water. However, the holy water did not help the weakness after blood loss. He supported Amandina and glanced at everyone, seeing that everyone's faces were full of trust. Master Garlock, now teleport us to the portal near the seaside, Brando said. Garlock glanced at him. Not everyone had such courage in the face of danger. He had seen many examples of nobles who had never been to the battlefield boasting, but once they were on the battlefield, they were scared out of their wits. Those battles were far worse than today's scene. He nodded, picked up his staff, and began to chant a spell. The laws of space and time, as a power second only to the power of existence, had the highest authority among all laws. Even a great wizard of truth like him could not easily get in touch with the highest level of laws. In fact, there were teleportation spells from the 9th circle onwards. The elementalists called it the Bridge of Four Realms, and the wizards of the law called it deflection teleportation, but this was actually a trick. The Elementium envoys would travel through the 4 corresponding Elementium planes to reach certain areas, while the law adepts would project themselves into the sea of mana and return to the prime material plane for teleportation. However, both were incomplete transmissions. The former could only bring one to a specific location. The latter did not have a fixed teleportation point and was purely random. Furthermore, there was a certain degree of danger and it was often used to escape. True spatial spells only existed in the 10th circle and above, and only existed in the law of magic. Law adepts had to request the highest level of authority from the Codex of Order in order to open a spatial door. This process required a huge price to pay, and for the adepts, this was a huge consumption of mana and stamina. Moreover, spells of the 10th circle and above all had a special characteristic, which was that not only would they consume mana, but they would also burn the upper limit of the mana pool. The maximum limit of the mana pool could only be slowly recovered through limited means. Usually, the best way to recover was time. That's why you wouldn't see a high-grade wizard repeatedly casting a level 10 spell by drinking mana potions. This was also a form of punishment for mortals who asked for power beyond their control. However, it was only for mortals. As far as Brando knew, the silver races could ignore the punishment of spells below the 13th circle. Just like the adepts of Buga could cast 13th-circle spells like mortals casting spells below the 10th circle, the golden races did not have this restriction at all. Therefore, the Flame King's Flash Strike sword art could only be passed down to the golden races like the dragons. It could never be created by any other black iron or silver race. However, in addition to these romantic fantasies and legends, there was also a famous rumor in the Amber Sword. It mentioned that the golden races died out because of excessive use of spells. Therefore, some people believe that this punishment of the highest law might actually be a protective measure for the black iron race. Of course, Brando had no way of knowing the truth. However, he knew that once Garlock finished casting this spell, he would basically be no different from a cripple. After losing the help of this powerful wizard, their situation might become even more difficult. Therefore, he insisted on saving the old wizard's ability for when they destroyed the second portal. There was a huge difference between destroying 2 portals and destroying 1 portal. If there was only 1 portal left, then people might still have the confidence to fight, but with 1 more portal, there was only despair left. As Garlock chanted each spell sonorously, the knights surrounded him. In the distance, the scattered imps were being driven back by the brute devils flying from afar. There were actually a large number of demons stationed at each of the 3 portals. Especially the one near the port of Ampere Seal, many brute devils were flapping their wings and rising into the sky. Brando knew that there must be many higher demons commanding them. When the first portal was destroyed, the demons reacted as if they had been hit in the head. They probably did not expect a few dozen humans to be able to defeat their own kind. Not to mention them, even the Knights of Lantern Island did not expect it. However, the demons reacted quickly. Countless hellhounds and brute devils swept in from the south. The distance between each of the 3 portals was about 2,000 meters. In between was a flat grassland, and everyone could see the scene of their attack at a glance. This was much stronger than the motley crew formed by the imps. The key was that whether it was the hellhounds or the brute devils, in terms of individual strength, they were far superior to the knight and witches of Lantern Island, not to mention thousands of times more. It was like a scene of the end of the world. We will teleport to a place about 20 or 30 meters to the left of the portal, but we can't go any closer. I'm afraid of causing an abnormal reaction from the portal. Garlock suddenly roared, and a circle of white light spread from the staff in his hand. Brando immediately felt the vibration of space. This was the feeling before the arrival of the true supreme law, and he had experienced this kind of oppressive feeling more than once before. This was completely different from ordinary portals and the way his flash strike sword art worked. It felt like Martha had come in person and opened a door for them. The power of the portal will crush the demons in that position. But don't expect too much, they are not fools. Garlock continued to remind them, pay attention to the enemies that suddenly appear around you. This was the first time the knight had experienced such a scene, and they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. But before they could react, the surrounding scenery had distorted, and in the next moment, it was as if the distance had been pulled in, and the huge, golden-red portal appeared in front of them. That huge visual impact made everyone feel suffocated. But they immediately paid the price for this moment, as almost all the high-ranking Longhorn demons and demon warlocks were by the portal. They had long noticed the spatial vibration on the other side of the battlefield, but at a distance of a few thousand meters, the demon warlocks could not cast dimensional anchors to lock onto the battlefield. But as soon as the Knight of Lantern Island appeared, the demons, who were already prepared, immediately launched an attack. Compared to humans, these demons were more familiar with spatial spells, and only one Longhorn demon was crushed to pieces in an instant when it collided with the vibrating spatial laws. But the remaining Longhorn demons successfully passed through the magic circle, grabbed a knight with one claw, and dragged them out directly. In an instant, 3 knight and a witch were dragged out and killed. If it were not for the quick reaction of Nicholas and the old knight of the White Lion Legion, Lighter, it was estimated that the casualties would have been more than half. The knight reacted in shock and anger, but in fact, it was not their fault. After all, Brando could not let them practice it once. The knight who reacted immediately found himself surrounded by all kinds of demons, most of which were hellhounds and longhorn demons, and some that even Brando could not name. But the real threat was the longhorn demons and the demon warlocks. Fortunately, the situation this time was slightly different from the previous time. At least Brando was no longer fighting alone. With the great swordsman of Flame Blaster, the old knight of the White Lion Legion, and a knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to deal with the longhorn demons, Brando directly focused his attack on the demon warlocks. Although he was still a little weak, he was the only one present who could get away and had the ability to deal with the demon warlocks, so Brando had no choice. Moreover, in his opinion, those demon warlocks were not a threat at all. He directly handed Amandina over to the princess for protection, and then charged towards the back of the demon army. 2 longhorn demons wanted to stop him, but Brando did not even look at them, and a short flash strike sword art flashed directly between the 2 of them. "Cover me!" he shouted, and Nicholas and Leiter, who were behind him, reached a tacit understanding with him at this time. The 2 of them directly stabbed at him from the left and right. Leiter's own strength was comparable to that of the longhorn demons, but Nicholas was not much stronger. The longhorn demon had no room to fight back in front of him, and was directly cut to death on the ground by the 2 swords. Then the great swordsman turned back to help the old White Lion Legion deal with the remaining longhorn demon, and the 2 of them worked together to kill this high-level demon in the blink of an eye. "Nicholas, I didn't expect that one day I would need your help, I'm really getting old." The 2 of them swept their swords, and the brute demons around them suddenly fell to the ground. The old knight could not help but sigh. Nicholas glanced at him. "I can't say, but this kind of battle reminds me of the past." The old man was slightly startled, knowing that he was talking about the Holy War. He could not help but look a little gloomy. Yes, if they could, who would want to kill each other? The 2 of them looked at each other and shook their heads. They knew that although the princess was now in control of the situation, the northern nobles might not be willing to compromise. Right now, they were just standing together for the sake of these demons. To put it bluntly, the princess was still too weak, otherwise, Leiter would not have chosen House Cipher in the first place. He was indebted to House Covardo, but he only wanted the kingdom to suffer less from the flames of war. For this reason, he was willing to bear even if he had to bear a dishonorable reputation. But the old man never dreamed that the situation he had single-handedly managed would turn out like this. He vaguely felt that he might have been wrong from the beginning, but he did not understand where he had gone wrong. In fact, Brando was not wrong. The reason why Leiter participated in this operation was just to confirm some ideas in his heart. But these were not things that Brando needed to think about. In fact, it was already a luxury for him to think about how to survive. He killed his way into the demon warlocks, and those demon warlocks who were using spells to support their own kind immediately stopped. In fact, these demons relied on their instincts to cast spells, and did not really have any magical knowledge. As soon as Brando killed his way into their midst, they immediately panicked. Relying on their immunity to fire spells, they threw fireballs randomly. As a result, other than killing a lot of imps, they did not even hurt Brando. Brando had long been aware of the habits of these monsters. As soon as he rushed into the crowd of monsters, he immediately pulled back. In the eyes of others, this action was strange and somewhat unbelievable, but the next move of the demon warlocks immediately proved his wisdom. Brando waited until these monsters had finished throwing the fireballs in their hands, and immediately went back to kill them. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the demon warlocks. These were the lessons that the players had learned in exchange for their blood. But now, Brando was the one who benefited, and the demons were the ones who were unlucky. They probably never dreamed that a human would be so familiar with their way of fighting. In fact, these chaotic guys probably did not even know what they would do next. But Brando knew. This was the difference. Garlock's teleportation spell quickly achieved great success. Although the Longhorn demons organized a counterattack, under the attack of a swordsman with elemental activation and 2 great masters who were also elemental awakened, such a counterattack was pale and powerless. Other than killing a few knights, it did little to no avail. The humans quickly approached the portal, and Amandina once again performed exceptionally well. She found all the nodes in almost less than a minute. This ability made everyone look at this noble lady in a new light. Although it had already explained to them the characteristics of the Door of Flame, the connection point between the portal and the law of space was not fixed. To find this thing, one needed not only magical knowledge, but also a certain sensitivity to the flow of magic. In fact, sensitivity to the flow of magic was the most important talent of a wizard. From this point of view, Brando realized that Amandina seemed to have an extraordinary magical talent. But when he thought about it, people who could generally have a talent for magical equipment would more or less have some magical talent. And as a genius in this area, it was reasonable to have an excellent talent in magic. Soon Brando's idea was verified, and Garlock saw Amandina's talent at a glance. In fact, he was full of praise. When they were looking for the third node, the old wizard only gave a little guidance, and Amandina immediately found the location with a vague feeling. Such an ability, according to the words of the Seeker of Wonder, was a genius. Brando looked at the old man and was tempted to take in an apprentice. This was a good thing, but the prerequisite was that they had to return alive. The second teleportation gate finally collapsed. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, but only Brando really felt the pressure double. He had exhausted almost all his means, but now there was still one more portal. It was 2,000 meters away. Countless demons were surging. Brando looked at the distance that was neither far nor close, and for the first time, the word natural moat appeared in his mind. To be honest, if he was asked now what way he could tear down the last portal, Brando could only answer this way: use perseverance. Or wait for a miracle. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 640. The overwhelming number of brute devils turned around in mid-air and flew towards the humans near the second door of flame, like the shadow of a giant demon claw sweeping across the sky. Brando looked at this scene and couldn't help but think of the locust plague in Solanilan during the second era of the Year of the Trade Winds. The locusts that covered the sky at that time were a true portrayal of today's scene. The second door of flame was completely crumbling, disintegrating into fragments that melted into the heavy rain like countless golden butterflies dissipating one by one. Griffin stood in the rain and looked up at the scattered flames. A glimmer of hope rose from the depths of her eyes. The half-fairy princess pursed her lips and clenched her fists. But the remaining knight were still immersed in excitement. Their high confidence and morale seemed to make them disdainful of the situation on the battlefield for a while. Only Nicholas and Leiter had some doubts in their hearts. The two of them looked back at Brando. They knew very well that Garlock had basically lost his ability to cast spells. Now, if they wanted to get close to the third portal by surprise, they could only see if this young man who brought about miracles could surprise them again. The heavy rain even masked the screams of the demons behind the curtain of rain. Brando stood in the rain and forced himself to adjust his expression. Although he had no confidence in his heart, he knew that he couldn't be pessimistic and desperate first. At least he couldn't let the others see his hesitation. We can only find a way to kill our way through first, he replied calmly. How do we kill our way through? The knight and Nicholas asked in unison. But unlike the knight's confidence, Nicholas asked sincerely. Although he and Brando were on different sides a few hours ago, he had no prejudice against Brando. On the contrary, he admired Brando's calmness when fighting the demons. There weren't many young swordsmen like Erwin anymore. He seemed to see his own era of swordsmanship in Brando, but Brando's achievements must be higher than his. The flame-haired swordsman, who was about the same age as Brando's father, was not jealous, only gratified. How do we kill our way through? For Brando, this was a core issue. He raised his head and looked at the red tide sweeping over the green meadow through the curtain of rain. He could even feel a slight tremor from the ground. Including the witches and the others, there were only 20 to 30 people around him. Many of them were injured or had lost their ability to fight, as well as non-combatants like Amandina and Dilfari. Even Brando himself would not believe that such a group of people could carve a bloody path out of the demon army. Using perseverance to defeat an opponent was just a joke after all. There was only one chance now. The giant King Bunny's cloak still had about 30 breaths of time left, which was about 1 minute. The giant's cloak could accommodate a few people, but the problem was that 1 minute was not enough for them to travel from one portal to another. Although a distance of 2,000 meters was not considered far, it was still traveling through the demon army. Let's split into 2 groups. Brando thought silently for a while and finally answered. His purpose was simple. He would use one group as cannon fodder to attract the attention of the demons, while the other group would use Bunny's cloak to escort Amandina and the Shire to the 3rd portal. He briefly described his idea, and Nicholas and Leiter understood. The head of the Old White Lion Legion thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed the only way now, but how does Mr. Brando plan to divide the groups?" Brando fell silent. In fact, he already had a plan in his mind. Due to the existence of the Giant King's cloak, the staffing of this group could actually be very simple. First of all, Amandina and the Shire must be included as the demolition team, and there must also be someone who could deal with the Longhorn demons at the portal. The best candidates in Brando's mind were Amandina, the Shire, Nicholas, Dilfery, Her Royal Highness, Garlock, and Sugar Jar. Of course, Brando did not deny that he had joined Her Royal Highness because of his own selfishness. But in any case, if Her Royal Highness died here, then everything he had done before would become meaningless. In that case, he might as well not come to Ampere Seal. Then history would proceed according to its previous trajectory, and there would be no demon invasion at all. Only by truly changing Erewhon's future would everything that happened today, and the people who died, seem valuable. As for Sugar Jar and Garlock's reason for joining, it was even simpler. He would not let an unconscious little girl who had lost her ability to fight die. Besides, she had saved his and the princess's lives before. The old wizard, who had lost his ability to fight, had similar considerations. As soon as Brando shared his thoughts, the surroundings fell silent. Indeed, who would be willing to die? At least Brando himself would not be so willing. Because the meaning of this adventure was completely different from the previous one. This time, their mission was to die. He raised his head and looked at the blurry faces of everyone in the rain, just like in the Amber Sword. He looked at the faces of every like-minded comrade who left in the Crimson Canyon. "I'm sorry, but we have no way out," Brando replied. "I hope everyone will help me one last time. I don't want to lie. Today, the best-case scenario is that we may win, and the worst-case scenario is that I at least hope to die with you." Brando did not think that he had the right to ask anyone to die for a certain purpose, no matter how noble the purpose was. Half of his soul came from modern times, and certain deep-rooted ideas had long been rooted in his heart, as if all people were born equal. At that moment, for the first time, he felt that the ideas of some players did not seem to be suitable for this world. Because he could not treat everyone as NPCs, they were living beings. Even though he was used to taking risks like a player, he didn't realize that this risk involved everyone. Her Royal Highness was not his princess, and Erewhon was not his only Erewhon. Perhaps he knew that all of this was right, but in reality, he might not have the right to help others choose. Especially for these people who had lived on this land for generations, perhaps survival was the most important choice. It was not until this moment that Brando suddenly understood that this was not wavering, but an unprecedented maturity. If he wanted to give and gain, at least he had to learn to take responsibility first. In the face of real death, Brando finally understood this. It was not until now that he suddenly understood Leiter's thoughts. He could not help but look at the former commander of the Old White Lion Legion. Leiter was also looking at him. There was only admiration in the old man's eyes. Leiter was also silent in his heart, because the old man suddenly realized his mistake. If it was just to survive, then what was the need for this ancient kingdom to exist? Erewhon's people were also descendants of the Flame King, and they left crews to fight against the tyranny of the nobles. If such ideals could not be maintained, then what was the point of Erewhon's existence? Whether it was Brando in front of him, or the young people of the White Lion Legion, They were all the best people in this kingdom. Their ideals were so similar that they should not be fighting each other. In fact, Brando had also miscalculated one thing. That is, this is Vaunt, not the world he originally came from. In this place, not everyone would agree with some of his ideas. The knights stared at the young lord, dumbfounded. They really could not think of any need for him to apologize to them. The noble behavior shining here at this moment was enough for Erwin to rebuild the flag. It was Brando who brought all of this, as if he had brought them back to the time when the glorious flag was still shining on the plains. What was wrong with him? Everyone truly felt such respect. Brando told them that it was not him who led them to become heroes. It was them who chose to walk on this path, and he shared the glory with everyone. What else could they be dissatisfied with? There was only endless reverence left in everyone's heart. When Lady Martha gave life to them, she gave them the noblest quality, but at this moment, this quality shone in the heavy rain. A mother's expectations seemed to have been placed on everyone. "My lord, please don't say that," the knight could not help but reply. "If we still have complaints, how would the sages of Erewhon think of us? The noblest actions are all here, and I will only feel glory for my own choice." The old wizard also sighed. "Please cross me off the other list, because my lord has no right to deprive me of the glory of my old bones. Even if I'm a wizard, I'm still hot-blooded because I'm still Erewhon's people." "Is it only Erewhon's people who have glory?" The knight of the Holy Cathedral, Stephen, looked deeply at Brando. "The sages made an oath on the holy white plains, and our descendants will only continue the legend of the flame with blood." He bowed slightly to Brando and replied. This standard knight's etiquette was both obedience and respect. It was the respect of a fanatical believer who followed the footsteps of the Flame King to the true ideal. Only people of the same kind could understand each other. Whether it was Erewhon's people or Cruz's people, there were people who pursued the same beautiful things. What he wanted to prove was only this point. Baba Shah didn't answer but just smiled mysteriously. The dark dragon was once called the fool, but the real fools were only those vulgar people. Brando was stunned. The words of the knight rang in his ears again. Just like the odes that echoed in his heart every night, people who sought like-minded people had such footprints there. Whether they were men or women, old or young, powerful or ordinary, their ideals were not noble or humble because of people. Brando used to think that he could only find those simple ideals in the game, but he found that he was wrong. But now they were back again. Right here, beside him. Just like the players who fought side by side with him in the past. Setbacks, failures, and death could not stop their pace. Others laughed at them for being fools, persisting for a piece of virtual data that did not exist. But the world itself was the same, and nothing was born with a special meaning. What everyone fought for was just the persistence in their hearts, and this kind of persistence had no distinction between high and low. Brando had no intention of refuting others, but if he could not hold on to himself in the virtual world, how could he not lose himself in the bigger world? Retreating was just a sign of cowardice. Princess Griffin's clear voice suddenly interrupted Brando's thoughts. "It's a noble plan, but it's not perfect." The half-elf girl took a light breath and said, "The situation now is in front of all of us, and we can't have a chance to make a mistake and start over. So we have to do the best in every detail. There is nothing wrong with Mr. Brando's arrangement, but you are the only one here who is most familiar with the Giant King's cloak. In the battle later, it will involve the intermittent use of the Giant King's cloak, but as long as the timing is not grasped, it will be a disastrous outcome. Erewhon can't afford such a failure. So I suggest that I exchange places with Mr. Brando, and I will be the commander of this battle. Mr. Brando will escort Miss Amandina until the task is completed." Her Royal Highness said calmly. Indeed, everyone seemed to have just realized this problem. Brando proposed this plan, but the core of the plan was not to attract the firepower of a group of people, but how to flexibly use the Giant King's cloak that lasted less than a minute to reach the other end of the battlefield. This was definitely not a simple job. Although Brando claimed that the cloak was easy to operate, anyone could see that it was just because he wanted to protect Her Royal Highness' selfishness. Such selfishness would only make people feel respected, but it was not necessarily in line with the times. Brando felt the princess' extremely calm eyes staring at him, and suddenly realized what she was going to say. Wait, but I know what you want to say, Mr. Brando. The previous conversation was only a moment, and the demon army was rushing over, leaving her not much time. Princess Griffin lowered her eyelids and interrupted him. Although I have never asked what your purpose is, I can feel that sincerity, and I am very grateful to you, Mr. Brando. But at this time, feelings are not the first factor we have to consider. If I had to choose between Erwin and me, I would prefer that Erwin survive. I can't represent Erwin, Mr. Brando, only its people can represent it. The princess' words choked everyone, especially Nicholas and Leiter, as if they had met the princess for the first time today. Amandina grabbed Brando's sleeve, as if only at this moment she understood why Brando had made such a choice. But what she didn't understand was, why did Brando seem to have known all of this in advance? Brando looked at Her Royal Highness, who continued, so please guarantee that it will succeed. Your Royal Highness, Brando couldn't help but say. But Princess Griffin turned her head, and the wind and rain fell on the young girl, her long silver hair sticking to her shoulders. She raised her head and looked at the others. The future king of Erewhon is still young and can't personally lead you into battle. Today, as the Princess Regent, I will lead you to overcome all difficulties. This is my honor, my responsibility, and no one can take it away from me. If I die here today, then at least let me say for the last time, Corvado's blood flows for Erewhon. Amidst the silence, the knights suddenly shouted loudly, My lord! Long live the princess! Long live the Princess Regent! Long live the kingdom of Erewhon! This voice echoed in the heavy rain, and Brando found himself unable to say a word. The words, Princess Regent, struck his heart like thunder and lightning. History coincided so wonderfully. In the same heavy rain, there was the same proud Her Royal Highness. Almost every word of the declaration had not changed. Her stubbornness were always so bright and shining. It was as if they had never faded from his heart. Perhaps this was fate. Brando thought. There's a problem with the FF network, so I'll update it on behalf of someone else. If you have any questions, please leave a message in the comments section. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 641. There was no time to argue, and in the end, the candidates for the two groups were quickly decided. Brando knew that he could not convince the princess, so he could only cast one last glance into the rain and then cover himself with his cloak. The princess took the spear from the knight beside her, cut a piece of the cloak with her sword, and tied it to the tip of the spear. Suddenly, the pattern of the crescent moon and lily fluttered high in the wind and rain. The knight looked at the flag representing Erewhon, which was soaked by the rain. The thin team began to move forward. They had indeed attracted the army of demons. The hellhounds galloped forward in a line like a rolling red wave, facing the team of less than 30 people in the center of the battlefield and devouring everything in their path. This bought Brando a precious moment of respite. The group holding the King of Giants Bunny's cloak brushed against the edge of the battlefield and approached the only remaining door of flame. But even this was not a safe journey. Although the hill-like hellhounds could not see them, sometimes there was no way to avoid them when they pounced from the front. At such times, Brando could only lift his cloak and pierce the throats of these demons from below with his sword, letting the stinking blood spurt out, causing these huge demons to stagger and knock down several more of their kind. But the fallen hellhounds did not attract too much attention from their kind. Demons liked to fight with each other, and such a stampede when charging in a group was insignificant. No one would pay attention to this corner of the battlefield. The demons gradually became denser, and everyone felt the ground under their feet churning. The brute devils in the sky were the first to approach the humans in the center of the battlefield. Leiter raised his head, and his gray eyes reflected those hideous and terrifying faces. The monsters in the sky spread their wings and pounced on them like sharp arrows. Several brute devils crashed into the knight formation, knocking several knights into the air. Their strength was far greater than that of the hellhounds. Lighter saw with his own eyes that the knights were smashed apart, and their armor shattered like glass. The flesh below burst under the tremendous pressure, and the blood vessels burst, turning into a mass of blood. A few drops of blood even sprinkled on the snow-white face of Her Royal Highness behind them. Griffin did not move. Her hand gripped the spear tightly. Her knuckles were white from the lack of blood, but the spear stood firm. The reckless devil swept past. Their brethren behind them swooped down again, and a brute devil crashed into the princess in the crowd. By the time the remaining 3 knights reacted, the brute devil's sharp claws had almost reached the half-elf girl's chest. Be careful. A silver light pierced through the rain and nailed the barbaric devil's head, causing it to crash to the ground. The old knight was already standing in front of the princess, sword in hand. Griffin looked at the lion in front of her. He had once betrayed the Covardo royal family, but she knew that he had never betrayed Erwin. Thank you, Lighter. Princess, as long as you don't blame me for being a traitor, everything is my responsibility. I already owe my life to the late king, and now I'm using these old bones to repay it. Lighter sighed, but my old life may not be enough to pay for my sins. It's not your fault. Her Royal Highness's eyes shone with a cold light. Someone will pay for this, and Brando will not let them go. Lighter knew that Her Royal Highness was talking about her powerful uncle, and he couldn't help but sigh again. He didn't expect Duke Cypher to be so crazy as to bring demons into this world. It was no wonder that Nicholas and Garlock would immediately switch to the princess's side without any hesitation. Only regret was left in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have allowed the White Lion Legion to be his accomplices. But it was too late to say this now. Not to mention the young man, even the Holy Cathedral would never let Duke Cypher go. And the White Lion Legion was destined to lose their past glory. In fact, none of this mattered anymore. What mattered was whether Erwin could survive from now on, and whether their gamble with their lives would succeed today. A silver brilliance flew out from the old man's sword, and the silver brilliance was shaped like a crescent moon. The crescent moon moved forward and swept across the formation of the brute devils. The demons flying in the sky still maintained their forward posture, but their bodies had been torn apart, and pieces of their corpses crashed to the ground, bringing with them a foul wind and a rain of blood. What a beautiful white raven sword art, representing Erwin's most glorious past. Princess Griffin stared blankly as the dazzling brilliance disappeared into the rain, but was eventually swallowed up by the surging demon army. The brute devils had already taken to the air again. But the tall figure of the hellhound had already appeared on the ground. Almost all of the Lantern Island Night had been wiped out, and the remaining witches were unable to protect themselves. Lighter and the crew's knights stood closer, ready to protect the last flag on the battlefield. When Brando looked back, he saw that the flag was still standing in the rain and had not fallen. A blue and white battle flag seemed to be the only symbol on this battlefield. Lightning flashed across the dark sky of Ampere Seals Bay, turning everything white. Brando looked back with a heavy heart. He understood that all hope now depended on him. If he could tear down the portal quickly, everything might still have a chance to be salvaged. Brando could not help but grit his teeth. They had already rushed through the first wave of demons, and there was less than half of the distance left. The demons on the battlefield had also thinned out a lot, and the intermittent use of the giant King Bunny's cloak had only taken less than a third of its duration. It seemed that victory was close at hand. Everyone could not help but quicken their pace subconsciously. The remaining third of the distance was crossed in a flash. After passing through the second wave of arrows, the defensive line formed by the Longhorn demons behind them was clearly visible. Nicholas pulled out his long sword. Without waiting for Brando's order, he rushed towards the superior demons like a golden red line. The 12 Longhorn demons were obviously stunned by the sudden appearance of a strong enemy in front of them. Unable to react in time, the 2 closest to Brando and the others were swept into a sea of fire by Nicholas before they could even let out a scream. There was only one outcome waiting for them. Brando continued to move forward with the giant king's cloak propped up, and there were still 9 seconds left. At this time, he did not need to save anymore, because there was still the last stretch of the road left in front of him. Amandina followed him closely. The Shire was holding the unconscious sugar jar, and Dilfery was at the very back. The four of them had never felt so nervous and uneasy as they did at this moment. Even Brando's experience during the wolf tide was far from what he was experiencing now, because at that time, he could at least see through history, but now the future was hidden in a fog. He had to break through this fog with his own hands, but he could not be sure what the trial behind the fog represented. 30 meters. The Giant King's cloak finally lost its effect. But there were only 2 or 3 kittens by the portal at this moment. Those were all demon warlocks, and as soon as the Shire and Brando appeared, they took care of them one by one. Amandina threw away the Giant King's cloak as fast as she could, as if it was not a legendary item, but a piece of trash. Then she rushed madly towards the last door of flame on the battlefield. The Shire, Brando, Dilfery, Nicholas, as well as Garlock, Leiter, and Her Royal Highness, who were far away in the center of the battlefield, saw this scene at the same time. I just need to put in a little more effort. Almost everyone probably only had this thought in their minds. But unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. Just as everything seemed to be going step by step towards the best ending, suddenly a terrifying aura suddenly descended out of thin air and pressed on everyone on the battlefield. The pressure of a demon lord. Brando's hair immediately stood on end, and the oppressive feeling he felt was as if a god had suddenly descended upon this realm, but that was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there was no god in Wonde at all, and even a god could never exude such a cruel and tyrannical aura. That kind of aura could only exist on one creature in Wonde. Demons. He raised his head and watched as the space beside the portal began to tremble. Then, a huge golden-red door of light suddenly opened beside Amandina without warning, and before anyone could react, a huge 3-headed monster that seemed to be stacked with crimson fat had squeezed out of the door. That unique shape could only make Brando think of one name, the King of Chaos, Messica. At that moment, Brando's heart tightened. Be careful, Amandina, he shouted with all his strength. But it was too late. Amandina did not even realize that disaster was coming. When she heard Brando calling her, she even turned her head in surprise, but the next moment, the Demon King's claws had already pierced through her body. With a sharp sound, the blood-red claws pierced through Amandina like 3 sharp swords. Her whole body arched in pain. Amandina opened her mouth wide, as if she was still in shock at the last moment. But blood immediately gushed out from her mouth and nose, but the noble lady still reached out to Brando. 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 Her mouth opened and closed, but in the end, she hung her head down weakly. No, Brando's eyes were wide open. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Although there was still a trace of delusion in his heart, hoping that all of this was just an illusion, delusion was delusion after all. His heart could not help but sink. As an ordinary person, would it be possible for Amandina to survive a blow from Messica, the Demon King of the Ultimate Realm? Any sane person would give a natural answer. But this answer was unacceptable to Brando. Amandina was dead? Brendel saw the King of Chaos fling Amandina away with his claws, and Amandina's limp body slammed into the grass, as if she had lost all signs of life. At that moment, his mind was blank. He stood in the pouring rain with Halran Gaia in his hand, but for a moment, he felt as if the whole world had darkened. The noble lady who had been silently by his side, willing to stand against the entire kingdom with him, was dead? Brando did not know what thoughts were flowing in his mind for a moment. And the King of Chaos, Messica, finally noticed the young man at his feet. Its 3 huge heads looked back at the portal, and then at Brando. It instantly guessed the intentions of these humans, and could not help but show a trace of ferocious anger on its face. Vermin, look at what you've done. Messica's voice seemed to come from the abyss. He raised his claws and immediately swung them down at Brando. Brendel, you bastard, wake up from your stupor. Do you want to die here? You still have the cards of fate. Amandina is not dead yet. Saint Tossel the Wind Empress was going crazy. But the last sentence was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness in his mind. He reacted with a start. Yes, he still had the cards. As long as he had the cards of fate, there was at least a glimmer of hope to save Amandina. Although it was only a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. But as long as there was a chance, he would never give up. Brando suddenly woke up, but when he looked up, a shadow had completely covered him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 642. Each of the 3-meter-long claws was made of gray cuticle, and the beehive-like holes were clearly visible. Brando knew that the fine holes were filled with demonic worms. Whenever Messica, the king of chaos, attacked, they would take the opportunity to parasitize the wound. He remembered that when the TRS Guild killed the Demon King, they specially deployed the heresy inquisitors and witch doctors to purify the parasitic worms, but he did not have such excellent conditions now. The demon lord's sword-like claws slashed down at him. Brando reacted quickly and jumped back, and the 3 sharp blades brushed past him like plows. The grass was split open, leaving 3 deep claw marks. The power of chaos followed closely behind, and a layer of gray flames burned on the claw marks. Brendel did a backflip and landed firmly on the ground. The blood in his veins accelerated, and he was completely awake. He avoided the claw without any danger, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, he was reminded by the elf at the last moment, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Unlike the superior demons who had mastered the power of the fire elemental laws, true demons of the overlord class and above were not recognized by the power of the laws. On the contrary, they used the power of chaos and the violent dark magic of the Sea of Magic. These 2 powers lacked creative power in the hands of demons, but were far enough to destroy. It even surpassed most elements of the same level. The power of chaos could assimilate everything, and the burning flames were proof of that. The gray flames had nothing to do with the fire elements in the world of Wond, but were called embers. Everything burned by it would return to chaos. Legend has it that when the land of order was transformed into the wilderness, the world would be full of such flames. Brando had just stood firm when the voice of the Wind Empress came. Brando, when this demon attacked, its right hind leg was a little slower than the other 3 legs. It looks like it has some hidden disease. Can you seize this opportunity? Brando nodded. The image of Messica, the king of chaos, in folktales often appeared as a fat giant with 3 heads and wings. Its big belly flowed with oil and hung down to the ground in layers. Although it looked very strange, it was basically a humanoid figure with 2 feet and 2 claws. The place that the Wind Empress pointed out was actually on Messica's right ankle. It was bitten by the Pain Lord's snake when Messica was conquering the torture purgatory, and it had been left with a hidden disease. At that time, the TRS Guild had prepared a lot to take down First Down, and naturally would not let go of this obvious weakness. Messica did have a blind spot when it turned to the right. Unfortunately, this information didn't mean much to him. His strength was close to the peak of the extreme realm, and such a small weakness couldn't make up for it. However, for the sake of peace of mind, Brando subconsciously leaned to the right. Was Messica's Messica? Messica's claw missed and he was furious. He had failed to kill a mere elemental awakened scum in 1 hit. It let out a roar, and slashed across the ground of Messica. There was an explosive scream in the air. But at this time, the Shire's spell finally arrived. I make it impossible for them to pass through each other. The Law of Wall. The young wizard finished chanting the spell and pointed forward with his staff. A wall made of large and small transparent force field squares instantly appeared between Brando and Messica. With a crack, Messica's claws swept across the wall, and spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the transparent wall. In an instant, the wall collapsed, and the force field squares shattered like glass. If Brando was really a player living in the first act of the game, he would probably be scared to death. The Law Wizard's barrier was known as an invincible spell at that time. The only drawback was that both sides could not communicate, so it was only a pure defensive spell. But the force field wall was broken by brute force. That sounded like something that happened several versions later. It was only 376 years ago. Brando only felt his scalp tingle, but the Shire's spell bought him some time. He hurriedly put aside all distracting thoughts and took this opportunity to roll to the side, barely avoiding the King of Chaos attack. Damned bug! Messica let out a roar. It suddenly felt that it had been fooled. A rat escaped from its hands again and again. It felt that if it couldn't deal with this little thing, it would become the laughing stock of the other demon kings when it returned. It lost all patience and raised its claws forward. Without any spell or ritual, dark magic surged out of its body. Brando and the Shire immediately felt that their bodies couldn't move. Demon Curse, Bind. This spell could immobilize opponents of the same level for a second, let alone Messica using it on two rookies. If it wanted to, Brando and the Shire probably wouldn't be able to move their little fingers for half an hour. Apparently, the King of Chaos thought so too. It reached out its hand and a force seemed to be born from the void, dragging Brando and the Shire in front of it. Messica looked arrogant, as if it wanted to see fear on Brando's face. You're overestimating yourselves. Next, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death, so that you stupid humans will know the consequences of going against me. Playing with people's hearts and spreading fear was the nature of demons, and the source of their happiness. Messica could almost see the guy and its claws trembling. But it was soon disappointed. Brando's eyes were only burning with anger, without a trace of fear. Amandina's death had almost pushed him to the edge of fury. He felt that some part of the dark power in his body was stirring. The fire of fanaticism burned his soul like a viper. He stared coldly at the stupid king of demons and replied in a cold tone, "You're the one who's worse than death, Messica." At this time, Dilfari had already circled behind the king of demons. In fact, Messica had already noticed this human girl, but it could feel that Dilfari had no power at all. She was just an ordinary person, so it didn't care about her at all. Although it didn't look back, it still saw the little girl nervously take out a devil armband. Messica couldn't help but feel a little amused. This ridiculous bug actually planned to use this thing to restrain it. It was a real demon king of hell. Not only would it not be restrained by this low-level thing, but it could also affect the holder of this thing. Messica decided to stop what it was doing and wait for the human girl to make such a low-level mistake. It wanted to turn her into its slave and trophy, and these rats would be in for a good show. Thinking of the cruel place, this terrible demon lord couldn't help but laugh horribly. It saw Dilfari raise the devil armband. Although it had its back to the Countess, there was still a sly smile on its face. But it couldn't smile right away. Brando sneered at this idiot. He knew exactly what the other party was planning. He had already calculated this point. This was the bad nature of demons. They derived pleasure from the misfortune of mortals. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. They would never easily give up this depraved habit. What's more, for Messica now, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. As everyone knew, in addition to the inferior low-level demons in the Sulphur River, the superior demons were divided into many different categories. Above them were the demon lords, and then the demon kings of the various realms. Messica was one of them. The relationship between superior demons and demon lords was a bit similar to the relationship between a knight and a lord, and the relationship between a demon lord and a demon king was like the relationship between a lord and a king. Of course, demons did not have a strict hierarchy like the human world, but it was not easy to become a demon king. Generally speaking, those who became demon kings were the best of the best after tens of thousands of years of fighting. Although the power of the demon kings was uneven, they had at least reached the extreme realm. With such power in front of a few insignificant humans, there was nothing to be afraid of. Messica definitely did not expect Brando's next move. Brando did not move, but the restrained state was not a silent state. At least he could still speak and shout. When Dilfari raised the devil armband, Brando suddenly shouted, "Dilfari, listen carefully. Dilfari, listen carefully. This idiot's real name is Toys number 403157. You can find its mark in the boundless purgatory. Quick, cast a spell on it. The sly smile froze on Messica's face. The sorcerers who studied and dealt with demons knew a secret. Every demon born in the abyss could not be killed. They were another manifestation of chaos. Every time they were killed, they would only temporarily return to chaos and leave a mark. They would eventually be reborn from this mark. This mark was the true name of the demon and the source of their power. Every demon, no matter how inferior or powerful they were, had a unique name that belonged only to them. This secret could only be known by the demon itself, and it would not tell anyone. But in history, there were still some demons who lost their names for some reason. These demons often ended up extremely miserable and were enslaved forever. Knowing the true name of the demon could command them to do anything. Although this saying among the evil sorcerers was somewhat exaggerated, it actually represented the truth in a sense. At least the shock in the heart of Messica, the terrible demon king of hell, could be described as overwhelming. The true name of a demon was the most private secret of every demon. Even in whispers and dreams, it would never be secretly leaked. But the problem was, Brando really said its true name. How did he know? If it was possible to change its faith, Messica would immediately want to seek refuge with Lady Martha. Then it would cry bitterly at the feet of the mother of all things, claiming that Brando was a cheat and asking Lady Martha to delete this guy's account or something. Unfortunately, Messica's boss, the Chaos and Twilight Dragon, obviously did not care about this matter. The King of Chaos looked as if it had just woken up from a dream. It roared and turned back to stop Dilfari. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Or rather, it blamed itself for being too confident. When it turned back, Dilfari had already found Messica's mark in the boundless purgatory through the spell and the number of the true name. Then, she chanted a simple incantation, Toys number 403157, withdraw authority. The behemoth demon king of hell and the delicate countess snorted at the same time. Brando felt the spell binding him loosen, and at the same time, he saw a trace of blood oozing from the corner of Dilfari's mouth. Backlash. He knew that Dilfari's power was still too weak. If she only relied on the devil armband, not only would she not be able to control Messica, she would be controlled instead. But even if she relied on the true name, Messica's huge power was not something she could bear alone. Unfortunately, he did not have the extra time to find a gold-rank summoner who was good at psychic spells. Even the Countess herself was just an unexpected surprise. Brando and the Shire fell from the air to the ground. At the same time, Dilfari, who was trying to control the King of Chaos, had her beautiful face almost distorted. Only then did she understand why Brando told her that this was a dangerous task. She could not suppress Messica's power. Even if she had the true name and the devil armband, the powerful demon king of hell was not something an ordinary person like her could control at will. The turbulent power of hell invaded her body through the magic ring and quickly corroded her internal organs and blood vessels. Countess, you should know the consequences. I know. Dilfari raised her head. Her facial features were bleeding, and she looked extremely horrifying. But she still raised the devil armband and shouted, I order you to cut off the magic connection with the lower world. No. The demon king of hell suddenly screamed. It never dreamed that the little girl in front of it would be so cunning. Compared to her, it felt that it was simply a lower-rank demon. With its true name, Dilfari could order it to do anything, and it could not resist. In other words, she could order it to die, but the problem was that she would be completely torn apart by the power of the backlash before that. However, Messica never dreamed that Dilfari would choose such a simple order to act according to her capabilities. Cut off the magic connection with the lower world. It was unable to resist at all, and the dark magic on its body dissipated in an instant. And in the eyes of others, Messica was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, it was the fat on its body that shriveled up like a deflated balloon, and soon turned into dry skin hanging on its bones. It looked as terrifying as it could get. And Messica's power was also rapidly declining, and almost in the blink of an eye, it fell from the peak of the extreme realm to the middle level of elemental activation. In just a few seconds, it fell by more than 2 realms, which was the fastest level drop in the Amber Sword. Ah! Bastards, you can't do this. Messica was so ashamed that it was like a little girl who had been forcibly stripped of her clothes. It probably never dreamed that it would end up like this. In fact, if Brando could just let this guy die, he would never choose such a troublesome way. Choosing such an order was the result of his careful consideration, because it was the only way to maximize Dilferi's safety. Of course, the Countess was not afraid of death. But the problem was, if she died, wouldn't Messica regain its freedom? So Brando chose this compromise from the beginning. Even if it was a compromise, it would still cause irreparable damage to Dilferi's body, but there was no other way. The dark shackles on Brando and the Shire dissipated in an instant. He immediately picked up the Halran Gaia from the ground, and at the same time, Messica's magic dissipation effect finally came to an end. In fact, such a dissipation of power would theoretically continue until it completely became an ordinary person, but the withering of physical power was not an effect that could be achieved in a short time. Messica, the King of Chaos, who was at most a Chaos Lord at this time, had completely lost its confidence at this moment. It immediately took a horn from its waist. The horn was obviously made from the horn of a greater demon, and blew it as if its life depended on it. The long sound of the horn penetrated the entire battlefield in an instant, and Brando knew at a glance that this guy was calling for reinforcements. He looked back and saw that the demon army in the center of the battlefield, after a slight pause, suddenly began to turn back in chaos. Stop him. He immediately turned back and shouted. Amandina's fate was unknown, and no one could find the node of the portal. If the demon army arrived, everything they had done before would be for naught. Charles, who was at the side, also reacted immediately. He hurriedly grabbed the cane that had fallen on the ground. At the same time, the princess and her party, who were surrounded in the middle of the battlefield, had the exact opposite feeling. Previously, they were surrounded, and there were several times when they were almost completely wiped out. Leiter and the crew's knight were all injured, and one of Garlock's arms was covered in blood and drooped weakly. The princess was clawed on the shoulder, and half of her shirt was stained with blood. But just as everyone was ready to die in a bloody battle, the surrounding demons suddenly retreated, and the pressure was relieved. What's going on? Those who were lucky enough to survive could not help but be slightly startled. The demons clearly had the upper hand, so why did they suddenly give them a chance to breathe? They raised their heads subconsciously, but the portal was still there, wasn't it? P.S. Since the log of the running team is still a spoiler, I decided to wait until these chapters are finished and this plot is over before I continue to post. My balls hurt == please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 643. Messica's shriveled skin was wrapped around its thick bones, its ribs were protruding, and its eye sockets were withered and sunken from its 3 heads. It looked like a huge skeleton. From time to time, dark blue flames burst out of its body, which was the light emitted by the disintegration of demonic items due to the loss of magic power. Even its equipment protection had completely disintegrated. It was as if it had suddenly fallen from the throne of a brutal king to a penniless beggar. The huge psychological gap also brought with it a huge sense of insecurity. Although it was clear that it still had an advantage against Brando and the Shire, Messica immediately used its remaining strength to cast a flame shield on itself. It was as if this would make it feel more at ease. However, the Shire's reaction was not slow either. When Brando asked it to attack, it immediately grabbed the staff that had fallen to the ground and recited the spell loudly. I will turn this sharp into a sharp blade, so that it will separate everything. By the law of Tiamat, the blade of Demetrius. He moved his hand forward, and the air in front of him stacked into layers of bright wind blades, and then instantly slashed at the demon king of hell, Messica, who was not far away. The flame shield hanging around Messica was much stronger than the little thing on Brando's crimson blessing. The orange light on the magic shield was like a layer of orange grease, so thick that it was almost solid. The Shire's dragon blade slashed fiercely on the magic shield. It was as if it had stabbed into a pot of oil and stirred violently. The red grease on the hemispherical magic shield shook violently. But it did not move at all. Ha ha ha. Messica took a step back in fear at first, only to find that the Shire could not penetrate its shield. The three heads could not help but laugh proudly. It was as if it had completely forgotten that it was still a demon king of hell. Normally, it would be a great insult to it if its shield was penetrated by a gold-level wizard. You can't kill me. Just wait for your death. It shouted arrogantly. But soon, it could no longer laugh, because after the dragon's blade swept across like a transparent blade, a black longsword appeared behind the spell. The slightly shining blade was like a thin silver line that parted the rain. The orange-red flame shield did not have any effect on the longsword at all. The longsword flashed through the air as if it was transparent, and it slashed right into the dragon's chest. A flash. Brendel leapt through the rain and opened up a 2-meter-long wound on the monster's chest with his sword. With a cold expression on his face, he pulled the blade down in midair. His movements were so skillful that it was as if he had completed the same move thousands of times in the amber sword. Suddenly, a purplish-red rain of blood exploded in the rainy night. Messica's laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by a sharp scream, or rather, a howl. Ah dash! The scream immediately turned into a wail, and the huge body of the demon king of hell even fell back because of the impact. Brando landed steadily, and the huge demon king fell to the ground at the same time. But Messica obviously did not die. Although the wound on its chest almost extended from below the shoulder to the lower abdomen, it was so deep that the bone could be seen. The flesh split open on both sides, revealing a shiny obsidian-like gem inside. It was the dark magic stone of the demons, the source of their power. But this gem was now dim because it had lost its connection with the sulfur river. It was still waving its claws in the rain, trying to get up. The powerful vitality of the demons was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The damaged muscles, soft tissues, and blood vessels were growing and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some small fractures grew into new red scars in the blink of an eye. But Brendel was not going to give the Devil King a chance to fully recover. He immediately jumped onto the Devil King's stomach and stepped on its chest. At the same time, he raised Halran Gaia high up in the air. No, don't. Messica finally panicked, and the three heads showed a look of fear at the same time. You can't kill me. I accept that woman's slavery. What do you want? I can give you power and authority, and everything you want. Brando was unmoved. Ah, I know, it screamed like a pig being slaughtered. I can help you resurrect that little girl. At that moment, the Wind Empress felt the psychological change in Brando. Don't listen to its nonsense, Brando. She hurriedly reminded him. But Brando's heart was only slightly moved, and he immediately reacted. Resurrect? He sneered, it's turning into a demon, but Amandina doesn't need that kind of ending. The sword stabbed down. But it was at this moment that a cold light separated the rain and flew over. A silver light came from afar and hit Brando's downward blade. With a clear sound, the Halran Gaia suddenly tilted to one side, almost piercing the magic stone on Messica's chest. Ah! The Demon King of Hell screamed again. Today was probably the unluckiest day since its birth. A dignified king of hell was like a pig hanging by a thread and being trampled on at will. But it could only blame its bad luck. Among the demon kings of the lower world, Brando knew the true names of the 7 lords of the upper hell who had been to the human world. This knowledge was meaningless in the previous world, because the 7 of them had already been killed by the 25-legged man, and no one knew when they would be resurrected. But here, this thing had undoubtedly become its death sentence. Brando's sword was blocked, and he subconsciously took a step back. It was a dagger that was now stuck in the grass beside him. The power of that thing was amazing, at least at the level of elemental activation. Of course, it was not at Mesika's current level of decline, but at the level of a true mid-level elemental activation at its peak. Could it be a high-level demon? He shook his numb wrist and looked up, only to see an old acquaintance standing in the rainy night. The eagle swordsman, Devard. This guy was obviously not here to seek revenge. Brando immediately thought of the person behind him, Grand Duke Erech. He had almost forgotten about this guy, or perhaps it should be said that this guy seemed to have disappeared after leaving the Anderla Cathedral. But now this old fox had finally appeared. After he showed his last trump card. In the middle of the battlefield, the demons' offensive had weakened. In fact, the last few waves of their arrows had already begun to turn in the direction of the portal, leaving only a few hellhounds and brute devils with manic thoughts to continue to besiege the princess and her party. But they were no longer a threat. The strength of Leiter and Cruz's Holy Cathedral Knight was more than enough to block the attacks that had lost their power. They used their actions to teach these chaotic creatures the courtesy of the battlefield. The head of the killed demon was stuck on a spear. Those spears originally belonged to another group of imps. They should have been snatched from the coast guards at first, because the spears had the emblem and manufacturing number of Ampere seal on them. These spears formed a circle around the team. They are turning towards Brando. Her Royal Highness looked worriedly into the distance. We can't let them leave like this. But what can we do, Your Royal Highness of Erewhon? Stephen, a Cruz Holy Cathedral Knight, replied with a wry smile. Everyone was covered in wounds and exhausted. Most of the knights had been killed, and only 2 or 3 of them were left. There were also a few witches who had been supporting the battle from behind, but they were of no use in such a situation. The witch named Babasha had also run off somewhere. Leave it to me. A muddy and heavy voice that seemed to roll out from the throat replied weakly. The one who spoke was Garlock, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. He was pierced by a spear in the previous battle and his hand was seriously injured. I may be able to cast a teleportation spell again. Although it won't be as far as last time, I can find a way to teleport you in front of them. But are you okay, Master Garlock? Her Royal Highness asked with some concern. Anyone could see that the old wizard was not in a good state. Fortunately. Ahem, I have recovered a little strength and can cast it again. Garlock replied, Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. Then I'll leave it to you, Master Garlock. Princess Griffin nodded. Leiter suddenly walked over and patted the shoulder of the old wizard lying on the ground. Garlock glanced at the old lion of the kingdom. He shook his head and struggled to get up to get his staff. The knight beside him hurriedly helped him up. But Garlock the Wanderer gently waved his hand and pushed the others away. He picked up his staff and glanced at everyone one by one. Finally, he glanced at the portal that seemed to be far away in the sky. Then he began to recite the spell. It was a little difficult at first, but it gradually became smoother. The space began to tremble again. A familiar white halo spread out over the battlefield. But this time, there were no more demon warlocks to stop the spell from taking shape, because they had already turned into stinking corpses. The halo suddenly spread out in front of the demon army like a gate. The next moment, Princess Griffin and the others appeared on the grass. A moment ago, they were still behind the demon army and were left far behind by these chaotic creatures. But the next moment, they were blocking the path of the demon army. Everyone had a certain degree of resistance to teleportation spells. This time, they were only slightly dizzy and came back to their senses. They immediately saw the approaching demon army, and everyone immediately turned around to face the incoming demon army. But it was at this moment that the princess suddenly realized that Garlock and the 2 seriously injured Anthony Knight had disappeared. Where are Master Garlock and the others? Princess Griffin asked immediately. He stayed over there, Your Royal Highness. His strength is no longer enough to teleport everyone. The 3 of them stayed behind after some discussion. Leiter sighed and replied. Her Royal Highness was slightly stunned. How could someone as intelligent as her not understand what he meant? But why didn't you tell me? Everyone has the right to choose to be a hero, Your Royal Highness. He was waiting for us in another world, and we were just going to arrive later, after stopping these monsters. The half-elf girl bit her lip. I understand. She nodded. The old white lion bowed slightly to her. It was the etiquette of an old courtier to a young princess. Then the old knight turned around with a long sword in his hand. At that moment, thunder and lightning intertwined, zigzagging and flashing in the sky, piercing through the layers of dark clouds. The demon army had discovered the mantis blocking their way. They had no intention of stopping. On the battlefield, the advantage of the demons had been stripped away layer by layer. The original absolute advantage had now become entanglement. It was as if there were two dying opponents on the battlefield, waiting to see who would die first. Brando stood in the pouring rain and stared at Devard the eagle in front of him. Neither of them looked like they had been fished out of the water, but no one noticed this. What was Enrich trying to do? As early as in the Amber Sword, the players had such suspicions. Because of the bizarre death of Her Royal Highness, all the blame was directed at the Grand Duke and Cruz's people. But the conspiracy behind it was obviously far more than that. The players had also found traces of the cultists, but this series of investigations eventually dissipated completely because of Erwin's demise. Brando would rather believe that Grand Duke Enrich was the suspect, and now that Devard the Eagle had appeared, his guess was confirmed. But it might not be what he wanted to see. Devard the Eagle swordsman had already drawn his long sword in front of him. This put Brando in a dilemma for a moment. Should he let go of the King of Chaos? The problem was that the Shire was obviously no match for Devard. He didn't know what was going on with this guy, but his broken hand had almost recovered in a few days. It must be the devil's work. At least when Brando saw this guy holding a sword in one hand before in the temple, he didn't look like he had recovered from his injury. This thought flashed through his mind. Devard had already shot towards him. The Shire! Brando shouted. The Shire immediately began to set up a protective spell. He picked up his staff, but no one expected that at this time, the oak staff in his hand shattered like glass without warning. The broken pieces of wood seemed to have been hit by something, and in an instant, they spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The young wizard couldn't help but scream, and a large piece of skin had been burned off the hand holding the staff. What the hell is this? He raised his head. A ripple visible to the naked eye in the air was sweeping across the entire battlefield. The arc of electricity crackled as it swept across the entire grassland, and the meadow where it passed was immediately scorched. And people's hair stood up as if it had been swept by static electricity, and immediately there was a burning smell. Ring of lightning. The Shire screamed. This was not a high-level spell, nor did it occupy a high level in the ring spell system. But no one had ever heard of a level 2 spell that could cover a battlefield that was several kilometers wide. Without the Shire's spell cover, Devard stabbed at Brando like a bolt of lightning. Brando had no choice but to give up Messica in his hand, pull the Halran Gaia out of the King of Chaos chest, and at the same time, roll back to avoid the sword. Messica on the ground let out another painful howl. But it finally found a chance to escape, and without waiting for the wound on its chest to recover, it immediately got up from the ground. The Shire, what's the matter, where's your spell? Brando immediately asked without looking back. He was anxious because he did not know how long Amandina could hold on. If her soul completely disappeared, even Martha would not be able to save her. The problem was, there was not much time left. I don't know. The Shire was looking in the direction of the ring of lightning. He immediately let out a shrill scream. Brando had never heard the Shire make such a sound, and he heard his mage attendant shouting his name, "My lord, look behind you." There was a loud bang. Brando subconsciously turned his head, and then he was stunned to see a huge black shadow breaking through the ground and slowly standing up from the ground in the direction of Ampere Seal. At that moment, his mind was blank. This is impossible. How could there be a Titan statue here? Had he traveled to the end of the Slate War? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 644. In the last Golden Age, the Bugha's created the Colossus and named it Tremere, a titan from ancient legends. This sacred weapon was once the weapon used by the people of Order to fight against the Twilight, but since the fall of the final fortress, Babel, everything related to it disappeared one by one in the long river of history. But the legends related to it had always been passed down on the earth. About its power, it was still spoken of and praised by the world. It was one of the few weapons in the mortal world that could fight against the Twilight. And today, it reappeared in front of the world. After the first Colossus stood up, a second Titan stood up from the ground. When Brando saw this, he immediately turned around without looking back and ran in the direction of Amandina. Messica, the King of Chaos, who was left behind, was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Portal. Stop him. He screamed in shock and anger. Brando had planned to do so. As soon as he saw the two Titans appear, he knew that victory was hopeless. In that case, he might as well find a way to blow up the portal before the other party arrived. Of course, the first thing was to save Amandina. Devard the Eagle immediately chased after him. But the Shire stopped him and said, "I will make it impossible for them to pass through each other, the law of the wall." He used his uninjured left hand to cast a spell. The spell took shape and a wall of force field appeared between the two of them. The wall appeared so abruptly that Devard almost bumped into it, but his sharp reaction made him stop at the last moment. He turned around in mid-air and slashed the wall with his sword. There was a loud bang, and the sword fell on the transparent force field wall. It only rippled but did not move. Devard had no choice but to step back and try to go around the wall from both sides. But this stop had already wasted the most precious opportunity. At this moment, Nicholas finally killed the last Longhorn demon. At the same time, he noticed what was happening here. The great swordsman of Cypher turned around and directly swept his sword across a distance of hundreds of meters. The flaming sword wind slashed straight at Devard the Eagle. Although Devard the Eagle was known as a famous swordsman in Erech, he did not have the guts to fight Nicholas. So when he saw the flame rushing towards him in a golden red straight line in the rainy night, his face suddenly changed and he rolled back ungracefully to avoid the sword. Of course, although he avoided the sword, his clothes rolled in the mud, and when he stood up, it was as embarrassing as it could be. Devard had a bad temper and could not help but be furious. "Nicholas, are you going to betray Duke Cypher?" he shouted angrily. Nicholas was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. The next moment, he appeared beside the Shire and stopped the King of Chaos, Messica, who was rushing towards him. Messica screamed angrily, but at this moment, he was no match for the flaming Nicholas. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch Brando rush towards the portal alone. Brando ran forward desperately. The Titan statue was the top creation of the Bugha wizards. Legend had it that they, like the ancient giants, had the power of lightning. Although they were lifeless stones, they could turn into lightning and shuttle through the battlefield. The speed of lightning could be imagined by ordinary people, so he had to destroy the portal before the other party arrived. After a few steps, he found the body of Amandina. Amandina was motionless, her dress was almost soaked in blood. Although he was prepared, Brando could not help but feel pain in his heart when he saw Amandina's closed eyes and quiet face. She could have lived a stable life in Brags. Although she was poor, at least she would not have died an unnatural death. He knew that one day she would create her own magic power core and become the brightest star of Erewhon. But she had chosen to walk down this path with him. Even if she gave up the job she loved, she never complained about him. She would only stand silently by his side and tell him what a qualified noble should do. Although she was a little old-fashioned, she was full of kindness and expectation. Brando used to think that Amandina was a little too rigid, but it was not until he lost her that he realized that he owed this girl too much. He silently looked at Amandina's sleeping face and called up the Planeswalker system, praying that Lady Martha still left him a glimmer of hope. But when he gently turned Amandina's body over, he was stunned. Amandina's blood-stained dress was full of shocking tears, as if to tell how cruel Messica's claws were. But that was it. Brando soon found that he could not find any wounds. Except for the 3 long and narrow tears on her dress that proved that the King of Hell's claws had scratched there, the skin under her dress was as white as jade, and there was no trace of a wound or scar at all. Brando blinked, almost thinking that he was hallucinating. He patted his face subconsciously, and then used his hand to test the temperature of Amandina's body. He touched the wound under her clothes. He was immediately startled to find that Amandina's body temperature was still warm. He was stunned. At this time, the noble lady let out a low and thin moan, frowned, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Her dark pupils stared at Brando in surprise and his movements. As for Brando's motion, Brando half-squatted beside Amandina, one hand passing through Amandina's torn clothes, and his palm just happened to press on her chest, as soft as jade. The two looked at each other like this. Amandina's face was so red that she did not know how to describe it. She replied in a voice that was almost inaudible, my lord. Please maintain your status. You. How can you, in such a place? But Brando did not seem to hear and stared at Amandina dumbfounded. Amandina, you're not hurt? Ah. Amandina seemed to have just reacted and recalled everything that had happened before. She instantly forgot about Brando's actions, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Ah. I'm not dead. Amandina, who had always been shrewd, could not help but short-circuit in the face of such a strange situation. But how? My lord, am I dreaming? Is this the kingdom of the dead, or is this Eden of Lady Martha? No, it's not, Amandina, you're not hurt. No, I don't know what's going on. Brando felt that there were a lot of messy thoughts in his mind, but none of them were reliable. He was sure that he did not see wrongly, nor was he hallucinating. Amandina must have been killed by Messica, and the cuts and bloodstains on her dress were proof. But what was going on? While he was still puzzled, he suddenly saw Amandina, who was lying on the ground, crying in a daze. The tears mixed with the rain and slid down her white face. Amandina? Brando felt a heavy blow to his heart. He completely understood the meaning in the girl's eyes. It was not shock, excitement, or tears of sadness, but uncontrollable joy. Because she could be with him again, and did not have to go to the kingdom of the dead alone. At that moment, Brando felt that the softest part of his heart was touched. Amandina had hugged him tightly before that. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace. She did not speak, but it was more than 1,000 words. At that moment, Brando suddenly understood her choice. Brando quietly felt the warmth from the noble girl's body. If he could, he was willing to give her a little more time. However, now was not the time to be affectionate. He paused for a moment, then pressed Amandina's shoulder and calmly pulled her away from him. Amandina, now is not the time to talk about this, we need your help. Amandina nodded gently. She had calmed down, and the shock of regaining her life made her momentarily forget herself. But she was still the same Amandina. She wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. I know, the portal. There's another portal. My lord, can you help me up? Brando hurriedly helped her up, and the two quickly ran in the direction of the portal. At the same time, Nicholas had just blocked the King of Chaos, Messica, and the Eagle Swordsman, Devard. The portal was still 100 meters away. It was at this moment, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, causing everyone's expression to change. The crisscrossing lightning seemed to cross the entire battlefield, and in the next moment, it suddenly fell in front of Brando and Amandina, blocking them from the portal. After the lightning dissipated, white smoke curled up, and a huge figure appeared behind them. It stood in the rain, its towering body more than 100 meters tall. There was still mud on its body, but the rain had washed the dirt away, revealing the bronze-like skin underneath. It looked like a bronze creation, but it was actually the product of granite strengthened by magic. In this world, except for the mages of Buga, no one knew this giant better than Brando. It was a titan, the supreme creation of the mages. Its body was made of stone, but after the enchantment, it had long been harder than the strongest adamantine. Ancient alchemy had long been lost after the war, and every titan statue that existed in the world was a gift from before that era. However, most of the rumors about these gifts were about their terrifying power. When the mages of Buga captured Alls, where the slate was hidden, they only used one titan statue to level the third major city under Jorgandi Ridge. It was said that after that battle, Alls was reduced to ashes, and some players saw it with their own eyes. Brando subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The titan was like a mountain in front of them, lying between him and the portal. Although the distance was only a few feet, it seemed to be at the end of the world. Brando could not help but grip his sword tightly, and Amandina looked at him cautiously. But could he give up now? Obviously not. P.S. Today's first chapter, the rest are still in school. There's still a lot, everyone, vote for tonight's party. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 645. Amandina, get out of the way, I'll attract its attention. Brando let go of Amandina's hand and said softly without turning his head. My lord, please be careful. Amandina replied, but in the end, she obediently took a few steps back. Even though she had gone back and forth from the path of the dead, she had 1,000 words to say to Brando. But she knew that at this time, she understood that everyone must do their best to fight against the fate that belonged to Erewhon. Brando raised Halran Gaia and let out a roar at the same time. He was like a lion, charging at the Titan Colossus alone. It was an indomitable battle, and he was facing the Titan statue's mountain-like fist. It was a battle between ants and giants. The Titan's arm had turned into a bundle of electricity in mid-air, and a fist smashed towards Brando's position, but Brando did not dodge at all, but faced it head-on. Amandina let out a cry of surprise, and then covered her mouth. Brando, are you crazy? The elf lady could not believe her eyes. Electric sparks had exploded with Brando as the center, and then bloomed in all directions, one after another, like lines of fireworks. Brando was not crazy, of course. But he knew that it was meaningless to dodge. This was the supreme work of the Buga mages, and the Titan's attack could not be avoided at all. Instead of struggling in vain, it was better to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. It was either victory or defeat. There was no third way to go. Countless bolts of lightning pierced his skin like sharp blades, and then completely pierced through him. His skin was scorched and rolled, and his hair was on fire and burned. Brando moved forward step by step, like a giant moving forward in a storm, and nothing could stop him from moving forward. His HP dropped to the lowest limit in an instant, and his status changed from healthy to near death, and then 2 large words were written on it, dead. But Brando was still moving forward. His unyielding talent was like the last flame burning fiercely, and powerful laws poured into his body from the void, supporting his body and soul, allowing him to stand on the ground. The lightning storm finally passed. But Brando still held his sword high. He looked at Titan, and only one sentence could express the wildness in his heart. Come on, bastard. He raised his head and roared. His roar pierced through the entire battlefield. The Titan statue froze for a moment, or rather, the person controlling this terrifying war machine froze for a moment. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after taking a full blow from him, this young man who was merely at the pinnacle of gold elemental awakening was still alive. However, it accepted Brando's provocation. The Titan raised its left hand, and a bolt of lightning seemed to respond to its call, striking its palm from the sky. The surging thunder and lightning converged into a bright thunderball in its palm. At that moment, it was the god of lightning, the storm giant, Tramiel. Titan grabbed the lightning ball and stretched it as if it was a tangible object, turning it into a lightning spear. Since you want death, I'll give you death. Lightning brought fire to civilizations in countless worlds, as well as the decree of destruction. Titan threw it forward, and the lightning gathered into an infinitely bright point that pierced towards Brando. Dodge. Saint Tossel didn't understand what Brando wanted to do at all. She felt that this young man was simply crazy. She had never seen such a wild side of him, facing the power of death without any scruples. That moment only reminded her of that night in Butchie, when she first saw this young man. It was precisely because of this same power that she really decided to make him her successor. But this scene replayed itself. The young man was like an enraged lion, charging towards his enemy, or perhaps death, with an indomitable will. For him, this was the only chance left. A roar that seemed to tear the world apart sounded. Lightning sputtered across the meadow, and the dense electric arcs twisted and almost turned into some kind of blazing white gold gaseous substance. They meandered across, turning everything in their path into flying ash. But what happened next was unbelievable to everyone who witnessed this scene. Brando was like the thunder god descending to the world. His body was surrounded by lightning, his hands parted the white gas cloud, and with an unstoppable momentum, he passed through the thunderstorm. Everyone saw the black flames rising from his eyes, and the same power overflowed in his body. The power of the raging dark dragon dominated Brando at this moment. He only had eyes for Titan. He jumped up. This jump had already erupted with power that ordinary people couldn't imagine. He flew off the ground like a cannonball and crashed into Titan's chest. That was where the core of the lightning was located. The Halran Gaia was like a silver line that parted the water mist. The sword pierced down and hit the hard granite. But in a burst of sparks, the invincible Halran Gaia was only able to hit the hard surface. The countless lines of the magic array on the bronze surface suddenly bounced off invisible ripples and completely pushed the sword away. Then, the lightning on the protective array began to counterattack. Countless electric arcs flew out from the chest of this behemoth, and each one was like a whip that hit Brando's body. But it was meaningless. Brando couldn't become more dead. As long as his head and heart were still there, then in these 10 minutes, he would continue to live. 10 minutes was enough for Brando to do a lot of things. The counterattack of the lightning also triggered some unawakened power in Brando's body, which was the blood of the sun. Every time a bolt of lightning fell on him, the blood of the sun would strike back with the same golden red lightning. Only at this moment did the situation that Brando had been planning for a long time finally happen. The damage reflection skill began to show its terrifying power with the support of the unyielding talent. Every time a bolt of lightning hit him, the blood of the sun would react and strike back with the same golden red lightning. The damage reflection skill finally showed its power with the support of the unyielding talent. Even if it only dealt 50% damage, it was still the power of Titan itself. The Titan was attacking itself. The Titan's controller immediately realized that something was wrong and used countless lightning bolts to counterattack Brando's attacks, only to be met with an equal number of counterattacks from Yang Yan blood. But in turn, the counterattack of Yang Yan's blood would lead to a new round of counterattacks, making this vicious cycle almost impossible to stop. The entire Titan was instantly enveloped in a ball of dazzling light that resembled the birth of a new star. In the blink of an eye, the Titan could no longer hold on after nearly 10,000 counterattacks. In the blink of an eye, countless fine cracks appeared on its chest. The Titan trembled violently in the blazing light. Brando was also roaring at the sky, or rather, screaming miserably. The constant pain almost drowned out all of his senses. He used all of his strength and could only make one sound. Brando used his last bit of rationality to extend the crimson blessing left claw into the crack in the chest of the Titan Colossus with a roar. Then, he raised Halran Gaia and began to violently attack the Titan's gradually exposed lightning core. Now, there was only one result for both sides. Kill the other, or be killed by the other. If the Titan's controller still had a trace of hope, Brando knew better than him that this huge thing would definitely not be able to kill him for at least 10 minutes. And could the Titan withstand his full strength attacks for nearly 10 minutes? The answer was obviously no. The Titan would be killed by its own damage reflection. This was probably the most aggrieved way to die since it was created. And it could no longer turn back. Brando had also lost the ability to think and had completely fallen into a state of madness. He was almost like a beast, completely relying on his instincts to attack this giant beast. The constant hellish pain made him unable to think at all. The only remaining trace of consciousness he had left finally turned into a roar. Amandina, run. Now is the time, run. Teleportation gate. His voice spread far and wide. Amandina pressed one hand to her chest. She looked at the ball of light that had become as bright as the sun with an indescribable feeling. She knew that Brando was fighting a desperate battle with the terrible enemy inside. She was powerless to change anything and could only pray silently. But until Brando's roar rang out, Amandina, run. Now is the time, run. Teleportation gate. Amandina shuddered. That roar did not sound like the voice of her lord. It was so painful that it sounded like the howl of a beast. As if she had been stabbed, she immediately gritted her teeth and rushed towards the teleportation gate. 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. But what she did not expect was that as soon as she took her first step, a dazzling electric light suddenly bloomed from the Titan Colossus. The light flashed violently, and then all the lightning was extinguished one by one. Amandina subconsciously turned her head, just in time to see Brando, who had lost his strength, fall from mid-air, turning into an arc and hitting the ground heavily. Ah, she let out a worried cry, and then noticed that the terrible Titan Colossus's body had cracked and was standing in place, on the verge of collapse. He won. Amandina could not help but widen her eyes, but her heart immediately sank. Because she saw the Colossus stand up shakily again, as if it would fall and collapse at any time, but it was not completely destroyed after all. But on the contrary, there was no sign of life on the Lord's side. His lord lost, Amandina felt an uncontrollable sting in her heart. She finally realized something, and tears burst out of her eyes. Amandina had thought more than once that she might die in this war, that Erwin might perish, but she never thought that Brando would die. His lord was omnipotent, like a hope that led everyone forward, but she never thought that even the last candlelight would be extinguished. Brando also did not think that Halran Gaia was indestructible because of his elemental attributes, and he might have never considered that Halran Gaia would break. And in fact, even under the Titan's attack, Halran Gaia was still unscathed. But this misunderstanding made him forget one thing. Not every piece of equipment on him was called Halran Gaia. When he saw his crimson blessing turn red, melt, and finally break under the lightning, he finally realized this. It's over. At that moment, he only had one thought. Then he was bounced far away by the lightning and hit the ground hard. He felt as if he was embedded in the ground, and the unyielding talent was burning the last flame in his body, but it was about to go out. He was unable to move, his eyelids began to become heavy, and endless sleepiness lingered around him. Is it going to end? He wanted to look in Amandina's direction again, but he only saw a dark and narrow field of vision. Because of the ruptured blood vessels, his field of vision was blood red, like the scene before the end of the world. Everything seemed to have quieted down. In the silence, he saw another bolt of lightning fall from the sky, and then turn into another Titan. Misfortune never comes alone, it's completely over, he thought. Until he heard a familiar, crisp voice piercing through his dark thoughts. Brando. P.S. Chapter 2, thank you for your support in the past 2 months. There's more to come, I like sudden outbursts. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 646. Medusa Lysimachus stood at the edge of the pit in awe, looking at the supreme creation of the Buga wizard. The bronze giant stood in the heavy rain, then turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning and pierced straight into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This was the highest masterpiece of magical skill, she thought with respect. But unfortunately, it was not the people of Georgandy Ridge who manipulated them, but the unlikable all-for-one believers. No one liked the cultists, and Lysimachia was no different. But for some reason, she could only choose to endure. Even thinking of the demon lords who reeked of sulfur, the beautiful lady could not help but shiver. In order to divert her attention, she cast her gaze into the pit. The first Titan statue had already gone to the battlefield, and the remaining one was in the process of being activated. Lysimachia saw the human in noble clothes slowly walking towards the colossus, and a ladder had been built. There were also many cultists in the robes of all for one around. It was like an absurd festival that belonged to them. Lysimachia suddenly remembered that the guy seemed to be a marquis or something. But unfortunately, she had always been disdainful of human aristocrats. She subconsciously looked away, but immediately saw the situation she did not want to see the most. White Mist, did you hear that? They are going to deal with Brando. What should we do? Brendel definitely won't be able to defeat such a huge stone golem. Romaine said with a little nervousness after careful calculations. Oh, what are you going to do? Well, I don't know, can we fight our way in? What do you think? Then what should we do? Then there's no other way, Roman. Some things cannot be stopped by human power. But when you become stronger in the future, you can avenge him, White Mist replied listlessly. The merchant girl fell silent. White Mist, do you think Brando can beat them? She asked with some concern. He can't. That's a Titan statue. None of us is a match for it, and there are two of them. Accept your fate, Roman. Witches have to learn to see fate clearly and not change it. No one can change fate. White Mist replied casually. She was a contract spirit, and human emotions were unnecessary to her. I don't want to. The Roman shook his head seriously. Sister Witch said that I'm a warlock, not a witch. I'm going to save Brando. Then how are you going to save her? White Mist asked, looking at the Roman's statement that she was a sorcerer. I. The merchant girl looked outside nervously, as if she had made up her mind. I know, I'm going to snatch that stone golem. If you were a little stronger, it might be possible. White Mist replied calmly, every time I told you to learn the witch's spells, you would find all kinds of excuses. With your current level, you'll only get yourself killed if you rush out. No, the Roman shook his head and said as if to encourage himself, Brando said that the Roman will become a great businessman. Brando wouldn't lie to me. Roman. You're such an idiot. The merchant girl laughed. Brando said the same thing, but the Roman is actually very smart. Some people were smart because they could see through everything. When the fog of the future covered the eyes of mortals, only the wise could reach the final result. But some people were smart because they could see through their hearts from beginning to end. Only a few people would understand what kind of ideals and beliefs they were pursuing tirelessly. For Medusa Lysimachia, perhaps she had never thought about what she wanted to pursue. For the inhabitants living in the dark underground of Georgandy Ridge, just surviving was a precious thing. She was just trying to ensure her position as much as possible, so that she would not be abandoned by the lords above in every future operation like cannon fodder. She had seen too many similar tragedies. Therefore, she was used to being orderly and well-planned. Every step she took had to be done step by step so that she wouldn't fall into an abyss of eternal damnation because of unexpected changes. Until now, her plan had given her the greatest reward. But it was not until she saw the little girl in the merchant's dress rushing out from under the ruins and towards the colossus with her own eyes. Somehow, for the first time, she felt that a serious flaw might have been buried in her delicate plan. She suddenly thought of Viscount Benninger, who was suddenly discovered by the harpies. As if it was an intuition, or a blessing in the heart, she let out a roar, "Stop that little girl, don't let her get close to the colossus." The outermost cultists were the first to react. But these lunatics and bastards in the mouth of ordinary people turned their heads nervously, only to see that it was just a merchant girl who was running with her dress up. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They even secretly blamed Lysimachia for making a big fuss over nothing. She was just a little kitten who had lost her way. The cultists next to her subconsciously stopped and looked at their companions walking in front of them to stop the little girl. They all looked like they were watching a good show. But they were about to regret it. Roman, deal with the one on the left first. White Mist was as calm as a machine. She had no ability to fight, so she turned into a bow tie and tied it around the merchant girl's neck. But even if she turned into a bow tie, the contract spirit could still observe the surroundings without hindrance. The merchant girl took out a small cage and pointed at the cultist who was blocking her. Caged bird, who gave you the wings to break free from your shackles? With a flash of light, the cultist who tried to stop her disappeared, and everyone saw the figure of the unlucky guy in the girl's cage. Witch! Someone screamed immediately. Be careful, she's a witch. The cultists finally reacted, but it was a little too late. The Roman had already passed through the place where the person was originally standing. Because the others were not on guard at all, the merchant girl had lowered her head and entered the first line of defense. Roman, the little noble next to the colossus. Only then did the cultists turn around to give chase, but the merchant girl had already raised her head, took out a small wax figure, and chanted, "King's chariot shift." The next moment, she appeared where the little noble was originally standing, and on the contrary, the guy had swapped places with her. At this moment, the cultists pounced forward, and immediately pressed down on the somewhat plump noble who screamed miserably at the bottom. The merchant girl was close to the colossus, and then she saw the ladder clearly. The bad guy she knew called Marquis Joachim was climbing up the ladder quickly. The Roman immediately lifted her skirt and chased after him. Too slow, use magic. White Mist stared at that side, calmly calculating the distance between the two. I'm out of magic, White Mist, the merchant girl replied, panting, somewhat aggrieved. She chased after Joachim in front, and the cultists behind her got up again and chased after her. The three groups spiraled up the ladder and soon approached the colossus's chest. At this time, Lysimachia and the Tauren Lord finally arrived at the foot of the colossus. Skada, go up! Lysimachia shouted. The Tauren Lord Skada let out a loud roar, patted his chest, and sprinted, jumping up the scaffold, and then jumped again, landing right in front of the Roman and White Mist. Be careful above, White Mist reminded unhurriedly. What should we do? The Roman also saw Skada falling from the sky and was startled, as if she had never considered that the enemy would catch up before she rushed out. Use the brittleness potion. But we'll fall too. We can't care so much. The Tauren Lord had already landed on the scaffold in front of them with a bang, and the whole ladder shook. The Roman hurriedly held on to the colossus beside her, and at the same time, took out a bottle from her bag and threw it on the wooden plank. After the bottle broke, the liquid inside immediately flowed out, and soon merged with the wooden plank in the rain, which immediately turned white and gray. But unfortunately, the Tauren Lord, who was born careless, did not notice this detail at all. He took a step forward and stretched out his big hand to grab the merchant girl, but his whole body fell through the wooden plank with a whoosh. The effect of the potion was extremely powerful, and in the blink of an eye, the whole ladder became shaky, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Roman, use the magic rope. The merchant girl swayed in midair, and at the same time, pulled out the rope used to tie up Viscount Benninger from her bag. She threw it up forcefully, and the rope came to life like a snake, wrapped around the colossus's neck, and then tied there. At the same time, the ladder collapsed with a crash, and the Romans suddenly hung in midair with the rope. Rope, shorten quickly. She shouted. The shortened rope pulled her closer to the colossus's neck, but before that, Marquis Joachim, who was at the front, had climbed up the ladder in front of him into the Titan colossus's ear hole. Before entering, he looked down at the Roman with a mocking look. He had probably recognized the merchant girl's identity. Medusa Lysimachia watched Skada fall from the sky in annoyance. She did not have time to care whether her companion was dead or alive, and immediately took the longbow from her back and shot an arrow at the rope in the Roman's hand. She had intended to shoot the rope, but she did not expect that the rope would not move at all. She immediately realized that the rope might be extraordinary, and immediately moved the bow and arrow away, aiming directly at the Roman and shooting an arrow. This arrow was supposed to be aimed at the Roman's heart, but the merchant girl did not hold the rope firmly, and her hand slipped and almost slipped off the rope. As a result, the arrow hit her in the shoulder. Ah, it hurts. The merchant girl was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Her hand loosened and she almost fell off the rope. Fortunately, the white mist immediately turned into a ribbon and tied her hand to the rope. Fortunately, this young miss didn't fall. Be careful, White Mist scolded. Lysimeka's arrow missed, and she could not help but frown. She raised the bow and was about to shoot again, but at this time, the entire Titan statue had been activated, and suddenly turned into a blue electric light and flew into the sky. Medusa was only stunned for a moment, and when she looked again, the Titan statue and the witch were nowhere to be seen. She was slightly startled, then sighed and put down the bow. Are you okay, Skeda? She turned her head and looked at the Tauran lord lying on the ground. Skeda hurriedly shook his head. This guy's skin was rough and thick, so there was no problem. It was just that he crushed several cultists when he fell. What an idiot. She did not know if All for One would cause trouble for them because of this. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little tired, as if she was tired of this kind of life. She could not help but shake her head and sigh again. P.S. Third update, there's more. Please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 647. Brando. Brando heard the scream in his daze, as if it had pulled him back from the endless darkness of the world. If there was only one voice in this world that he would never forget, then perhaps it was the simple promise they made to each other that night when they escaped from Butchie. Will you protect me, Brando? Yes, I will. Brando opened his eyes in disbelief and saw the familiar figure. The merchant girl was hanging on the neck of the new Titan statue with a rope like a swing. Although she was swinging and scraping her head on the granite, she still looked very happy when she saw Brando. What are you doing? The only thing Brando wanted to do now was to glare at the merchant girl angrily, just like he had done every time she got into trouble in the past. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to blink now. He could only lie on the ground quietly and watch everything, waiting for the unyielding talent to finish its last bit of time. The Roman, the portal behind the two Titans, was bright red, as if all chances had been lost. He didn't know where Amandina was now, or if she had found the node on the portal. Maybe there was still a chance. Brando stared at the merchant girl, and the Roman had already climbed onto the Titan statue's shoulder. Ear hole, he said in his heart. He knew that it was the only way to enter the Titan statue's internal control core. The merchant girl seemed to have heard his voice, and she rushed in that direction with her face covered in dirt. But it was at this time that a ball of electric sparks suddenly appeared on the Titan statue's shoulder, and this ball of electric sparks immediately wrapped around the merchant girl. Brando's eyes widened in an instant. He saw the Roman twitching in the electric arc, and soon fell down with smoke coming out of her body. Brando's heart turned cold. He breathed heavily, and regret was injected into his heart like poison. He thought that perhaps without all of this, the merchant girl, Amandina, and the others, perhaps they would have their own destiny. But it was only for his one wish. Everyone came here. But in the end, nothing could be changed. Had he really made the wrong choice in Castle Abes? He closed his eyes, and Sifrid's pure eyes appeared in his mind. If he had to choose again, what would he choose? Brando didn't know. He opened his eyes for the last time, as if to say goodbye to the world that had brought him a brief but unforgettable moment. At least he wanted to take one last look at the Roman, at the merchant girl, whom he had promised to become the greatest merchant in the world. But he went back on his word. However, what he saw made his heart clench violently. He saw the merchant girl struggling to crawl towards the Titan's ear. She was just a little bit away. Roman, she's not dead, The manipulator of the Titan statue seemed to have realized the danger as well. The huge stone statue actually raised its left hand and patted its own shoulder. At that moment, Brando's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would see the scene that he had imagined, but he did not expect the giant statue to slap him in the face. Ha! Brando was ecstatic. The manipulator of the Titan statue was a rookie. He felt like a death row criminal who was told that his sentence was suspended before his execution. That kind of emotional roller coaster almost made him breathless. At this time, the Roman had already crawled to the ear hole, whimpering. Marquis Joachim tried several times but could not reach that position. The other Titan was still slowly recovering from the fatal wound on its chest. In desperation, he had to walk out of the ear hole with his sword, ready to kill the merchant girl with his own hands. In his opinion, how could a witch who had been electrocuted half dead have the strength to pose a threat to him? If she had the strength to cast spells, she would have rushed in long ago. He walked out with his sword just in time to see the Roman crawling into the ear hole. The Titan's ear hole was like a small cave, and the merchant girl's position was at the entrance of the cave. Marquis Joachim could not help but shake his head in disdain. Victory was already in sight. He did not have any nostalgia for Erewhon's position at all, because only All for One could bring him true glory. The sacred work had been going on in Erewhon for a long time, until today, everything was about to be reaped. With such a messy thought, he walked over and stabbed the Roman with his sword. But it was at this time that the merchant girl suddenly raised her head. Marquis Joachim had never dreamed that he would see such a scene. He saw a pair of eyes, pure black, without any whites or pupils. It was like a pair of black holes, as if to swallow his mind. He was shocked and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Suddenly, the merchant girl reached out and grabbed his neck with frightening strength. Then she said in a changed voice, "Who are you?" Marquis Joachim dared to swear on his life and all his reputation, if he still had any, that he had never heard such a terrifying voice. It was like the wind blowing through the rocky valley, making people feel cold all over. He shuddered subconsciously. "You are not her, who, are you?" He heard a sneer. Then there was no then. Marquis Joachim, the brother of Erewhon's previous king, tilted his head and completely lost his soul. The cave seemed to be quiet for a moment, and then the Roman crawled up from the ground. "It hurts, White Mist, are you there? What just happened?" She stared blankly at the lifeless corpse of Marquis Joachim, who was lying on the ground with a baffled expression. White Mist was silent for a moment. "There seems to be something in your body," she replied coldly, "but now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up, your little boyfriend is going to die." Ah! The Roman was shocked and hurriedly got up and limped to the control room. Almost no sound could be heard on the battlefield. It was difficult for Brando to raise his head to see the situation on the princess side. He only saw countless demons crossing the battlefield, like a crimson sea overflowing the two titans, and finally approaching the portal below. Amandina stood by the door in a daze, as if waiting for the final moment to come. The presence of sound in his perception had become weak. He stared quietly at the Titan statue, which had stopped working for some time, and beside it, another Titan was standing up shakily. Its body was full of wounds caused by Brando. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a construct creature could continue to work in such a broken state. But this was the highest work of the Bugle Wizard. But Brando was still waiting. He was waiting for a final answer. The answer came quickly. All of a sudden, the Titan Colossus that had been in a daze by the teleportation gate began to move slowly. Its first action, under everyone's gaze, was to suddenly raise its fist high and stab its companion beside it with a lightning spear. The tottering Titan only had a trace of ability left to move, and this blow was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. After a blazing white light, the lightning passed through its head, and the terrifying creation's huge head exploded like a watermelon. Of course, the unlucky manipulator inside was also instantly reduced to ashes. Yay! The merchant lady, who was holding the crystal ball in both hands, almost immediately let out a cheer. She grimaced in pain from pulling at the wounds all over her body, and tears flowed, but with a smug look, she said loudly, White Mist, look, I told you that Brando would make me the greatest merchant. You can talk about it after you solve the problem here, White Mist replied snappily. The Roman excitedly pressed his hand on the crystal ball while observing the situation outside. The Titan statue's core was damaged, and the control room was blown away. It was completely scrapped. However, there were still many demons on the battlefield, and she was frowning, thinking about how to get rid of these monsters. It was at this time that she heard a small voice shouting at her from below. Miss Roman, attack the portal. The 3 nodes are directly above you. The Roman curiously lowered her head and immediately widened her eyes to see the small, ant-like Amandina below. Ah, it's Amandina. She immediately stuck out her tongue and licked her small mouth. Okay, I got it, watch me. She raised the crystal ball, and a bright light immediately radiated from it. The Roman's super powerful attack. With a loud bang, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 2 arms of the remaining Titan Colossus suddenly fell off naturally and landed on the heads of the demon army that was approaching the teleportation portal below. Damn! Seeing this scene, even Brando could not help but shout in his heart. At this crucial moment, the merchant lady actually caused trouble again. And the most important thing was that this fellow could actually dismantle her own Titan. He had been wondering if the Titan that was killed by his own reflection would become the most aggrieved Titan in history, but now someone was about to help him break through the bottom line. Unfortunately, this person was his fiancée in every sense of the word. Ah. In fact, not to mention Brando, even the Roman herself was shocked at this moment. She looked left and right, then frowned and replied, This thing is really fragile, it actually broke on its own. Even with the cultivation of the contract spirit, he could not help but immediately roll his eyes at her. But it's okay, I can still attack. The merchant lady waved her hand to show that it was okay, and the crystal ball in her hand lit up again. The Titan she controlled suddenly leaned back, then crashed into the portal. The whole movement was smooth and perfect, as if it had been practiced countless times. A headbutt. And it hit the target. As the Titan's attack range was too wide, this time, the 3 nodes of the portal almost collapsed at the same time. In the next moment, the golden-red halo emitted a bright light, and after a violent tremor, it disintegrated completely. Then there was a terrifying explosion and dazzling flames, like fireworks blooming. Of course, the first to bear the brunt was the merchant lady's Titan that had its head on the portal. This huge monster was blown away by the terrifying impact of the explosion like a piece of paper, and then fell heavily into the army of demons. And the inertia caused it to roll, like a siege chariot rolling through the demons. The demons on the ground were immediately unlucky. They were originally rushing towards the portal, but now it was obvious that they did not need to be teleported anymore. The Romans' Titan would naturally send them back to the Sulphur River, whether they were willing or not. Wherever the Titan passed, flesh and blood splattered. Probably since it was created, no one had used it to kill the enemy in such a way. It had to be said that it was very efficient. Brando could not help but smile bitterly. He finally looked at the last portal that dissipated like fireworks in the rainy night, and his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. He could not help but gently close his eyes, waiting for the last moment to come. At least it was not a complete failure, right? But it was at this time. Suddenly, a golden ray of light pierced through the clouds. The last image in Brando's mind was a pair of golden eyes. P.S. Last update, you know. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 649. Fort Bunuo was like a guard standing alone on a lonely land, with lightning falling from the clouds outlining its edge. The veteran looked down at the approaching end of the battlefield, and in all directions, the human army retreated from the plains like a tide. The soldiers who had lost their ability to move could only wait for death in the pile of corpses, and the crimson fireworks in the sky were like the light in their eyes. In his enlarged and narrow field of vision, the sky and the earth were curved. The entire battlefield was a crisscrossed ruin. Broken weapons, armor, tattered flags, and the corpses of the guards were stacked together, forming a strange doomsday-like scene. Even the clouds had turned scarlet, and the lightning was like thorns that coiled around them, occasionally lighting up this world. It presented its most real and terrifying side to the eyes of the human coalition army. From the vicinity of Medeo village to the very edge of the forest, there were fleeing defenders everywhere. Against the gray background, the crowded heads were only the truest portrayal of this moment of defeat on the battlefield, or the last moment of despair. The female knight stood behind a parapet, observing the situation outside through the gap in the battlements. The demon's attack seemed to be launched from the horizon. The red fireball flew across the battlefield with a long tail of flame, illuminating the ugly creatures on the battlefield and illuminating her eyes at the same time. She laid her hand on the dark wall, which was covered with cracks and blood spreading in the ripples of the water. The corpses of the Royal Knight Academy students were neatly placed in a row, as if to maintain their greatest dignity, but in any case, only a lifeless shell was left. No one had ever experienced such a terrible war. The people on the battlefield, whether they were the sons of farmers, the sons of craftsmen, the descendants of nobles, or the extraordinary knight and missionaries, completed their equality in the face of death for the first time. There was no difference. Freya even heard someone sobbing in a low voice. It was the civilians hiding in the basement under the castle, including women and children. All the men who could fight had picked up their weapons. But unfortunately, determination could not change the situation of the war, and anyone could smell the scent of failure in the cold air. The building was about to collapse. The female knight clenched her fists so hard that her metal gauntlets were deformed. There was only one name in her heart, and she firmly believed that he would be able to lead everyone out of this hopeless situation. Back then, when they were escaping from Fortress Reden, the refugees had also lost hope, but he had still promised them a miracle. At that time, Brando was so confident that everyone was convinced, including her. "Can't you hold on a little longer?" "But Your Highness and the others are still ahead, aren't they?" Bessie's voice came from behind him. She cried out in grief and indignation. The Wangli Knight Regiment had paid a heavy price. Every one of them who was buried here was a familiar face from the past. They could accept the sacrifice, but they could not accept that all their previous efforts were meaningless. Compared to that, they would rather die here, to avoid tasting this suffocating despair. The princess was dead, and Erewhon was on the verge of destruction. Everyone felt the sense of despair and helplessness in their hearts, as if their hopes and ideals had just been established, and they had to face the reality of being shattered. It was a feeling of disillusionment. The tears on Bessie's face were proof of this. She almost shouted to her commander, Maynard, as if to wake the female knight up. Her Highness was still in front, didn't she notice? The female knight's face was pale, and she turned her face away as if she had been stabbed. Beside her stood the commander of the White Lion Legion, Marquis Balta, who was covered in blood as if he had just returned from hell. Throughout the battlefield, Fort Bunuo had formed a long and narrow protrusion. Like a sharp blade, the two armies guarding this place were undoubtedly the most dazzling presence on the battlefield today. The students of the Wangli Knight Academy and the young men from Tanajul were firm and honorable, and the White Lion Legion clung to their honor as soldiers. The two most glorious armies in Erewhon's history were fighting side by side today. "This is not a gamble, Bessie," Marquis Balta's face was stiff. "We are not gamblers. We have made a final attempt, but we can't put all our chips on one throw." "You used Her Highness as a chip." The red-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the Marquis with hatred. "If it weren't for them, would the kingdom be in this state?" "Bessie, watch your words and actions," Maynard reprimanded, unable to listen any longer. "Senior Maynard, but Her Highness is still in front of us." "Call me the Knight Captain, soldier." That was Her Highness's choice, but her intention was not for the kingdom to be buried with her. This was also her order. Maynard replied coldly, as if there was no trace of emotion. The last time has passed, and I must carry out Her Highness's orders meticulously. Bessie shivered and lowered her head. Maynard raised her head and looked at the figure of the female knight on the city wall. In her impression, the future Valkyrie of Erewhon was gentle and even a little timid, no different from a girl from the countryside. But today, she suddenly found that she could not see through her. Freya? We still have a chance, Sir Knight Captain. If we counterattack Medeo village and cut off the demon's retreat, then maybe we can still buy some time, can't we? Freya's gaze passed through the entire battlefield, and the famous battles in history appeared in her mind one by one. Only at this moment, she was no longer the young girl, but the Valkyrie of Erewhon. Her thoughts were clearer than ever, as if she recalled the days in the Royal Knight Academy. When everyone was resting, she was the only one practicing swordsmanship, just to catch up with the progress of the others. When everyone was asleep, she was the only one reading the famous tactical battles in history, just for an ideal that Brando had promised her. The girl was not smart, let alone a genius, but she also had the most firm belief in her heart. Just for Butchie, for the land she loved so much, she was willing to give up everything. Such an ideal was so simple, but it could not be blasphemed. She turned back to look at Maynard, as if she wanted to get some hope from her senior's eyes. The protruding Fort Bunuo was like a sharp blade, the terrain was steep and the wind and rain were swaying, as if everything here could be destroyed at any time. But the same was true for the demons who had not been attacked for a long time. The protrusions were often only relative, and they formed a blade-like extended battlefield in the immediate vicinity of Fort Bunuo. This was where their only chance lay. When everyone thought that the situation was hopeless, the girl stubbornly found this point. It was theoretically feasible, but the possibility of actual success was slim. It was a clumsy approach, and everyone understood that. But Maynard knew. Regardless of whether the plan succeeded or not, it could at least persuade Wood and the nobles in the north to delay their retreat. It was like the difference between having failed and still having a chance. It was meaningless in itself, but it had another meaning for the drowning. She and the Marquis looked at each other, and each saw the other's intentions in the other's eyes. It was a bold plan, especially against the enemy, but it was better to say that it was against their own people. Both of them were silent and looked at Freya seriously. "Do you know what you're talking about, Freya?" Maynard asked calmly. Freya nodded. Maynard looked at her strangely, as if trying to find out what gave her such confidence and made her mature so quickly. War was often a gamble, and the more stubborn a person was, the more they could hold on to victory, and now the girl had such potential. "You understand what the consequences are. If the coalition army is completely wiped out here, what will be waiting for this kingdom? Do you really understand the consequences of doing so?" Marquis Balta also stared at Freya. The girl from Butchie was slightly stunned, as if she was in a trance. But in the end, she nodded firmly. Maynard sighed. She glanced at Beth beside her. The red-haired girl listened to the conversation between the three of them inexplicably, but a smile finally appeared on the black-haired female knight's face. "I understand. I approve the plan. Whether the plan succeeds or fails, I will be fully responsible for it." Freya let out a soft "ah," and she stared at the cold Maynard. Her aura, which had just become a little wise, suddenly collapsed, and she became the silly girl from Butchie again. "Didn't you hear? Why don't you hurry up and prepare?" Maynard frowned and asked impatiently. "Kiki, but..." Freya felt that she must have misheard and asked in disbelief. "Do you want to be responsible for this?" Maynard could not help but feel a little funny. "Soldier, you don't have that power. Who do you think you are? Do you think Archbishop Wood will listen to you?" "But..." "Lord Marquis." She could not help but look at Marquis Balta. The current commander of the White Lion Legion did not answer. He just wiped the blood on his forehead and shook his head. "Do you think you are the only one who is unwilling, little girl? Thank you for giving me this opportunity." He stared at the sky, his eyes reflecting the crimson flames as he muttered. At that moment, Marquis Balta seemed to see the flag, and he smiled slightly. Erwin might not only need to survive. There was something more important. It was also worth people protecting. There were some choices regarding the future that the White Lion Legion had made in the end. P.S. Today's LOL update is S3. Originally, I was a little tired from yesterday's outburst and wanted to take a leave, but after thinking about it, I insisted on writing. I will continue if I can. Only 3,000 words, I hope everyone can bear with me. Equals 3 equals, mua mua. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 651. The final counterattack plan was quickly approved. Freya didn't know how Maynard and Balta convinced the nobles. Perhaps Archbishop would really thought this was an opportunity. In any case, she managed to temporarily stop the army from retreating. This was the last chance. In the next 20 minutes, it would determine whether the human coalition could win the right to confront the demons for the next hour. It sounded incredible, but here today, Erwin's hope was only this. The heavy rain was filled with a refreshing chill, as if a steel blade was stuck to it. Marquis Balta divided the garrison of Fort Bunuo into two, merged the main force of the White Lion Legion into the cadets of the Royal Knight Academy, and then handed the army over to Maynard to personally command. This was something that would never have happened in Erwin in the past. The nobles would never give up the army and power in their hands. Their greed made them cling to what they had in their hands like cold ghosts. But when Balta handed over the command, the head of the legion said to the female knight, "I'm handing over the White Lion Legion to you, my lady." With a simple sentence, the female knight's cold face couldn't help but be moved. She thought for a moment before taking the White Lion Legion's flag without saying a word. The rain was heavy. Whether it was those who stayed behind or those who were about to rush to the front line, the future was equally bleak for them. But such a dangerous situation was not worth mentioning. The command sounded long and loud, and the city gates slowly opened. The battlefield of blood and fire seemed particularly real and close in Freya's eyes at that moment. The bright flames across the night seemed to draw the battlefield closer. The tremors caused by the explosions swept across the entire area from time to time. She saw the city gate creaking and shaking with her own eyes. Senior Maynard was riding a warhorse not far in front of her, only a step ahead of her. There were a few familiar faces in the team on the side. Owen, Beth, and the future Erwin's three aces, Carlo and Enrique. The older Carglass was leading his White Lion Legion. The grey troops filed out, and the demons soon discovered the movements of the humans. An army of hellhounds appeared on the battlefield. But Freya looked into the distance, and there were traces of brute devils in the sky again. The demons seemed to be coming for Fort Bunuo. Just as they had expected, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when the humans were dividing their forces to attack the extension point on the battlefield. Everyone held their breaths. Maynard stopped the horses for the last time before ordering the army to depart. The cold female knight took one last look at Fort Bunuo. A flag on the low walls of the Fort Bunuo stood out in the heavy rain. Erwin's new moon seemed to have just risen. Her usually indifferent expression couldn't help but soften. Senior sister. Freya noticed the female knight's abnormal behavior. Maynard glanced at her and didn't correct her. Freya, someone is demonstrating to us. Huh? Get someone to raise the flag of the White Lion and I'll show him. 700 years ago, the White Lion Legion defeated the last army of the Cruz people here with the help of the mountain people. Today, 700 years later, we can do the same. Maynard replied coldly. When Marquis Balta saw the familiar flag fluttering in the rain, even though he had been in the army for nearly 50 years, his eyes couldn't help but heat up. He suddenly remembered the first time under this flag, when the old Legion commander personally taught him the glory of the White Lion. The glory of the past was so dim at this moment, but it still shone slightly. It was like a spark bursting from the residual heat under the ashes. The Marquis stood in the rain and thought a lot at that moment. The first time he put on the armor of the White Lion, the first night duel, the first time he rode on a horse, the first time he breathed in the cold air of the battlefield into his lungs, and the various conspiracies and struggles that followed. But every subsequent victory couldn't compare to the pure pleasure of defeating the enemy on the battlefield for the first time. For the first time in nearly 2 centuries, the White Lion Legion was not proud of victory, but of protecting something, as if returning to its original purpose. He smelled the slight smell of blood mixed with the smell of earth and the wind on the battlefield in front of Bunyuo, as if he had returned to the magnificent battlefield, facing the army of the Holy Cathedral of Wind. At that time, the Sword Saint was still there, Lighter was still in command of the White Lion Legion, and he was just a little knight. But everything had changed. Whether it was the flag fluttering on the battlefield, the coat of arms of the knight, or the faces around him, everything had become different. Legion Commander, the demons have begun to attack. You don't have to report this to me, I can see it. Balta replied. The demons on the field were like a red tide, and as far as the eye could see, they were densely packed with those ugly creatures. After the last attack, Fort Bunyuo had a few minutes of respite, but now the demons had discovered the humans' intentions and were ready to take this opportunity to pull out the spike that had pierced their throats in one fell swoop. After the division, the strength of Fort Bunyuo had become even weaker. But the soldiers who were chosen to stay behind had no complaints. Most of them were the older and more experienced group of the White Lion Legion. These people gathered on the city wall with a generous heart, and their silver-gray armor formed a thin human wall. Troglodyte slave soldiers detected, expected to enter range in 1 minute. Pay attention to the brute demons in the air, lift the rainproof cloth on the ballista, the city wall is in position, block the gap. The commands were passed down one by one, and the messengers roared at the top of their lungs, as if they were using all their strength to shout out the last trace of courage. A wave of arrows swept over Freya's head, and she and everyone around her couldn't help but shrink their necks. There was a road for carriage traffic near Fort Bunyuo leading to Mideo, but that road had long been blown up by the demon spells, and the soldiers had to move along the riverbed of a stream. After crossing the bottom of a stone bridge, the walls of Mideo village appeared in sight. Behind them, traces of cave lizard archers could be seen. It was an underground creature that looked a bit like the lizard men on the surface. However, they had brownish-yellow skin and pale eyes, and were more adapted to fighting in the dark. But there were more imps, and Freya could see their disgusting crimson skin at this distance. Knight Captain, there's a group of hellhounds behind us. Someone shouted in the wind and rain. Don't worry about them, tell me, is the flag still there? Someone looked back in the direction of Fort Bunyuo. Knight Captain, the flag is still there. That's good, let's move on. Another wave of arrows rained down, and the row of White Lion Legion soldiers in front fell to the ground. Then 3 ballistae whistled through the crowd, one of which flew past Freya and hit Bess behind her. The straightforward girl screamed as she was dragged out of the horse and disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Bess! Freya let out a miserable cry. But Maynard shouted coldly, don't worry about her, any of us could die here. Keep moving forward with the will of the dead, everyone, don't look back. The White Lion Legion's flag was passing through the battlefield. Marquis Balta was covered in blood as he watched the sacred White Lion become smaller and smaller in the rainy night. An old man in the White Lion Legion once told him that the White Lion had a soul. Back then, it had promised King Eric to turn into a heroic spirit to protect the White Lion Legion. Therefore, the soul of the Legion was entrusted to this lion. Of course, this was just a legend. Marquis Balta never believed such a ridiculous rumor, but he had to admit that such a soul did exist in the White Lion Legion. But it was not entrusted to the lion, but to everyone in the Legion. The cavemen had been repelled, leaving corpses between the broken walls. They were originally cannon fodder, but it was a pity that many of the White Lion Legion would forever be buried in this wave of attack. The soldiers on the city wall watched as the cavemen flooded the ruins like a receding tide, but many huge figures appeared behind them. Hellhounds and brute devils appeared on the battlefield. The second wave of attack came in the blink of an eye. Be careful of the sky. Martha above, there's no end to this. Someone looked at the ugly creatures in the darkness and could not help but mutter, "Do you think the nobles behind will come to support us? You're daydreaming." A burst of low laughter filled the city wall. In the midst of this laughter, Marquis Balto wiped his face and turned back to ask, "Where are we now?" "It seems that we have reached the predetermined attack location, my lord." 10 minutes left. Balto nodded. What answer could they give in 10 minutes? Perhaps no one on the entire battlefield could give a clear answer. Hundreds of cave lizard archers were skillfully shooting on the temporary wall of Mideo village. An orange light shrouded their heads, providing both magical protection and preventing the rain from dampening the longbows. To be honest, this was a little redundant in Maynard's eyes. They had no long-range attack ability at all. The humans had run out of ammunition and food, and their high-level combat power had been wiped out. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles and the powerful vampire under that guy had lured the Demon King away from the battlefield, but the remaining Holy Cathedral Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was getting fewer and fewer. Master Fleetwood was in the sky restricting the demon's air force, but his ability to delay was significantly weakened. More and more brute devils were liberated and joined the battlefield. Maynard took out her pocket watch and glanced at it. The siege ladder had been set up. In front, the soldiers of the White Lion Legion in silver-gray armor took the lead in attacking. They climbed up the siege ladder and attacked the temporary wall, but the attack in front had been blocked twice. There were Taurens behind the wall, and there were quite a few of them. The human soldiers were just sending themselves to their deaths. She soon realized this. There was not much time left. When the soldiers of the White Lion Legion were blocked for the third time, Maynard drew her sword. She glanced back and saw that Erewhon's flag was still on the wall of Fort Bunuo. But perhaps only Lady Martha knew how long it could last. "Freya, come with me. This time I will personally lead the charge. If we don't succeed, let us die on the way. Lord Knight Captain, we don't have time anymore. P.S. I fell asleep on the table while typing yesterday, so I made up today. I was wrong. There are 2 chapters in total and 1 more to follow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 652. On the battlefield, the battle flag of the White Lion Legion began to move slowly again. Maynard was at the forefront. The female knight held the battle flag in one hand and a long sword in the other. She was like the initiator of the entire White Lion Legion's attack. The imps fought with her for only a moment before they were cut down by her sword. It was the first time Freya had seen such ruthless swordsmanship. She couldn't help but be surprised because the swordsmanship was so similar to Brando's. At that moment, Maynard felt like she was the incarnation of the White Lion, baring her fangs and claws, tearing apart all her enemies and leading everyone forward. Behind her, the soldiers of the White Lion Legion and the students of the Royal Knight Academy erupted with their greatest potential at this moment. The attack finally became successful. They broke through the wall like a hot knife through butter. Taurens. There were heart-wrenching cries. Freya also saw it. She flipped over the wall and saw that there was another wall behind it. Behind it were densely packed Taurens with giant axes. There were at least 100 of them. Before she could even open her eyes wide, the soldiers at the front of the group were sent flying into the air. Behind the Taurens, a group of ladies with snake hair and longbows appeared. They were Medusas. Although the young girl from Butchie did not know much, she still recognized this mythical creature. Ah! Freya could not help but let out a low cry. This was a trap. Everyone suddenly realized this. Maynard's face was frighteningly cold. Freya even saw that the female knight's hand holding the flag was pale and even trembling slightly. "Don't look over there. Let's continue forward," she shouted with difficulty. But a wave of arrows had already enveloped the wall. This was the Medusa's shooting. The dark green arrows could not be blocked at all. The soldiers at the front were turned into stone before they could even struggle. After a round of shooting, the people at the front were reduced by a third. The Medusas moved quickly and began to draw their bows again. The white lion battle flag suddenly disappeared. Marquis Balta saw this scene with his own eyes. He saw the war flag of the white lion fall and disappear into the rain. A feeling of despair appeared in his heart. He suddenly felt a little absent-minded, as if there was only one voice echoing in his heart: Erewhon had lost his last chance. Lord Marquis, watch out. A brute devil swept past the city wall and brushed past Balta. The Marquis was momentarily distracted, but his hand was already empty. His long sword had already been pulled away by the brute devil. Startled, he turned around and saw a horned demon jump in front of him. What a terrifying aura. This was Balta's last thought. The longhorn demon had already mercilessly grabbed him by the neck and pulled him up from the ground. The Marquis, who was more than one level below him in strength, had no room to resist. Sir Marquis. Legion Commander. Amidst the screams of the White Lion Legion, Balta completed the final journey of his life. At that moment, he seemed to see a light in the darkness. A tall and familiar figure stood there, just like on the battlefield. The Marshal. The longhorn demon effortlessly broke the neck of the Marquis Erewhon, the commander of the White Lion Legion, and threw the lifeless body aside. Then it stepped on the Erewhon flag on the city wall. It looked contemptuously at all the human soldiers in the city. In its opinion, the soldiers here were simply trash. Even the worst creatures in hell were stronger than them. If it weren't for the fact that the portal couldn't transfer more high-end troops for a while, this place would have been destroyed 10 times over. It was really tired of dealing with these bugs. But in any case, this damn Acropolis was finally taken down. Acropolis Bunuo had fallen. In the crystal ball, Wood saw the flag disappear in the rain. He finally realized the fate of defeat. Erewhon would be destroyed because of this, and his path would end here. No one knew better than him what this incident meant to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He could almost imagine that he would lose everything in the past. But more importantly, the Holy Cathedral of Fire would be humiliated because of this. The old man couldn't help but cover his face and sigh deeply. Everything was his fault. Let's get ready to retreat. I believe they will regret it if we go against the wishes of those nobles. The once illustrious officiator could not help but reply helplessly at this moment. Please wait a moment, Archbishop. Yura, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned their heads to look at the blind girl. A spear appeared in Freya's field of vision, and the lightning arc on the spear blade jumped onto the Tauren in an instant. The spear blade moved forward and pierced the monster's chest. Blood spurted out, and then the girl with a long ponytail pulled out the spear and made the monster fall to the ground. She looked at her with some curiosity in her golden eyes, and then reached out to her. Are you Freya? I am. Freya knew the girl. Are you Scarlet? The girl smiled slightly, revealing her cute canine teeth. Yes. Have you seen Medusha, Freya? Freya shook her head. She covered the wound on her shoulder with one hand and looked around in panic. Soon, she saw Maynard lying in the ruins. Senior. Her heart tightened, and she rushed over there. The black-haired female knight's eyes were closed, and her breath was weak. An arrow was stuck in her chest, but even so, she was still holding the White Lion Legion's battle flag tightly in her hand. As if hearing Freya's call, Maynard opened her eyes with difficulty. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at Freya. Freya, listen carefully, Senior, take this battle flag. You are the commander. How has it already failed? Freya looked at Maynard's serious face, but she always felt that Maynard's care for her was more like a family member, or more like an elder sister. She did not have an elder sister, nor did she have an elder brother, so she especially cherished this relationship. Maynard smiled at her, but it was an ugly smile. Go, Freya. But you? I'm not dead yet. Maynard smiled, but it was uglier than crying. Go, this is an order, you idiot. I believe in you. Why do you believe in me? Freya did not understand why Maynard and Brando always believed in her unconditionally. She did not know anything, and she could not learn anything. Compared to the others, she was as clumsy as an ugly duckling. Everyone had fallen, including Maynard, Carlo, Inlock, and Mock. Only Breton and Carglass were still fighting for the last time. She turned back and looked at the scattered battles near Medeo village. Due to the loss of command, defeat seemed to be in front of her eyes. What could she do? But Maynard seemed to see the girl's confusion. She smiled at her and mouthed something to her. Freya did not understand what it meant, but as a mercenary, Scarlet understood. Because you are the goddess of war, silly child. Because this is my request, Freya, okay? Maynard asked weakly. This sentence made the girl from Butchie clench her fists. Throughout the battlefield, the soldiers of the White Lion Legion had begun to retreat. But Freya turned back, Scarlet. The girl with a ponytail looked at her in confusion. Can you help me? Scarlet did not answer. She knew that Brando trusted this girl because she had followed Brando for the longest time. Brando was not afraid to sigh with her about the people and things around him. The girl was very satisfied with such a life, although she just listened quietly. Then she nodded. Thank you. Freya took the White Lion Legion's battle flag and took a deep breath. Although the tension was not washed away from her, she took one last look at Maynard. She leaned the female knight against the battlements and replied seriously, Senior, I will let this battle flag shine on the battlefield as long as I am alive. Erwin will not perish. The death of Marquis Balta was like the final death knell of Fort Bunuo. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to collapse. But in every corner of the city, the officers of the White Lion Legion were still holding on to the final battle. Owen, do you still remember the book called Summer of the Wisteria? The young officer of the White Lion Legion in silver-gray armor stood in the heavy rain, as if he had not recovered from his failure. Marquis Balta was dead, and the White Lion Legion seemed to have come to an end after a series of failures. Countless demons rushed to the top of the city, bringing with them an aura of despair. We failed, Charlotte, don't talk about your book. Yes, I think so too, Owen. So order the soldiers to open the south gate of the Acropolis and let's retreat from there. Owen suddenly turned his head and stared at his companion with bloodshot eyes. You're crazy. He gritted his teeth and shouted, we must not retreat, our teammates are still in front. Charlotte smiled. Then remember to buy that book for me, the one with the golden edge on the cover, the collector's edition published in the year of the crescent moon, you know. What are you talking about? Go and pick up the flag, Owen. A few minutes later, the south gate of Fort Bunuo opened. The remaining soldiers of the White Lion Legion in the city began to retreat. The commander of the demons, the Longhorn Demon, immediately noticed this. Of course, it could not tolerate these humans who had caused so much trouble for it to retreat. It let out a trombone, and the demon army immediately rushed to the south gate. It personally led the team, ready to crush the bugs. But it rushed down the city wall, bypassed several alleys, and came to the only square in the city. Here, it saw humans on standby, not only the guards of the White Lion Legion, but also men in ragged clothes and even children. The Longhorn Demon suddenly realized that something was wrong. Sherlock stood in the crowd and raised the long sword in his hand contemptuously. I know you're listening, fire at me, victory. Fire at me, victory. The voice coming from the magic crystal seemed a little distorted, but it still did not hide the firmness in it. The mage who gave the order was silent for a moment before turning back to look at the count behind him. Count Janelesu, who was wearing a long overcoat and looking pale and tired, closed his eyes. He rubbed his forehead as if he had made a great decision before replying, the commander of the demons is there. Fire at him. But my lord. I'll take all responsibility, the count replied indifferently. If someone dared to give up their life, then why wouldn't he dare to give up his reputation? The earth trembled, and the dazzling golden light had connected in Fort Bunuo, like a sea of fire. Owen watched this scene with his eyes wide open, watching the lower-level demons who had lost their command flee in the fire, watching his colleagues turn to ashes in the explosion, and tears had already welled up in his eyes. He straightened the body of Marquis Balta, then raised the tattered flag of Erewhon high. That action seemed incomparably sacred. 2 flags reappeared on the battlefield. It was a glimmer of hope exchanged with the blood of countless people. It was like a shining belief, and everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Even on victory, Erewhon's navy officers couldn't help but close their eyes. Archbishop would watch this scene in silence. Although Yura couldn't see it, the thunderous cheers outside had already reached her ears. She wasn't from Erewhon, but a smile still appeared on her face. "Come on, Erewhon." But on the battlefield of Medeo village, Carglass, who was attacking, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's going on? He and all the young people from Tonajul felt strange. Not only them, but the entire White Lion Legion felt this throbbing in their hearts. In front of them were the unstoppable Taurens. The White Lion Legion was retreating. Under the double attack of the Medusas and the cave lizard men archers, they had already lost most of their previous gains. Everything was about to come to naught. But a flag caught their eyes. The flag didn't seem to be woven from cloth, but made of gold. The flag fluttered in the heavy rain, and the white lion on it came to life. It was Freya. The female knight held the flag in one hand and the sacred sword of the Lionheart in the other. She crossed everyone and faced the terrible monsters from Jorgendi Ridge. At that moment, Scarlet was beside her, and the White Lion Legion was behind her. His left hand was a mountain man, and his right hand was a white lion. When he moved forward, he was unstoppable. At that moment, history seemed to have been rewritten. The scene from 7 centuries ago reappeared 7 centuries later. But their enemies had changed from crews to demons. The subtle coincidence of history seemed to cause the air to tremble slightly. Everyone felt the throbbing of fate. Freya raised her sword. "White Lion Legion, listen to my command. Attack. Even if we die, we will die on the path of attack. Perhaps one day, the White Lion Legion will rise from the ashes and not be extinguished forever." The female knight's voice clearly pierced through the rain. Her promise was like an oath, just like the rule that King Eric had set before the Lionheart sword. At that moment, a miracle happened. The students of the Wangli Knight Academy were surprised to see the armor of the White Lion Legion light up slightly. Then, a layer of faint golden light seemed to descend from the sky and surrounded every soldier of the White Lion Legion, forming a golden mark. If Brando were here, he would probably recognize that this was the final mark on the White Lion Legion's armor. It was also the source of the legendary ability of the White Lion Legion that he and Bosley could not figure out. The mark of the lion gave the wearer a heroic effect. The wearer of the mark of the Lion Legion would never fear, and their morale would always be high. They would never fall into panic under any circumstances. The soul of the Lion Legion seemed to have been revived. Carglass looked up. He suddenly felt that the gaze from the sky that had been watching them all this time had disappeared. It was as if the ancient king had left, but Erewhon had found a new successor. The remaining soldiers of the White Lion Legion roared and attacked the enemy that was several times their number. At this moment, fear and hesitation were no longer obstacles in their hearts, but the motivation to overcome them and move forward. Although they might be defeated in the end, the legend of Erewhon and the White Lion Legion would be passed down. It would never be erased. It was a pity that the Taurens from Jorgendi Ridge could not think. Otherwise, they would tremble at the thought of facing an army that had abandoned everything. But in the face of these indomitable humans, the only thing they could do was raise their giant axes. Perhaps they didn't quite understand why these humans could accept it so calmly even though it was clearly a failure. To the creatures from the dark underground, survival was the only glory they had. Behind the Taurens, the Medusas also raised their bows. The two armies clashed against each other. Courage, glory, and the desire to survive were all mixed together at this moment, and they were no longer separated. The humans had sacrificed a great deal to achieve a temporary stalemate with the Taurens, but the price was a heart-wrenching loss. Freya rushed to the front, her sword so firm that it seemed like it could cut through all obstacles. Scarlet looked at the back of the knight with some admiration, but it was not her courage that moved her, but her unyielding faith. It was the first time she knew someone could be so determined to fight alone without relying on others. It was a temperament that made her admire him. She used to think that only the Lord had such an aura. But it turned out that a girl could also do it. Freya's back was like a deep memory at that moment. It was just a moment, but it was deeply imprinted in her heart. She was suddenly a little willing to hold the sword for her, opening up a path for her by her side. Can we win? I'm afraid not. Wood, the cunning fox Makarov, and Oberway had a short conversation. The Archbishop of Cruz stood up, and the attendant immediately put on a robe for him. Archbishop? The people of Erewhon are fighting for their fate. To be frank, I have to gamble for my fate and faith. Wood sighed and replied, just watching from here makes me feel ashamed. It also brings shame to the Flame King. But my lord, the devil should have a trump card. If you attack now is not the time to think about this. Wood replied faintly. At this time, the door of the cabin was suddenly opened. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Were the people below so flustered that they even forgot the basic etiquette? They turned around and saw the strange face of the Violet Earl, Bali. They're here. Who? Scarlet stabbed a Tauren and then suddenly turned around. She grabbed Freya who was in front of her and furrowed her beautiful brows. Scarlet? There's something. The ground trembled slightly, and soon, everyone could feel the slight change. The soldiers of the White Lion Legion were the first to turn around. There was still a long time before dawn. But there was a silver light on the horizon in the south. It was not the dawn. Instead, it was an undulating silver armor that formed a continuous line. Countless cavalrymen were galloping on the hills. They held their flags high, whistled like the ocean, and sang the hymn from the era of the War of the Holy Saints. Cavalry. Where are these cavalry from? There is such an army in the south? Freya furrowed her brows slightly. She saw a flag leading the army forward, singing songs she had never heard before, as if it was an army from a mythical tale. The horn sounds again, may the races still remember the sacred covenant. The wings of darkness cover the sky, but the silver dawn still rises. The ancient oath echoes in the earth, the armor is new, and the sword is still humming. The holy saints have come, and the fire of war is ignited again. On the flag, a pure silver sacred lily emblem shone almost dazzlingly. The Silver Elves. Once again, they were back on this land. P.S. The third volume ends here. It suddenly feels so long. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 653. A snow-white warhorse carrying a messenger was galloping through the rebuilt port of Ampere Seal. It passed near the war memorial that was being built in the White Square, causing quite a commotion. White pigeons flew up from the square, and the workers by the scaffolding could not help but look back in surprise. The monks in robes by the fountain stopped to watch, and the messenger's ribbon embroidered with the crescent moon emblem shone slightly in the sun. It was a royal messenger. This was the first time in half a month. Something big had happened, and everyone was suspicious. But only those who were in the know understood what had happened. That person had woken up. The chaos in the port for half a month had finally come to an end. Really? Her Royal Highness, who was talking to the maid, also turned her head. She looked at the attendant who had sent the message, and her beautiful silver eyes revealed an uncontrollable surprise. Wait, I'm going to see him. Your Royal Highness, please tidy up your appearance first. The maid at the side immediately reminded her. No need. Griffin did not look back. She had already lifted her skirt and hurried out. Timmy's, help me prepare the carriage. As if in the darkness, Brando felt like he had experienced a long dream. Everything in the dream was both real and blurry. He remembered the sawmill where he practiced swordsmanship when he was a child, but there were many people he knew and did not know in the sawmill. His grandfather taught him swordsmanship under everyone's gaze. After a while, there was a scene of tall buildings and endless traffic. His senior was wearing a gray trench coat and a thick scarf. She was reading something in a bookstore on the other side of the crosswalk. He desperately called her name, but she did not seem to hear him. He rushed across the road, but the scene changed again. Everything went dark, turning into a tranquil lake shore. A tall tower stood by the lake, and a black moon was reflected in the water. Bits of starlight floated in the sky. This grotesque dream seemed to be hinting at something. Brando waded alone towards the tower. He saw the shadow of a wolf walking through the forest, and it made him shudder. Suddenly, the whole world shook again, as if the dream had been pulled out of his mind, and the scenery began to collapse. The blinding light broke through the darkness, and then his eyelids moved. His eyeballs could feel the faint light outside through the capillaries under his eyelids. At that moment, his 5 senses that had been silent for a long time seemed to be working again. He first heard the chirping of birds, as if it was a pleasant morning. However, he lay on the warm bed and pondered for a moment before he remembered everything that had happened. His memories were like fragmented fragments that gathered in his mind, forming a complete line. He opened his eyes. The light behind the gauze curtain made him immediately squinted. Then, he saw Romaine sleeping soundly beside him. Half of the merchant girl's body was on top of him, her small face pressed against his chest. Her mouth was open, and her saliva formed a silver line on the blanket. Brendel finally calmed down when he saw this. He was still alive. But where was this place? What was the result? What about the princess? He soon found himself lying on a soft bed. The bed was like a work of art. The pillars covered in gold leaf supported an almost unimaginably luxurious vault, and countless gauze hung down from all sides. This scene immediately made him associate the word palace in his mind. He looked up and immediately saw Amandina looking at him nervously. Amandina was a little embarrassed. In her opinion, the fiancé of the Lord was not very elegant, but she could not persuade the Roman to leave Brando. The merchant girl hugged Brando tightly, as if she was holding a treasure. She could only sigh, "My lord. You're finally awake." She did not say the second half of the sentence, but Brando could see the joy and relief in her eyes. He knew very well why Amandina sighed, and he could only helplessly accept the merchant girl's behavior. He nodded gently to Amandina, and his eyes saw Medisha behind her. The silver fairy princess was accompanied by 2 handsome and clean elven warriors with long hair draped over their shoulders. The silver elves really came, Brando thought in his heart. "My lord. My lord. My lord." As soon as Medisha opened her mouth, everyone followed. Mephistopheles looked like they were about to cry. If it wasn't for Andrique's fierce glare, the Shire and Carglass would have given him a thumbs up. Finally, Brando saw Scarlet sitting on the sofa behind everyone. The seemingly introverted girl only glanced at him from afar, and then heaved a sigh of relief. What was the result of the battle? Where is the princess? Although everyone was here, it seemed that the result was obvious at a glance. But Brando was still worried and asked again. An old but bright voice answered for Amandina, "Because of the noble actions of a brave young man, Ampere Seal, no, the whole of Erewhon was saved. Don't worry, my friend." This unexpected voice made Brando turn his head. Only then did he realize that there was a silver-haired, silver-browed old man in a white robe sitting by the window. Who else could it be other than the master of the Silver Fortress, Tumen? "Master Tumen, you're here too." This time, Brando was really surprised. The Silver Elves came because of his request, but Tumen was an unexpected guest. But he actually already knew why the other party was here. Sure enough, Tumen smiled and replied, "It's an invitation from an old friend. No matter what, there's a demon here, so I should come back." It seems that I have to apologize to you about Wood. I forgot that guy is so stubborn. Brando was silent. He was not blaming Wood, but thinking that the nobles were also so stubborn. If there was a little room for negotiation, it would not have gotten into the situation that day. Countless lives and blood were paid for this indifference. Tuman continued, as you know, the Archbishop himself is very regretful. In fact, he has given up the Archbishop and all his duties in the Holy Cathedral, and is willing to use the rest of his life to atone for this. Oh. Brando was slightly startled. In order to save the reputation of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to the greatest extent, Wood had actually gone to this step. People of their status generally would not make an oath casually, and once they made an oath, it would not be easy to change it. Wood had cut off his own path of retreat and gave up the opportunity to be promoted to the core of the Holy Cathedral. Originally, the threshold was only one step away from him. Although he felt that this old man was a little superfluous, Brando still regained some respect for the Archbishop. If a person had such principles and pursuits, at least he would not be a shameless person. Everything before could only be attributed to the different pursuits of each person. Brando sighed and asked. So, the Archbishop intends to stay in Erewhon? Tuman looked at him approvingly. My old friend originally wanted to live in seclusion in Erewhon and be a district priest to see if he could contribute a little to the reconstruction of Ampere Seal. But the Holy Cathedral has arranged another position for him. Brando heard the two words Holy Cathedral, and his ears pricked up sharply. My lord, the Holy Cathedral of Fire has asked Archbishop Wood to be the liaison between the princess and the northern nobles, and Archbishop Wood has accepted it. Amandina replied. Liaison? Brando was slightly startled. This was interesting. He had never heard of such a position in the Holy Cathedral. But what was the Holy Cathedral of Fire planning? Did they want Wood to make up for his mistakes, or did they have other intentions? To be honest, of course, it was the best choice to reconcile with the Holy Cathedral through this incident. After all, the Holy Cathedral of Fire was a behemoth. Even if it was inevitable that they would clash with the Cruz Empire in the future, Brando at least did not want it to be now. But now it seemed that the Holy Cathedral had not given up. He frowned. So, the Holy Cathedral still wants to mediate the relationship between the North and the South? The rigidity of the Cruz Empire was really beyond his expectations. He thought that they should have learned their lesson by now. My young friend, otherwise what are you going to do? Expel all the nobles in the North, or kill them all? Tuman looked at Brando with eyes full of wisdom. Tuman's words woke Brando up. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought of the problem too simply. Indeed, he could not kill all the nobles, nor could he expel them. No matter how bad the noble's reputation was, at least he did not want Erewhon to be torn apart immediately because of this. His brows were deeply furrowed. Besides, there were also many outstanding talents among the nobles. He had to admit that due to the difference in education level, the chances of producing talents among the nobles were much higher than among the commoners. Of course, he could find a way to let the commoners have the right to receive education, but this was not something that could be done overnight, and the kingdom could not be left ungoverned for a day. Her Royal Highness had actually started to do the same thing, but it would take at least a generation to see results. And before that, he did need the help of the nobles to build the future Erewhon. But the crux of the problem was that most of the nobles had their own interests in mind. People like Eichel and Count Audine were too rare. But we can't just let them go. Besides, the cultists have already infiltrated these nobles. The Holy Cathedral of Fire may not be at ease. Brando thought for a moment and decided to start with the simple aspect first. But they have no reason to believe you, Tolman replied slowly. Besides, you have to believe that people won't make the same mistake over and over again. My old friend is also a shrewd person. Otherwise, do you think with his character, he would blindly follow the orders of the Holy Cathedral? Brando thought for a moment. As a practical member of the Holy Cathedral, Wood did not seem to be a blind believer. He hesitated for a moment before asking, does he want to stay and help Erewhon? What can he do? What is his purpose? Well, it seems that you know my old friend very well. Tolman raised his eyebrows in surprise. In fact, the reason is very simple. I can see that my old friend thinks highly of you. Otherwise, he would not have invited me here. Archbishop would, he. Brando heard an incredible message from Tolman's words. Wood actually wanted to make peace with him. He suddenly realized that Wood must have realized some of the drawbacks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire from this disaster. Could it be that this guy wants to change the way the Holy Cathedral of Fire does things? He shook his head and threw this terrible idea out of his mind. So, how is he going to deal with the nobles in the north? I don't know, but you'll understand when you see that person, Wood replied. Who? You'll understand when the time comes, the master of the Mithril fortress smiled mysteriously. Let's talk about your physical condition first. I'm curious how you could survive with that kind of injury. I'm afraid that even the silver folk don't have this ability. Brando was slightly startled. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have fought with the Titan that day. At that time, his HP had dropped to less than a few thousand. Of course, it was negative. It could be said that even if there were 10 priests surrounding him to treat him after he was unconscious, it would be too late to bring his HP back to a positive number. After all, at that time, the unyielding talent could only last for half a minute at most. But now, he was alive and well, and his body did not seem to be in any discomfort. Tolman asked him how he managed to survive. To be honest, it was a mystery even to him. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Thank you for saving me, Master Tolman. Tolman laughed. It's not me who saved you. You have to thank this lady. Huh? Brando was stunned and immediately heard a dissatisfied snort. Humph. He turned around and immediately met the pair of golden eyes. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in the golden eyes. It was a crystal-like color, with a bright flame burning inside. It looked breathtaking, but it was full of a confident temperament. This pair of clear and transparent eyes belonged to a girl. Her owner was very short, and her long curly hair hung down playfully on her shoulders. She was still wearing the same leather armor as last time, but she had changed her expression. She did not see her sword, but she was holding a book. Brando saw that the name of the book was Erwin's Cookery Anthology. It was written in the Draconic language, but he could understand it. If ordinary people saw all this, they would think that this was a little girl full of vitality and had a hobby for cooking. But if they really thought that, it would be a big mistake. Because this little girl who was staring fiercely at Brando was actually a dragon. And it was a very angry and dissatisfied little female dragon. It was as if fire was about to come out of her mouth. P.S. Yesterday, I organized the ideas and outline for the new volume. Today, I wrote 2 chapters, but I will only publish 1. If I can write 2 more chapters tomorrow, I will publish 2 more chapters. After all, it is a new plot, so I have to leave some leeway. That's it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 654. Allahs? Why are you here? Brando asked a little guiltily, didn't you go back to your clan? Thank goodness, the girl named Allahs just snorted coldly and did not burn the place to the ground with a torch. She frowned and replied, it's done, so annoying. I heard you did something amazing, so I came back to see you, but I didn't expect to see someone's perverted scene. What perverted scene? Brando was stunned. Ahem. Miss Amandina coughed violently in the back, making people suspect that she suddenly had some serious illness, or asthma, or something like that. The little female dragon looked back and saw everyone staring at her with their mouths agape. She couldn't help but be very dissatisfied. What are you doing here? Can't you see that I'm going to talk to this guy now? I don't like being watched like an animal, especially by humans. That Buga mage over there, what are you laughing at? Are you not human? She snorted heavily, "Get out of here." When she spoke in this tone, she clearly looked like a lowly, but she looked like she took it for granted. That kind of arrogance seemed to be innate, and it didn't feel out of place at all. Especially when paired with her pair of majestic golden eyes, no one dared to look her in the eye. The golden bloodline was like a natural king, and such a knight naturally flowed out from her, more natural than a secular king. "When did you get this habit?" Brando was slightly startled. He remembered that this little female dragon did not have so many problems when they were in the forest. But his idiotic question was only met with a vicious glare. "Then I'll leave this place to you, my lord." Miss Amandina looked at her lord with some sympathy, and could not help but shake her head, and was the first to leave with the others. After that, it was Tolman's turn. The great scholar had a strange smile on his face and was not offended by the little female dragon's arrogance. It was probably because it was not the first time a silver person had dealt with a gold person. Only he could stand it. Finally, the two silver elves and Medisha bowed respectfully to Alaz before leaving the room. Soon, only Brando and the little female dragon were left in the room. Of course, there was also the sleeping Roman. The little female dragon poked Romaine's soft cheeks with her finger, trying to wake her up, but she was quickly defeated. "Woo-woo, Brando, take your paws away. Let me sleep for a while." Roman mumbled vaguely in his dream, and brushed Alaz's hand away like she was brushing off a mosquito. Alaz, on the other hand, seemed to have found a toy. She poked the Roman's face and said, "Your fiancée is really fun to play with. Let her stay here." "Don't treat others as toys without permission," Brando replied snappily, although Alaz was also a female, oh no, a female dragon. But he was jealous too. The little Roman's face belonged to him alone. "I didn't expect you to be so protective. He's just a pervert." The little female dragon simply let go of the Roman and sat down beside Brando. She casually picked up a grape from the crystal plate at the side, carefully peeled it, and then threw it into Brando's mouth. "Is it good?" "Since when did I have this title?" Brando chewed and stared at the little female dragon suspiciously. She was unaccountably solicitous, which gave him a very bad feeling. Although Alaz was unlikely to have anything to ask of him, he always felt that this was the calm before the storm. Did he offend this guy in some way? He wondered in his heart. Naked in front of the opposite sex, in the eyes of you humans, is considered a pervert, right? The little female dragon replied matter-of-factly. F***ck. Brando almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately thought of what the little female dragon was talking about, and hurriedly looked at the equipment panel, only to see that the elemental bracelet, flame ring, snake ring, flame star, flesh greaves, and all the amulets except the tears of lich all had an additional tag behind them, completely damaged, unable to repair. The rest of the other gold tier equipment were also in the damaged, can be repaired status. Of all the items, only the magic breaker all, Halran Gaia, and the dimensional cave were unscathed. At that moment, Brando understood what had happened. He had withstood the Titan's attack, but unfortunately, the other equipment had been annihilated. The loss was so heavy that he could not bear to look at it directly. If the cultists did not give him enough compensation, this time it would be a huge loss. All the best equipment on him was destroyed. His equipment was almost the best equipment that he could get in the first chapter, and a few of them could even be said to be the super version. Some of the materials in his backpack and the rock core necklace had been turned to dust before he even used them once. Brando wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Fortunately, the 5-headed snake lizard egg in the Order Stone that could upgrade his territory were left in Valhalla, or else he would have really died. However, even these magical equipment could not be spared, and he did not expect his clothes to be intact under such intense lightning. Brando could not help but ask meekly. "Who was the first to come to my side?" "Of course it was me." "You didn't see anything, right?" "Not much." The little female dragon smiled sweetly with evil intentions. Apart from a certain someone's entire body that was burnt black, and his eyebrows and hair were all burned away, how laughable. Oh right, apart from a certain someone's disgusting thing. Brando was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Don't you know how to avoid it? It's obviously a girl. Avoid it, now a certain someone is going to report to the kingdom of the dead. You're obviously weak as hell, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Allah said sarcastically. Also, would you avoid a bald monkey? How can that be compared? I'm a human. In my opinion, there's no difference, the little female dragon replied matter-of-factly. Brando then remembered that the other party was a dragon, and could not help but feel a little hurt. Speaking of which, it seemed that the gold folk looked at the iron folk much more superior than humans looked at monkeys. So, Allah's words were actually giving him face. Of course, Brando did not want this kind of face. But what made him a little uneasy was that the little female dragon said that his hair and eyebrows were all burned away, he would not become bald, right? Although he did not care much about his image, that was a little too outrageous. Unexpectedly, the little female dragon seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and snorted. Don't worry, I've already brought it back for you. I don't want to have a pervert as a toy, I'm not that Vizia. Brando did not know who Vizia was, but she must be a hardcore person. Hearing that he did not become a skinhead, Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was probably considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. He sighed and said, "Thank you, Allahs, this is the second time you've saved me. It's okay, you can repay me by being a cow or a horse." Don't even think about it, Brando thought to himself, and at the same time asked, "Speaking of which, how did you save me? If I remember correctly, you dragons don't seem to have healing spells, right?" In his impression, the dragons were proficient in ancient string magic, known for their destructive power, but he had never heard of a dragon that was proficient in rebirth spells. Unless this guy was a freak. Actually, it's not that difficult. Allah sat on the edge of the bed, peeled a second grape and threw it into her mouth, and replied with a smile. Although opening someone else's dimension hole is a little cumbersome. Dimension hole? Wait, what did you say? Brando immediately thought of something bad. He immediately opened the dimension hole to check, and found that the remaining bottle of holy water number 1 had disappeared without a trace. Brando was a little speechless for a moment. After all this time, this guy was just using someone else's flower to present the Buddha, but how did she know that he had holy water number 1? He could not help but stare at Allah suspiciously. Don't be so stingy, saving your life is more important, right? The little female dragon comforted him casually. Besides, do you think it's that easy to save you? I don't know what kind of ability you used, your body's functions are in a mess, but you're still alive and kicking. But it's going to be troublesome to save you. Especially when your heart function is completely failing. Allah said proudly. So I changed it for you. What did you change it for me? Brando suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, the best choice is of course the heart of gold. The bad feeling suddenly turned into a burst of ecstasy. Brando asked loudly, "Wait, you mean the legendary heart of gold that will never be harmed, the indestructible heart of gold? The legendary heart of the golden race that truly has eternal life?" Brando's voice was almost trembling. The heart of gold had actually appeared in the game. Its attributes were that the maximum HP was doubled, its own defense was doubled, its HP recovery ability was increased by 300%, and the heart was no longer a vital part. The other 3 attributes were okay, but the last attribute was simply too overpowered when combined with his unyielding talent. At that moment, he simply wanted to jump up from the bed, hug the little female dragon and give her a big kiss. Hey, you know quite well, I'm talking about that. You changed that for me? Originally, Brando was still a little awkward about things like changing hearts, it did not matter in the game. But here he was a living person, he always felt that if he changed some parts, he would become a monster. Of course not. Allah shook her head. You don't expect me to have something ready-made, do you? Who would know that you'd break your heart for no reason? I had no choice but to stuff the Titan's lightning core into your body. Fortunately, that thing is pure energy, otherwise your little body would not be able to fit it in. Brando almost vomited blood. Damn, you can't mess around like this. He felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. It sounded like she was experimenting on him. Is there a human who uses a Titan's lightning core as a heart? Wouldn't that be replacing the blood in the blood vessels with electricity? He imagined himself being cut by a sword in the future, and the scene of lightning spurting out of the wound. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. I say, why do you look so defeated, like you're about to die? Alaz immediately noticed Brando's abnormality. Are you doubting my skills? Brando stared at Alaz, the look in his eyes saying, I'm very doubtful. Damn it, why don't you check it out yourself? Brando was slightly startled. Originally, Alaz wanted him to try and feel his own physical condition. This was an ability that all powerhouses who had entered the elemental realm had, but Brando immediately opened his attribute panel. He found that his attributes were all normal, his health was very good, and his eyes swept over the mana value and mana recovery column, and suddenly he was stunned to find that it had more than doubled. More importantly, the originally high willpower attribute had increased by another notch at this moment. And there was an additional label, energy enhancement, behind it, obviously due to the lightning core. But in theory, the lightning core should belong to the equipment category, and Brando was a little confused that he did not find the existence of this thing in the equipment column before. He subconsciously opened the panel of the enhancement crystal, and was stunned. He saw that the undead knight crystal was still lying quietly in the position of the arm enhancement slot, and there was a dazzling thing like the sun in the torso enhancement slot. Lightning core, mana value, mana recovery doubled, willpower plus 20, wind elemental pool expansion doubled. There was a shiny golden label behind it. A fantasy enhancement crystal core. Brando was a little speechless for a moment, not knowing if he had profited from a disaster. Purely in terms of gains and losses, this crystal alone was completely worth the price of the equipment he lost. But the question was, what did he want to do with the expansion of the wind elemental pool? He seemed to have only 1 or 2 cards that needed to use the wind element. Brando was still in a daze when the little female dragon suddenly came over. When he came back to his senses, he saw a pair of sparkling golden eyes carefully looking at his face. Allah's action startled him. What are you doing? You have a lot of secrets on you. I just saw the fluctuations of the elements. You were checking your elemental pool, right? It's strange, you haven't activated your elemental activation. How did you do it? The little female dragon stared at him with burning eyes. And before, you were so badly injured, you should have died in an instant. That's weird. Aren't you going to explain? Explain what? Brando asked guiltily. How could he explain that the NPCs did not have bloodline talents at all? Or that he was actually a player? It would be strange if the little female dragon didn't kill him with her claws. More importantly, these were his biggest secrets. The silver wizards of Buga liked to study freaks like him the most. He did not answer. Alaz had already moved the tip of her nose and sniffed him. She wrinkled her nose and whispered, sure enough, sure enough. Brando suddenly felt a little strange. Because the little female dragon's whole body was about to climb onto the bed at this time, she buried her little head and sniffed along his collar, her curly hair rubbing his face, making him feel itchy. A girl's delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. The fragrance seemed to have a kind of magic, making him feel his blood begin to heat up. Soon he felt his whole body heat up. What are you doing? Stop right now. Brando had a headache. Of course he knew what was going on. He actually had a reaction. The other party looked just like a naughty loli, with no breasts and no butt, not to mention compared to his senior, even the half-fairy princess was slightly inferior. But at this time, he actually felt his heartbeat and blood flow begin to accelerate. For a moment, he wondered if he was a pervert. Brando cursed in his heart and hurriedly moved to the side, because some parts of his body were obviously not under his control. Although covered by the blanket, there were obvious protrusions. He was afraid that the other party would notice this. Unexpectedly at this time, the little female dragon suddenly turned around and stared at him vigilantly, bared her teeth and asked, "Are you thinking of something bad, perverted human?" "No." Brendel stared straight ahead and answered with a resolute and decisive tone. What a joke, he did not dare to let this terrifying female dragon discover the truth. Who knows if she would spit fire at him, and Miss Merchant would be a widow for the rest of her life. Is there really nothing? The little female dragon snorted proudly. She suddenly flipped over and sat on him. Although she did not ride on that important part, it still made Brando's expression change. But the scarier thing was yet to come. She lowered her head and bit the tip of Brando's nose, and said softly, "Brando, you are a perverted human." Brendel felt a chill run down his spine. The little female dragon's hot breath surrounded his sense of smell, with a kind of sweetness that made one's imagination run wild. Even the arrogant tone of this flat-chested lowly when she spoke became cute in his eyes. There was definitely something wrong here. Brando vaguely felt that this was some kind of conspiracy, but his body was still a normal man after all, and he reacted very honestly. The little female dragon looked at him contemptuously, and suddenly grabbed a key part of his back. Brando suddenly groaned. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see the blue veins on his forehead. You're a demon. Brendel finally understood that the demon was here to toy with him. Human with a head full of dirty thoughts. The little female dragon said softly, "You still say no, you are clearly in heat." "Heat your head." Brando was sweating. "What is that fragrance on your body?" He was almost gritting his teeth to ask this. He had already found out where the problem was. The highest level of hallucinogen, a dragon specialty. How about it? How about you? You better not play with fire. Ugh. Before Brando could finish his sentence, he felt a heavy blow to his key part. If it was not for the fact that he could not move, he would have curled up like a shrimp. The cute little female dragon suddenly became a demoness in his eyes. "What do you want, perverted human?" Brando was sweating profusely. He really could not do anything. The little female dragon might look like a lowly, but when she pressed her hand on his chest, he couldn't even move a finger. Isn't it exciting to have an affair in front of your fiancé? Brando wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only watch as the little female dragon smiled wickedly, revealing her cute 8 sets of teeth. As a dragon, her canine teeth were as sharp as a vampire's, but very small. But it was at this time, both of them heard a soft cough coming from outside the door. It was like a bolt from the blue. Brando turned his gaze, sweating profusely, and saw Her Royal Highness standing outside the door with a livid face. Behind her stood a female official with the same strange expression. "So annoying, as a princess, you still peep at people mating." Alaz complained loudly, then lightly snorted and jumped out of bed. "So disappointing. I'll leave it to you, Brando." After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared from the room. But Brando heard a different version of this sentence. "This is your punishment for giving my golden apple to others without permission. There will be no next time. There will be no next time." Brando felt that if he only did it once, he would lose 10 years of his life. He swore that he never wanted to see this little female dragon a third time in his life. He did not know why this girl found trouble with him. It was all a bloody case caused by an earring. Brando wanted to cry but had no tears. Then, he heard another cold voice. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Brando. Remember to close the door next time." Her Royal Highness turned and left. P.S. Only 1 chapter today, sob, but it's 5,800 words. I specially approve you to count it as 2 chapters. Recommend a God game, a card-type web game, AC Fun's King Summon. I think there should be a lot of people who know about this. The quality of the game is not bad. The website is http://wz. AC Fun. TV, I played for a long time today, no, last night. Ahahaha, equals. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 655. As soon as the little female dragon left, Brando finally regained his freedom. He hurriedly created a water ball and threw it on his face. The cold temperature finally calmed his accelerated blood flow a little. Only then did he put on a coat and rushed out. As soon as he went out, he saw Amandina in the courtyard. Amandina was sitting on a stone chair reading a geography book, but her mind was obviously not on the book. The princess seems to be very angry. Amandina greeted Brando as he walked out, put down the book, and asked worriedly. "It's nothing." Brando sighed. "Where's Alaz?" "My lord, are you talking about that dragon lady?" "I didn't see her." "Did she leave?" "No, forget it." Brando turned around and was about to chase after her. "Wait." Amandina stood up and grabbed him. When she saw her lord looking back with a puzzled expression, she carefully reminded him, "Tidy up your clothes, my lord." With Brando's habits, he did not pay much attention to his appearance. He just put on a coat and ran out. Amandina looked at his disheveled appearance and blushed. She reached out and straightened his collar. Brando did not pay much attention in Tonajal. If it were not for his bearing, people would have doubted his noble identity. However, commoners would not be so knowledgeable. In fact, it was usually Falerne who helped him take care of his daily life. The careless merchant lady herself was muddle-headed, not to mention the responsibility of a lord's fiancée. It was because of this that the older of the two wild elf sisters was jokingly called Lord's head maid by the mercenaries. However, if Falerne was the head maid, then Amandina's role was more similar to that of a housekeeper. She helped Brando straighten the corner of his clothes, gently brushing the dust off the black velvet cloth, and said with slight annoyance, "When will my lord be able to pay attention to his dignity?" Brando never thought of dignity as something he was born with, and he did not care. It was not the first time Amandina helped him tidy up his clothes. To be honest, he could not see any difference after tidying up his clothes. He only felt that it was purely superfluous. However, he did not refuse. He only asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "We've been in Ampere Seal for half a month, my lord." Amandina helped him button up his shirt, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. "So long." Brando was shocked. He thought he had only been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. "What happened after I fainted that day?" "Where are Duke Cypher and his minions?" "The Grand Duke is already dead." "Huh." This news was completely unexpected. Brando never dreamed that one of the most important figures in the history of Erewhon would die. He paused for a moment before asking, "Amandina, what happened after I fainted that day? What happened to the battle after that? Tell me in detail." Endless demons seemed to surge out from the darkness. It was as if he had been sucked into an endless nightmare that he could not wake up from. The torrential rain poured down, and the lightning flashed through the rain, forming a shining silver chain between heaven and earth. Princess Griffin's face paled. "Mr. Stephen." Cough cough. "I leave Her Highness to you." "Mr. Leiter, I promise you, in the name of a knight." "No, Sir Leiter. I order you not to do this, I want to stay here." In that nightmare, she screamed. But the serious old knight grabbed her by the shoulder and threw her out. She flew up lightly and passed over the demon's head. In the end, her vision was fixed on the kingdom's lion looking north in the rain. The snow-covered plateau and tundra was where the honor of the white lions lay. It was the battlefield where countless white lions slept, where the souls of generations of heroes slept. Perhaps every knight would eventually return to their homeland, but only the white lions would forever guard this land. This was a legend passed down from the old. They swore under the sword and followed the oath. The lion of the kingdom was covered with scars, but the rain quickly washed away the blood stains on it. Princess Griffin was already in tears. The Templar Knight Stephen grabbed her hand and led her to open a bloody path through the demon army. "Why didn't you let me die there, where my people are?" She remembered shouting as if she had lost her mind. But Stephen turned around and looked at her. "I am not Erewhon's man, Your Highness. But if everyone sleeps on this battlefield, then your kingdom will one day repeat this mistake. Please cherish your life, you are not living for yourself." "Yes." Princess Griffin walked quickly out of the temple, and after a few steps, she slowed down again. She suddenly stopped, stood on the marble steps that were as white as snow, and sighed faintly. Yes, why was she throwing a tantrum? She had even lost her usual calmness and self-restraint. "Your Highness, please watch your step," the female officer who caught up from behind reminded her, panting. "Timmy, let's wait here for the Count to come out." Princess Griffin sighed and turned around to answer. "What's wrong?" The princess did not answer. The snow-white temple square reflected the light, and was slightly dazzling. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, and her pupils were like a silver line. The female officer quickly realized that Her Highness seemed to be in a daze. For the princess, this was a rare thing. Griffin was indeed in a daze. Her gaze crossed the distant horizon, as if she had returned to the battlefield that day under the same blue sky. Swords and swords, iron and blood intertwined in a long and heavy poem. Perhaps dying on the battlefield at that time was a relief. However, those who survived had to bear an even heavier burden, and even inherit the grief from the dead. But the living had no right to choose. She pursed her lips. Too many people had died. The previous commander of the White Lion Legion, the Lion of the Kingdom, the Sword of the Highlanders, Lighter, was dead. In the midst of a war caused by a civil war. Duke Cypher was also dead, the man she had hated so much. He was the operator of the first Titan, and he died at the hands of the merchant lady, without a corpse left. When she heard the news, she thought she would be happy, but even the feeling of excitement had disappeared. Marquis Balta, Marquis Yoakum, Count Vitokin, Great Sword Dwyer of the Erech family, and Chief Wizard Fleetwood of the kingdom. No matter what power they belonged to when they were alive, they were all Erewhon's people. There were even many students of the Royal Knight Academy who did not even have the time to leave their names behind. No one knew what kind of story could be hidden behind a nameless corpse on the battlefield, and no one knew how sorrowful his relatives and friends were behind it. Only when Freya hugged Bessie's corpse and cried did she feel the cold stab of pain. It was enough. It was time for this civil war to end. But the nobles in the north were still restless. Without House Cypher's pacification, the situation in the future would become even more chaotic. Duke Erech's whereabouts were unknown, but he would not be captured without a fight. Count Ranner's attitude was ambiguous, and the other two archdukes might be waiting for the chaos to end before they could take a share of the pie. On the surface, it seemed like Erewhon was welcoming a new life after the war, but in reality, it was already at the edge of a cliff. Princess Griffin suddenly realized that perhaps the situation before was better. At least the kingdom would not be in danger of falling apart. She did not know how she had survived for the past half a month, and the Silver Elves were stationed in Ampere Seal. The illustrious name of the Dragon clan intimidated all the forces, and they did not dare to move. Tolman's arrival made the situation in Ampere Seal clearer, but she understood that all these seemingly unrelated terms were linked together because of one person. The person who was crowned with the title of Miracle. She suddenly realized that the fate of Erewhon was in the hands of one person. But this person was neither her nor her brother. "You're saying that Duke Cypher was killed by a Roman punch?" "Humph, he reaped what he sowed." Brando felt a burst of joy in his heart. Half of the responsibility for the destruction of Erewhon in the future would be placed on this guy's head. If he did it for his own power, it would be understandable. But he did not expect this guy to be a member of the cult. When Brando thought of the tragic fate of the future princess and the Valkyrie, it was because of the crazy plan of a cult. He was furious. But he quickly fell silent. What really worried him was Amandina's physical condition. In their previous conversation, he had carefully asked about Amandina's resurrection on the battlefield, but no one, including Amandina herself, could tell what was going on. He began to suspect that it was the credit of the demonic item obtained from the battlefield, but after Amandina took it out, he quickly ruled out this possibility. Although he could not figure out what it was, Brando could tell at a glance that it seemed to be sealed and could not have any effect at all. And Amandina herself also proved that she did not have the ability to heal herself. First of all, her blood was the red of a normal person, proving that she did not have a gold or silver bloodline. Secondly, her wound healing time was no different from a normal person's. But this situation made Brando feel uneasy. He did know of some special abilities that could produce the effect of resurrection, but those were not reassuring abilities. Some were even at the cost of sacrificing one's life. But Brando did not disclose this information to his own Amandina. It was also a white lie. He was determined to investigate it himself. Reaped what he sowed? Amandina heard Brando's words and raised her head. It means reaping what you sowed, Brando explained. Amandina glared at him fiercely. My lord, don't always invent strange words, you'll be laughed at. You know so much, but you always like to use slang. Only civilians would say that. I didn't invent it. Brando could not help but smile bitterly. It had been more than a year since he transmigrated into this world like a dream, but some spoken words were difficult to change. Especially idioms with a historical background, except for a small part that overlapped with the setting of the Nine Phoenix, most of them would be regarded as the slang of country bumpkins. But this was something that could not be helped. People could quickly adapt to the environment in a short period of time, but they could not change deep-rooted habits. He lived in this world for a year, spent 17 years in the game, and lived in another world for 30 years. However, with the death of Duke Cypher, a historically famous family fell into a state of disintegration. Without the restraint of this powerful force in the north, the nobles became ambitious. No wonder Her Highness came to find him in such a hurry. He did not expect such a famous figure in history to die like this. There was also Marquis Joachim, Count Vidokin, and even Marquis Balta and Master Fleetwood died. Fleetwood died under the surprise attack of another demon king, but he saved a ship of people on the First Royal Fleet's flagship, Victory. Inlock, one of the 3 heroes of Erewhon, also died. Brando thought of the young man who smiled like Carglass and sighed in his heart. He was determined to protect them, the future of the kingdom. Benninger, that guy, actually sent the little prince back, Brando replied with gritted teeth. Does he think that he can be forgiven? No, in fact, he did not send Prince Haruz back. Amandina helped him fix the buttons on his sleeves, and finally took a step back, looking relieved. It's done, my lord. Thank you, Amandina. Brando asked, what is going on? I heard that it was sent back by a Medusa. I don't know the specifics, maybe you can ask Her Highness. Seeing that Brando was about to speak, Amandina quickly interrupted him. Well, don't let Her Highness wait too long, my lord. You are now the Count of the Kingdom. What? Count? Then where's my fief? Brendel was slightly taken aback. This was completely out of his expectations. He did not care about it at first, but when he suddenly heard it, he blurted out. Count Tonagel, my lord. Isn't there still no change? Brando said. Then he was given a fierce stare. Brando had just walked out of the temple. The reconstruction of the Anderla Cathedral was actually only half completed. When he passed by many cloisters, he saw collapsed walls and a lot of scaffolding. These were all the masterpieces of the Shire, of course, Brando would never admit it. Then he saw Her Highness waiting outside. Your Highness. Princess Griffin looked back and nodded in satisfaction when she saw his attire. How is the Count's health? He is fine. Your Highness. Before Brando could finish, Princess Griffin interrupted. Mr. Brando, the nobles in the north intend to support my brother on the throne. The Holy Cathedral of Fire also intends to facilitate peace talks between us and the north. What do you think of this matter? Brando was startled. Isn't this a good thing? But he immediately reacted. They have conditions, don't they? No, they have no conditions. They just want us to promise that the kingdom can maintain the status quo. Princess Griffin replied quietly. Brando was silent. Maintain the status quo of the kingdom? Which status quo? This half-dead status quo? This was unacceptable to both him and the princess. The nobles in the north still wanted to maintain the status quo of semi-independence since 9/7. Brando only felt that these guys were daydreaming. He put away his previous joking attitude and asked coldly, "What if we don't agree? Were they going to start a rebellion? Will the Holy Cathedral of Fire support these people?" Princess Griffin shook her head. "I'm afraid not, but even so, it's unacceptable. The North is facing the threat of war." Lighter. "The old Legion commander has handed the White Lion Legion to you. You should know, right?" "What?" Brando almost jumped up. "He handed the White Lion Legion to me? Will the others agree?" He suddenly stopped talking. Marquis Balto was dead, and Lighter also died on the battlefield. If this was really the will of that lion, maybe the White Lion Legion would really fall into his hands. This was good news. But not exactly. P.S. First of all, thank you for your recommendation, Your Highness. But I happen to have something to do tomorrow. Woo woo woo, auspicious blessing, the house is safe. If I don't come back, QAQ, if you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.